Zioris sprawled in the mountains, asleep and unaware as a strange magic stone nearby pulsed with eerie light. Suddenly the stone snapped to life, an angry portal yawned open and sucked swirling wind straight in. Zioris was stunned, he stumbled back, threw up his arm in defense, and that wild burst of energy roared straight ahead. Rai's childhood buddy came screaming from the distance, tossing something at him and accusing him of skipping work. They snapped at each other while everyone else stared, Ziora tearing into her reckless choices, Rai just shrugging like, yeah, I'll survive it, even if it's the dumbest thing alive. Zioris froze when a wooden sandal slammed into his back, thrown with deadly precision by someone lurking behind him. Fam flashed a soft, warm smile and checked whether Rai's furious blast had finally pulled him fully awake. Zioris demanded why they were here, and the girls shot back that today was the day he had promised to train. After practice, Fam's cheeks flared as he blurted out his thanks, completely wiped out but grinning hard because Ziori's magic training actually worked. Zioris couldn't help but stare at her, clocking how fully formed her body was, way more than you'd expect from someone her age and vibe. Zioris raved about Fam's ability to throw people off, joking that her charm could end a fight before it even starts. During training, Rise crumpled from sheer exhaustion, groaning that Zioris's drills were way too brutal to survive. She complained about the pace, but Zioris didn't even flinch. He told her they'd keep going, or they'd get slammed with even tougher exercises. Fam gently scolded Zioris, urging them to take a break, and the three of them nodded in agreement, smiling like they'd just found their way out of the chaos. Later, Rise pressed Zioris for what he was planning, and Zioris nodded. He'd be headed to vocational school in just 10 days. Kadatsu Village ships every 15-year-old off to Jilly's vocational school to find out what they're meant to become. Rise and Fam huddle up, grilling over Ziori's ticking clock and betting on what his job title is gonna be when the end finally hits. Zioris turned down heroics and hard rolls, praying for anything easy, anything at all, that would finally let him rest. First, he slammed home one truth: freedom, not ambition. Fam couldn't help but admire his talent, and even with the job title, the rules still handed him room to breathe. Zioris casually laid out these advanced techniques, and Rise erupted, yelling that no one just masters magic like that without it being something else. Zioris remembered how magic used to come to him like breathing, so easy back when he was a kid, and he decided to bury that power, staying quiet and hidden. Rise practically begged for more training, but Zioris cut him off, saying his last days were already booked solid. She froze on the spot, cheeks burning with embarrassment, while Zioris stood there in perfect silence, waiting for her to finally find her voice. With a quick wink, Rice dared him to write once things settled down, then sealed the deal with a promise they'd celebrate together soon. 10 days flew by, and then Zioris finally tore off for Jealous, only to roll into the capital and stare in pure awe. Zioris wandered through the capital's chaos, steamrolling through the crowds, while the whole unfamiliar city vibe hit him like a wave. He spotted weird marks on a bunch of people, and then it hit him: this whole area was packed with slaves. He forced his mind to stay sharp, scanning for an inn, while Kadatsu's calm life flickered in his thoughts like a contrast he couldn't ignore. A man rolled up to Zioris, figured he'd show up for Velgil, and boldly pitched the idea that he'd be perfect as a slave merchant. Zioris just laughed it off like it was a punchline, dismissing the whole idea as pure, ridiculous nonsense. Zioris remembered how slave merchants slither in with sweet lies, branding the whole scam as some profession, while trapping people in bondage. The thought disgusted him so hard he threw in the towel, deciding to rest and dismissing the whole job as pure nonsense. The very next day, students flooded in for the entrance exam, and the whole place buzzed with chaos and tension. Zioris caught wind of the fierce hatred people had for the slave merchants, then played it cool like he didn't care what everyone thought. Nira's Glory stepped up and introduced herself, booming that she was the exam officer for Velsel's entrance test. Nira snapped at the students that titles don't matter here. No matter your social class, everyone gets treated the same. She broke down the whole procedure: grab a divine crystal and an identity card, and they'll reveal your title. Students could either flash their extra titles or keep them hidden, then the test clock started ticking. A proud student strutted and bragged about snagging the night title, while Zioris sat back in silence, watching his excitement bubble up. Zioris thought knight sounded downright prestigious, but it felt way too much trouble for his laid-back, easygoing vibe. Zioris scanned the crowd and caught sight of species mixing like they belonged together, and then this stunning elf girl stole his full attention. Gawking at her stunning beauty and those sharp, pointed ears, he couldn't help but wonder if she might be an elf. Zuri's was next on the list. He stepped forward, introduced himself, and strode right up to the crystal to register. With a shaky breath, Zioris slid his card into the glowing crystal and froze, silently praying for whatever it would reveal. To his jaw-dropping shock, his title announced Hero, a legendary rank nobody had seen since that ancient major war. Zioris panicked as the stakes crushed down on him: hero status, exposure, the church's grip on everything, and the terrifying idea of losing his freedom. Then the Demon Emperor showed up, an infamous demon-only throne, and it left him more confused and furious than he'd ever been. Then the age-old title of Great Sage rang out, an elf legend written into history, and Zioris was left begging for something small, simple, and quickly forgotten. Finally, his eyes landed on the slave merchant, an accursed role packed with dark magic that could enslave anyone it targeted. Gazing at that final title, Zior mutters under his breath, still in total shock. He can't make sense of everything he just saw. Zioris freaked out at the slave merchant outcome, straight up refusing to wear the very title that was already foretold earlier. He fought the idea in his head, even though it was rare, and still he frowned because it was frowned on and stirred up nothing but controversy. None of those titles felt right. His thoughts whipped into a storm, and the crushing weight of his reputation bore down on him like a tidal wave. A staff member shoved Zioris to pick fast, because everyone else was already lined up, waiting for their turn behind him. Even plebeian wasn't within reach for him, and no matter how hard he fought, his future still screamed chaos. Frozen in doubt, Zioris stood there spiraling, questioning if he even belonged in this chaos of unwanted, crushing titles. Suddenly, the elf girl blurted out her pick with total confidence. Shockwaves hit everyone when she chose the slave merchant title. Zioris finally clocked it. This mysterious, graceful elf was the very one he'd been quietly crushing on earlier that day. Temptation hit hard. He even thought about stepping in with her, but he knew one small pull like that wasn't a real enough reason to make a life-changing move. Torn up inside, Zioris swallowed his feelings, clenched his fist hard, and told himself, "No rush, think it through, really think." With pure resolve, Zioris announced his choice to everyone, making it official that he'd claim the slave merchant title too. In a high-class classroom built for noble heirs, students who carry rare heroic titles get pulled into special training sessions. A lowborn commoner barges in, and the elite students instantly rip him apart, snickering that he's unworthy and totally out of place. They sneered at his plain clothes and slave merchant title, totally blind to the quiet fire of resolve smoldering under it all. Tension snaps, then a girl hammers her hands down, cutting off the confrontation with authority mid-escalation. She declares that every student is equal, then slams their prejudice head-on, fighting for the boy's right to be there. The elf girl storms up to the bully's head-on, standing right beside the boy with quiet, unbreakable resolve. The noble girl snaps in fury, blasting the slave merchant's title as totally unworthy of their elite classroom. The elf speaks up with razor-calm confidence. She declares equality, shows she's standing on the same level as them, and flips the insult right back where it belongs. Cornered and panicking, the noble girl snatches the elf's card, then freezes in shock at what it reveals. Even with noble titles sitting right there on her name, the elf walked up and claimed the role of a slave merchant anyway, then absolutely floored everyone with the real power she kept under the surface. Homeroom teacher Nyrus Glory steps forward, introduces herself, lays out the class roles, and smooths out the tension that was boiling earlier. Zio studies the class rules: short dorm access, free afternoons, and the big catch: if you want money, you've got to earn it. NIRIS fires a reminder at everyone: read the paper close, especially the dorm rules, and don't miss the location for tomorrow's gathering. Class ends. Zio stretches in relief, stunned by just how massive the dorm is way out there. Elsewhere, his friends stare at Zio's title choice like it's a punch in the gut, and they can't bring themselves to accept he's really a slave merchant. Zio finally barrels up to the massive dormitory, and he's stunned to find it's reserved only for the elite Golden Lion class. He spots the elf girl closing in, flashes a warm greeting, and introduces himself, right there in their shared class. She introduces herself as Palusts, then casually ditches it for Potty, and invites her straight into the plan with her. The cheerful dorm receptionist greets them the moment they arrive, hands out rooms like it's no big deal, and flashes a warning: don't you dare complain. Zio grabs his room key right as Palustus lines in and whispers, and suddenly their closeness makes Zio's thoughts spiral. Exio panics the second he finds out they're going to be neighbors, instantly grilling the safety of that mixed-gender dorm arrangement. Plastus feels that unease creeping in, but Zio waves it off with a forced laugh, trying to steamroll the tension before it can take over. He's ordered to protect Palusts, and he nods fast with shaky nerves, still panicking inside about whether he'll lose control. Right outside their doors, Palust is thrown into a deep blush as Zio steps in, offering his care and respect in the most formal way. Caught off guard, Palustus stammers out his words, and for the first time, her usual fearless confidence cracks. showing a side of her that's way more vulnerable than anyone expected. Zio stares at the dorm setup all over again, wrestling with the nagging doubt that living right next to Patty might not be okay. Zio was finally satisfied with his room, until faint noises crawled in from Patty's side and paranoia snapped tight in his chest. He tells himself the room is perfectly soundproof, then his thoughts slam into overdrive as he starts plotting how to rake in money fast with a real job. Determined as ever, Zio strides into town and heads straight for a building, hunting down any chance at work. He sprints up to the Adventurers Guild and asks for help with perfect manners, while the receptionist lights up and welcomes him like he's already family. Exio marches into the guild and registers right away, then dives into how the quest ranking system works and the exact rules for promotion. Surprisingly, he's actually relieved. Promotions are tough, and he wants the money, not the heavy burden of being an emergency hero. When they tell Zio to ditch the slave merchant title, he agrees on the spot, no hesitation, no grumbling. The receptionist suddenly opens up about the time her sister was ripped away and sold to a slave merchant years ago. Burned by old trauma, she finally snaps, tears and rage crashing in as she spits out what her sister suffered and the cruel injustice behind it. After that explosive outburst, the receptionist shoots out an apology, realizing she accidentally slammed Zio harder than she meant to. A mysterious girl steps in to teach Zio the ropes, and the second she opens her mouth, Zio can't ignore how suspicious she feels. Even with Mylina's promotion, people still clock her as a rookie adventurer because the guild's standards don't care what the papers say. Alina fires back that Melina is qualified, demands Zio's take, and Melina won't back down. She swears she can handle beginner training. Zio declines with a polite bow, but the guild won't let it go. They push him hard to reconsider and swear Melina is rock solid and trustworthy. Melina goes straight to Tudorzio and submits the quest for him, dragging him into a collaboration he never saw coming. With a bright smile, she pressures him into a meeting promise. While the guild stamps it official, Zio has to comply. Next morning, Zio looks utterly drained when Nyrus shows up, strolls in, and greets them like it's no big deal. Pallas steps in with polite curiosity and asks about their class plans, and Neris fires back with praise, lauding their health and that they're ready to kick things off. Neris lays out their tight timeline and makes it crystal clear that you can't learn this without hands-on experience from the slave merchants. Naira hits the whole class with a jaw-dropping announcement. Their first hands-on lesson is to attend a slave auction. A secret auction hauls slaves in from all over the world. Zioris gets crushed by the horror, and Naira snaps back that it's vital, real learning. She snaps at them to keep that location under wraps, no leaks, especially if they're thinking of buying someone. Violators will get hunted all across the nation, lives shattered in their wake, and Neris delivers the message with a sickening smile that somehow makes it worse. Zioris gets thrown off balance by Naira's sudden shift, and pure fear spikes through them, wondering what brutal surprises this lesson is about to unleash. In a quiet neighborhood, the group finally tracked down a hidden house, where a secret slave auction was being run behind closed doors. Naira stepped forward and led the group, knocking with fearless confidence while the others hovered nearby, holding their breath and watching in silence. A stern man cracked the door open just a sliver, staring them down with sharp, suspicious eyes. The man's eyes sharpened like knives, and Lucas instantly went on edge, quietly asking himself whether this guy was about to turn dangerous. Suddenly the tension snapped. He flashed a warm smile, recognized her right away, and agreed to teach her 2 students. Lucas finally exhaled. 1 second the man looked ready to explode, and the next he flipped into a warm, welcoming grin, sweeping them inside without a single doubt. The host yanked open a secret door hidden behind the bookshelf, and Lucas's jaw dropped as the whole mechanism clicked into place. The man couldn't keep up with their pace, so he shoved Neris in front and had him lead the students into the passage. Neris barked a warning. If anything went off script, a nasty trap would spring, and that explosive failsafe would blow sky high. Neris strode deeper underground with rock-solid confidence, promising them they'd hit their destination any minute now. They slipped into the auction hall, spotless, eerily quiet, while Naira flashed her ID at the reception desk. A staff member shoved a catalog of that day's slaves into their hands, and Lucas couldn't help but start reading. Lucas flipped through the booklet, and his stomach dropped when he spotted 40 slaves listed for sale that very day. Neris told them to watch the auction like hawks, and if anything felt off, to jump in and ask questions without hesitation. The moment the bell rang, staff snapped everyone to attention and told the participants to get ready, because the auction was about to kick off for real. The first slave brought to the auction had already murdered his former master, and it stunned everyone in the crowd when his criminal past finally came to light. Even with the announcer urging them on, the crowd stayed stone quiet, refusing to raise a bid for someone this dangerous. Lucas blurted out, "If that guy can't sell, do they toss him straight into those deadly mines?" Nearest snapped that any slaves who didn't get sold are dragged underground to work, because surviving down there is almost impossible. They marked the criminal slave as a reject, dragged him off like trash, and left him unsold, condemned to die. A shy beast girl was shoved on the auction block, and the bidding started at a jaw-dropping 500,000. Lucas couldn't believe it. Bids exploded through the roof, and beast girls sold for insane prices because everyone wanted them, and they were too rare to ignore. Marie, masked and dangerous, bought the girl who'd once trained slaves, then locked her in his staff, no resale. The host hyped up the main show, an adorable young elf girl, starting the bidding at over $1,000,000. Even after getting caught stealing over and over, her beauty lit a fire in the room. Lucas realized everyone was throwing themselves into the bidding. Just as the bidding climbed to 3,100,000 gold, a jaw-dropping final bid of 4,000,000 slammed onto the board. The moment the bids crowned her the winner, Banished, the elegant elf girl, just smiled, took all the staff's congratulatory praise like it was nothing. Lucas stood there frozen as a student dropped a fortune to buy a slave from her own race. Banished dropped the truth. She'd bid to free the elf girl from slavery, not to claim her as property. She laid out her mission step by step, starting with the village chief. Then she vowed to tear those unjustly enslaved elves out of captivity. Banished slammed a page of kidnapped elf names on the table and laid out her plan to corner the market with legal purchases. She picked this region's school because the nearby slave markets kept her operation one step ahead of everyone else. The freed elf practically bowed in pure gratitude as Lucas and Plastas shoved money into her hands so she could finally make it back home after class ended. Lucas suddenly saw that slave merchants could mean saving lives, and that hit him so hard he felt a fresh, burning drive ignite inside him. Lucas dreamed of building Kadatsu Village, using slaves to get it running at first, then setting every one of them free 5 years later. Lucas stared at Kadatsu Village's expansion plans and realized, right now, he'd be begging for more hands to make it happen. To chase his dream, Lucas dove into guild quests, even though they only paid him with partial rewards. At the guild, he ran straight into that super lively receptionist he'd totally forgotten about earlier. She eagerly laid out the quest choices, sure he'd jump at them. Then Lucas showed up, unimpressed and acting like he couldn't care less. While she broke down the quest types, Lucas stumbled on a juicy emergency mission in Kuribito Forest, with a reward waiting at the end. Lucas spotted something fishy in the documents and started digging through the pile with sharper, more intense focus. After tearing through a stack of papers, he finally spotted the exact sheet he'd remembered earlier. The quest had one brutal mission: grab 10 Kani leaves from Sunshine Hill, right by Kuribito Forest. The receptionist lit up and praised his pick. Those leaves were rare gems, packed with power to craft high-level potions. Lucas admitted to himself that his plan was just about as smart as the reckless adventurers she'd been roasting for ages. With all the confidence in the world, the receptionist backed his choice and practically urged him to start right now. Lucas snapped his first quest into motion, still weighed down by guilt toward Melina, but he refused to hesitate and pushed forward with iron resolve. Lucas and Melina rolled up to Sunshine Hill, breathing in that cool, calming breeze while the peaceful grassy view stretched out in front of them like a promise. Lucas crouched and studied the canil leaves, and it hit him. These plants weren't just growing anywhere, they were hiding from the sun deep in the thick forest. Melina shot his idea down hard, saying Kuribito Forest was way too deadly for beginners. Right then they spotted smoke curling up from the forest, way too strange for daytime in that part of the world. Even with Melina fighting him, Lucas dug in and demanded they investigate, praying that somewhere inside, someone was in immediate danger and needed a rescue. Lucas suggested they split the work, but Melina snapped back hard. She didn't trust him to go solo. Lucas warned her about the danger ahead and then let his secret magic power slip out, praying it would finally convince her to say yes. Melina was instantly blown away by Lucas's power and guts, and she snapped into full-on support mode without missing a beat. Melina jumped in with pure excitement, ready to back him up, even after her fears about what the forest could unleash. They hit the smoky edge of the forest, not realizing they were snagging canil leaves as they followed the trail deeper and deeper inside. Lucas pushed past the bushes and stumbled into a secret clearing deep in the woods, like the forest was hiding something just for him. Through the rustling leaves, they spotted goblins cooking up a feast, and that couldn't hide the fact. A fully active village was right there, hidden in plain sight. Startled, Lucas flinched hard, and that snap immediately tipped off the goblins. Melina peeked out, baffled for half a second, then her eyes locked on the danger growing right in front of her. Melina clocked the signs of Goblin Village right away. This wasn't for casual adventurers. It was packed with elite monsters that normal teams couldn't take on. Right in the middle of it all loomed a brutal goblin queen. Melina went pale, panicked, and sprinted off to fetch help. Melina told me goblins don't have magic resistance at all, yet somehow they're still way stronger physically than ordinary ones. Lucas thanked her for the tip, then calmly pieced together a plan that left Melina stunned. He loudly vowed to wipe them all out, then turned to Melina and asked her to help gather the magic stones afterward. Even though Melina fought back with protests, Lucas snapped for silence, drew himself up for a fight, and demanded she stay behind. Chanting a spell, Lucas unleashed raw power, freezing Melina in shock while driving the goblins into a full-blown panic. Lucas unleashed his magic, and the goblins got wiped out on the spot, before they even had time to understand what hit them. Melina choked on a gasp, staring in total disbelief, as Lucas stayed cool and calmly warned her. Dark magic might be rare, but when it hits, it's brutally effective. He admitted the attack looked brutal, but plain magic like that just bounced off, because the Goblin Queen laughs at nothing. Unshaken, Lucas fired off yet another spell with pure confidence, pouring dark energy into a sharper, stronger form that felt terrifyingly precise. He lunged forward in a blur and smashed straight into the Goblin Queen, punching through her defenses with a deadly, unstoppable strike. The Goblin Queen crumbled into dust right in front of Lucas, and he just stood there, staring as her entire body dissolved away. Lucas slammed the battle as over, then ordered Melina to go pick up the stones. She shook and teetered, crushed by the sheer force of his presence. Melina's eyes brimmed with tears as she swore her loyalty, stunned by the way he commanded dark magic like it was nothing. Lucas downplayed everything, but when he showed off his kill log, over 200 goblins, including the queen, there was no hiding the scale of his monster slaying. They hauled themselves back to the guild to file the win, and the receptionist met them with icy professionalism and a steady, calm smile. Melina proudly slammed in the quest report, and the guild receptionist just stared, because they'd pulled off the whole thing way faster than anyone expected. She nearly fell over when she realized they'd stepped into Curabito Forest, something usually off-limits to everyone except D-rank adventurers. Melina calmly dropped the real truth on the table, flashing a massive magic stone to shut down every last doubt. She broke down the whole Goblin Village mess in Lucas' win, then the receptionist snapped to action and went to alert the higher-ups. Guildmaster Blazer burst in a flash, already clued in on every last detail, and zeroed in on speaking straight to him. Blazer demanded proof of the loot, and Melina's hands shook as he nervously got ready to unveil the magic stones. Blazer leaned in, scrutinized every stone, and sealed the truth. Then the Queen's crystal flashed proof that their impossible claim wasn't a lie. Blazer stood there in shock. He never in a million years expected two rookies to unleash that kind of power and take on a whole village. Lucas shoved his guild card forward as proof, and Melina finally admitted he'd done the whole thing alone. That reward raked in a massive 18 million gold, and even with his rank on the line, Zioki carved out his fortune purely through sheer determination. Blazer checked the payout, then shot Lucas a quick question about complaints. Lucas immediately denied it with a respectful, speedy answer. With the rewards clutched in their hands, they took off at once. Staff grilled them about it, but Blazer shut every doubt down by laying out the rules crystal clear. Melina froze in place, convinced she didn't deserve a single coin, because that payment could smash a low-rank salary from an entire year. Lucas leaned in and reassured her, because her support and sharp knowledge made all the difference, and he knew he never would have succeeded without her right there beside him. Melina clenched her resolve and swore loyalty forever, while Zioki's cheeks flared as she begged her again to keep her voice down. Zioris drifted through the silent town, replaying 10 long, uneventful days since he crushed the Goblin Queen. Just outside the guild, adventurers huddled and whispered. Somebody had found a corpse torn apart, and the whole place couldn't stop talking about it. He caught whispers that confirmed it. This victim was a young girl, left near that filthy little Kaizen. Shaken to the core by the murder, Zioris didn't waste a second. He hurried to warn Melina and vowed to keep his guard up from now on. Just as he tried to slip out, a guild official snapped his name, her voice sharp, unusually serious and stiff with formality. Zioris got introduced to Ubenta, the cool, formal vice-master of the Adventurers Guild, the kind of calm that feels deadly. A senior guild officer snapped into action, saying there was an emergency, and he apologized for dragging everyone in so suddenly, without any warning. They cornered Zioris and demanded to know where he was last night, dead set on him being tied to that murdered adventurer case. Zioris said he'd stayed in the dorm, and another voice backed him up, praising his spotless behavior over the past few days. Still totally lost, Zioris demanded they let him go, completely clueless that his answer might have just revealed a secret he was supposed to have no idea about. Zioris froze in pure disbelief when he learned that Milena, his friend, had been killed just yesterday. Stunned and flooded with panic, Zioris demanded answers, his mind crumbling under the brutal news he'd just been forced to hear. He staggered and fought to keep his cool, even as everyone around him begged him to sit down and really listen. They told us Melina died near Kaizen Inn around midnight. When her body was found, it was in horrifying condition. Because he'd just handed Melina the money, Zioris suddenly got slammed into the top rank of murder suspects. Zioris brushed off the warnings and swore the killer could come for him next, just like they'd done to Melina. Fuming with determination, Zioris swore they'd take the killer straight on, if they even dared to come near him. He bolted through deserted alleys, praying his magic would still spark before the clock hit 0. When Zioris finally hit Kaizen Alley, he spotted the dark bloodstain that marked where Melina was murdered. Clutching hope with white knuckles, Zioris hurled Revival Magic Zeal Crystal, fighting tooth and nail to yank Melina back from death. The spell finally burst to life and Zioris just stared, glowing softly, unsure if it had actually done anything or if it was all for nothing. Melina's body snapped back together from glowing light particles, bandaged eyes shut tight, still as stone but unbroken. Zioris inched closer and asked, real careful, if he could talk to her, desperate for even the tiniest reply. Melina spun through her doubts, shocked to see Zioris standing there, and terrified she might not even be real. Melina snapped when she realized her secret was obvious, but Zioris shot back, telling her the magic was spirit type, buried under the dark classification. Melina admitted the spell only let her soul linger for a heartbeat, and only Zioris could see her. Zioris swore he'd bring justice, demanding the details, and Melina's mind snapped to that one man he'd seen, ordered around by a mysterious female adventurer. Melina pointed her out, a tan-skinned, crimson-haired woman in half-plate armor, and even the local adventurers had never seen her before. They knew the clock was ticking, so they agreed to hunt down an information broker and grab solid leads fast. Zioris finally slipped into the red light district, straight to the broker's turf, yet as hostesses closed in with slick smiles, he couldn't shake the growing discomfort. Zioris slipped into the bar without a sound, locked eyes on the broker alone at a table, and geared up to corner him for answers. The broker snapped at Zioris for his audacity, then shut up the moment he locked eyes with him. Those determined, confident stares demanded attention. Zioris tossed out a massive fortune, demanding every detail about the woman tied to Melina's murder. The broker checked her and there was no mistaking it. She was Nasha, the infamous woman who matched Zioris' description perfectly. Nasha, the so-called bloody wicked girl, rained violence everywhere and was known as a fearsome B-class adventurer. The broker dropped a bombshell. Nasha kept showing up at Kobar Arena, and tomorrow a huge tournament was set to kick off. Zioris thanked him, shrugged off the broker's non-stop griping, and chose to power down and rest up until the tournament finally kicked off. The very next day, Zioris and Melina stormed into the massive arena, their eyes blazing with pure determination as they swept the place in silence. Melina snapped at Zioris for not letting her stay over, and he awkwardly tried to defend his cautious choice. Because Nasha was addicted to gambling, Ziora pushed her to hit the bookmaker after the tournament to track her down. At the bookmaker, Zioris swept his eyes across the crowd, praying he'd spot Nasha, or at least her followers. One man pointed out the thug who'd attacked him, then his whole group followed him straight into a tight alley. Zioris and Melina huddled close behind them, nerves on fire as the tension snapped tighter and the confrontation inched closer. Suddenly Nasha burst onto the scene, backed by her men, confident, intimidating, and exactly the way the broker promised. Zioris finally locked eyes with her, wide, unshakable and furious with resolve, then snapped out her name like it was a vow, Nasha. Nasha taunted Zioris straight to her face, cool as ice but blunt about it. He made it clear their story wasn't over yet, and he still had unfinished business with her. Zioris snapped that Nasha had killed Melina near Kaizen Inn, his eyes blazing with unshakable determination. Whispers of a murder near the Kaizen Tai had them on edge, and suddenly that mysterious red-haired woman didn't seem so mysterious anymore. She stays dead silent as the boy throws accusations at her, and his partner just glares on bandaged up, face totally blank. The woman's allies start pushing for the boy's death. One sicko even makes a creepy gender joke right before they talk about killing him. The boy flashes back to the girl's brutal dismemberment, and the woman just stares on cold, unbothered, and showing not an ounce of remorse. With the truth burning in his demand, he charges her with killing Melina, and she shoots back coldly, no hesitation, no guilt at all. She snaps and admits she killed Melina right after spotting her stash of gold, acting like the whole thing was just lucky, like it helped her out. The boy, seething and in total disbelief, demands answers. Then her calm, careless reply only stokes the fire in his rage. With fierce determination, he unleashes his power and casts the spell, and the woman finally can't hide her worry anymore. Her underlings rush to intercept him, cackling as they toy with the moment, laughing and calling him just a boy while they underestimate the force he's packing. He charges in like he owns the battlefield, but the boy stays perfectly calm and silent, waiting for the exact second to strike. A cocky thug surges forward, swings his weapon like he owns the place, and yells as he charges straight for the boy. A sudden impact slams him to a halt, and the boy snaps back with a fierce burst, one brutal strike that silences the attacker cold. Shock rips through the last two remaining fighters, and they freeze on the spot, completely thrown off by the sudden, terrifying spike in power. The second thug crumples to the ground, shrieking as his legs get smashed by some invisible force or deadly skill. Panic erupts in an instant, yet they shoot back, insisting they had nothing to do with it, while the woman glares hard, demanding answers for the chaos that just exploded. The thug snaps into panic as his own body goes rogue, smashing his ally in pure, terrified horror. Desperation spikes through him. He drops his weapon, begs for mercy with a shaking voice, and freezes in terror as some ruthless force yanks his limbs like puppets. The woman staggers in, jaw dropped at what she sees, and immediately drills the boy for answers. With a steady breath, the boy lays out his magic, an elite dark spell that snatches control for a brief, brutal moment. Fury sparks in her eyes. She yanks her blade free and rockets forward, daring him not to underestimate her. The woman gasps, stunned by his unshakable stare, and the anger in her chest quickly morphs into raw fear. She lashes out with the dagger, but he snaps it aside. His overwhelming strength floors her, and you can see the pain hit her face instantly. Clutching her head, he hurls out a bone-chilling incantation, and then a brutal dark spell kicks into gear. She snaps into panic, sensing something darker closing in, while he keeps chanting harsher phrases, summoning a curse meant to wreck her very soul. Broken and terrified, she throws herself at him, begs for mercy, confesses her crime, and pleads to be his, anything to keep her life. The boy slams her plea aside and declares vengeance, teeth bared like a promise. Then he kicks off the final step of the spell. She snaps her eyes open, stunned to the core, and her soul glares down at her own body, still, silent, unmoving. He calmly tells her soul has been split in two. Then she erupts in a blood-curdling scream, horrified by what's happening, and terrified that it can't ever be undone. As she panics, he whips around, locks onto her, and readies himself to shove Melina's soul into her body. With a wicked grin, he blurts out his plan, and the moment his decision turns real, the woman panics and screams in protest. She gasps like her whole world just shattered, while the boy stays perfectly calm, and her soul just drifts into stunned silence. She snaps into full panic, screaming for it to be restored, but he just shrugs it off. Her frantic pleas doesn't even land. He tells her the truth, souls with no body wither fast, and as she hears it, she realizes her inevitable death is creeping closer. Right after he's done, his face twists, agony hits hard, and he starts collapsing. Sweat pours down and his breath shatters as he collapses. Then a soft glow wraps the girl's soul, and something wild is about to explode. The boy jolts awake in bed, completely dazed, and then it hits him. Somehow he's back in his own room. As he turns toward her, he spots a girl with beast ears calmly asleep right beside him. A thunderous scream erupts as shock detonates from within, blasting through the building and shattering the calm morning silence. She jolts awake like it's no big deal, realizes she's Melina trapped in Nash's body, and immediately snaps about how the sudden ritual wrecked everything. She tells him she found him passed out, then picked him up and carried him to safety, right as he stares at her, confused by her brand new, animal-like look. She tells them it all started the moment she ripped off the ring hiding Nash's beastkin identity. Nasha steps up, declares, "Call me Nasha," and then demands he make her his slave. Stunned, he listens as she argues that being his slave means she's his shield against whatever comes next. She swears it's safer to stay with him, because if she ever becomes an adventurer again, they'll assassinate her. With cheeks burning, she tells him, "Don't act surprised, I'm in the body you gave me, because you're the one who planted my soul in here." Nasha throws down a risky offer. If he accepts her as his slave, she'll serve him with total eagerness. Embarrassed and swamped, he grits his teeth and gives in against his will, while Nasha lights up, beaming like she just won, totally pleased with his flustered yes. She clamps him in a tight hug and vows lifelong loyalty, and he immediately panics, begging for decency and composure before things spiral. Palestes lay still in bed healing, while Zioris was hit with one clear job: stay by her side and guard her if danger crashes in. When those words hit her again, Pilest's face went hot and she froze on the spot, totally lost on what she was feeling and what she was supposed to do next. She hauled herself upright, totally stunned, and her mind kept circling back to Ziori's getting shoved around by that loud Nasha. Palestus caught Zioris spilling his plan to free the slaves, right after Zioris had spent 5 brutal years helping rebuild the village. Spurred on by Zioris' sheer dedication, Palestus clenched her resolve and pushed even harder, vowing to become genuinely helpful too. Nasha practically burst with excitement and blurted that she was Zioris' slave, yanking him straight toward a merchant to lock in the contract. Zioris blasted magic into Nasha's speech, twisting her words into wild, unexpected cat-like phrases that left her utterly confused. Nasha shot a confident glance and picked the perfect spot for her slave seal, while Zioris snapped it into place without a second of hesitation. Zioris laid out the dorm registration steps. Nasha grinned and agreed on the spot, swearing he'd follow as soon as his class wrapped up. Palestus stared, stunned at how they'd suddenly clicked, acting nothing like before. Zioris and Nasha bumped into Palestus in the hallway, and before they even caught their breath, it hit. This timing was a total disaster. Nasha blared her name and called herself Ziori's slave, and Palestus instantly froze in confusion. Then shock hit, and frustration started boiling up. Still rattled, Palestus hesitated, and Nasha's chipper, "Hey," only made the awkward moment feel 10 times worse. Palestus erupted in suspicion, firing off demands. Did Zioris secretly do something with Nasha behind closed doors? With betrayal burning in his chest, Palestus screamed at Zioris, accusing him of lying about his village mission and his real intentions. Palestus yanked her sword up in pure fury, while Zioris went into panic mode, blurting that it was all just a misunderstanding. Zioris wasted no time, laying out the murder case he swore Nasha was tied to, and insisting she needed protection right now. Nasha blinked through a fog of memory loss, confessed that she'd been the trouble all along, and then, just as it all went bad, she was saved. Palestus grilled Nasha's logic, thinking Zioris was offering way more protection than any official adventurer guild could ever manage. Still not buying it, Palestus geared up to test Nasha to her face, pushing for proof that she really had the power and the right intentions. She snapped that excuses were worthless, and he froze, caught completely off guard by the icy seriousness in her eyes. Without a single pause, she slammed her blade downward and drove a razor-precise strike straight for his lower body. He dodged at the last second, reeling from the impact, while she locked her eyes on him and launched a serious strike. Still, her face never cracked, calm and perfectly composed. First, she flashed her deadly sword skill, and he ducked aside so fast that it left her stunned, because she was sure that strike would land clean. He finally got it. She wasn't bluffing at all. Her words hit hard, and her attack proved her skills were the real deal. He begged for recognition after earning his place, and she froze, face tight with doubt, torn between yes and no. She flushed with embarrassment and marched right up to him, demanding to know, straight up, there was nothing shady going on between him and anyone else. Fed up with their constant refusals, she snatched a sword, while the others spiraled into panic and screamed. After she finally cooled off, she headed straight to the dorm manager, while the rest of the group got ready ahead of time. They hashed out their next moves, and then Zioris got grilled hard for planning to bring Nasha to that slave auction. Zioris was dying to get into that auction, but his cat-eared companions snapped and refused to let him out of their sight. Their wild banter snapped to a halt the moment their teacher stormed in and grilled the strange, beast girl newcomer with sharp curiosity. The teacher waved the slaves in, but when Zioris tried to come after learning Nasha wasn't permanent, he slammed the door in his face. She broke down the whole slave system for him. Only the permanent ones could step into the auction, while the temporal souls were trapped in shifting contracts, serving whoever owned the next chapter. Realizing the rule, Nasha swallowed the truth. She wasn't on the list for sale, so she couldn't go. Nasha grinned, convinced the only way to get in legally was to become a permanent slave. With tension tightening in the air, Arya snapped that they'd be late, so they'd better get moving right now. Once the agreement was sealed, Nasha burst into celebration at being chosen, while Arya stared on with a chilling, ominous dark aura hanging around her. They finally burst into the venue, and his first slave auction rolled forward like clockwork, with not a single hiccup in sight. He picked up a 16-year-old girl with serious cooking talent, and a young beastkin who could handle trade like a pro. After the auction, Nasha lit up and praised him, then leaned in, eyes wide, and demanded to know why he decided to become a merchant. He laid out his mission to lift his hometown, and she pledged her loyalty again, throwing dramatic flair behind every word. Broke as hell, he plotted a guild visit, already hating the moment he'd have to explain Nasha's situation to the staff. They charged up to the guild, ready to dump every detail on Alina before new trouble could crash in. Lucas let out a heavy sigh, and Melina just stared in silence, already feeling trouble crowding the air as his hesitation hit. Elena's fierce stare pinned Lucas in place, and panic hit him as he desperately tried to talk his way out of his involvement. Lucas snapped in pure frustration as Melina reminded him that deception simply wouldn't stand a chance against Elena. Melina admitted that Elena's distrust had always been there, then wondered out loud what happened to their past bond, while Lucas visibly started to lose his footing, growing more uncertain by the second. Melina shrugged and admitted they basically always stayed over together, confirming just how tight she and Elena really were. Lucas demanded total secrecy about his role in her death, pushing a cleaner, easier story that glossed over the truth. Melina weighed Lucas' rewrite, nodded it through, and still pointed out that the attached soul angle was already a tangled mess. She challenged the whole situation's logic, and especially how that slave part was supposed to make any sense at all. Melina didn't think Elena would buy something that flimsy, but Lucas wouldn't budge. He insisted they reuse Patty's earlier explanation. Melina didn't hesitate. She told Elena she had a backup plan ready, just in case she needed to persuade her fast. When they pushed her for details, Melina smirked with mischief and shut them down, refusing to spill a word about her secret backup strategy. With their plan finally done, Melina and Lucas burst into the guild office, acting way too thrilled, like they were putting on a performance. Elena stayed perfectly still, completely unfazed, calmly carrying on with her work like she'd been waiting for their show the whole time. Elena snapped cold questions at the stranger standing next to Lucas, eyeing her hard, sensing something off about who she really was and what she wanted. Elena shot them a cold look and reminded them, only days had passed since Melina's supposed tragic death. Disgusted, Elena ripped into Lucas for flaunting yet another woman this fast, sneering that he was only hiding behind some merchant excuse. Melina flashed a bright smile and declared she was Nasha, Lucas's slave, leaving Elena completely stunned before she could even catch her breath. Lucas panicked as Elena locked onto Melina's slave claim, and the moment he saw it, doubt started flooding his head about everything they were being fed. Outraged, Elena snapped that Lucas had moved on in disgrace, then blasted slave merchants as morally worthless and utterly heartless. Lucas tried to calm Elena down, but her fury only sharpened as she branded the whole group heartless. Melina finally blurted out that she had the real truth behind the accident, and Elena snapped to attention instantly. Before she spilled any details, Melina stopped Elena in her tracks and demanded she wait, because the real context had to come first. Melina snapped that looks could lie all they want, her soul hadn't changed a bit. She was still Melina, trapped inside Nash's body. She struck a playful cat pose to prove who she was, and Elena just froze, stunned and totally baffled. Elena shot down the claim in pure fury, demanding hard proof that couldn't be explained away with trust-me words or shared possessions. Melina dropped a private memory about Elena and her fairy dog, Brute, then Brute wowed everyone by knowing details that were impossible for him to access. Elena started to doubt the whole thing, eyeing the research like it was hiding something. Then Melina swore she'd answer anything just to prove who she really was. Elena grilled Melina with personal questions about his habits, and Melina shot back with total confidence, naming his favorite sweets and instantly calling out what he can't stand. 2 hours dragged by as Lucas sat there in tense silence, his strength slipping while Elena kept grilling him, pressing, doubting, and refusing to believe a word. Melina exposed Elena's secret digs at the guildmaster, and it instantly proved she wasn't guessing, she truly knew the truth herself. Elena finally swallowed the truth, finally admitting who Melina really was, and the moment it clicked, her defenses crumbled and her heart softened. Once the misunderstanding finally blew over, Elena demanded the full, uncut story behind the incident that ended Melina's life. Elena scanned the report and felt the truth hit hard. Nasha had masterminded the attack with 3 C-rank adventurers, then vanished into death. Even after she understood everything, Elena couldn't stop herself. She stayed hooked on that mysterious figure who somehow bonded to Melina's soul in a way that felt wrong. Elena pressed Melina about her link to Zeoris, and Melina snapped back that it wasn't a mystery at all, it was protection, born from Nash's past. Cornered for answers, Melina shot back that she'd spill the full truth, only if Elena swore a vow of total secrecy, and promised not a single soul would find out. Elena's brain fried from the shock, and her cheeks flared as she froze in stunned silence, because that private truth she just heard hit way too close to home. Lucas's stomach dropped as Melina spiraled into panic, desperately trying to stop him from blabbing that mortifying reveal. Melina leaned on Elena for emotional support, then laughed it off and teased her right back like, "Go get your romance then." As evening rolled in, Lucas and Melina wrapped everything up and swore they'd be back for Elena soon. As soon as they disappeared, Elena finally exhaled, then the guildmaster swooped in and teased her for talking up a storm. After he threw out that brain-dead ogre insult, he slammed everyone with a pay cut. Then Alina blurted an apology in full panic. Nasha stood in front of the closet, scanning every outfit like it was a showdown before her trip with Zioris. After tossing out the first pick, she grabbed a new dress, but doubt still clung to her, like she couldn't decide for real. 20 days later, Nasha and Ziori finally laid out their very first public meal plan, right there with their companion by their side. As Patty rolled up with a bright, cheerful wave, Nasha and Ziori lit up with matching smiles, welcoming her into the moment. Nasha strode into the square in her chosen dress, and the whole crowd's eyes snapped toward her like a magnet. Ziori's and Nasha reacted at the exact same time, clearly blown away by her breathtaking look and that graceful entrance. Nasha fidgeted, insisted she'd just shown up, and desperately tried to hide the fact she'd been alone, waiting for a full 30 minutes. Zioris stammered out an awkward apology, and Nash's friend immediately shoved his side, snarling that his wording was terrible. Zioris clocked Nash's skirt and froze at how different it looked, then immediately asked her, "Does it look weird?" Zioris leaned in and praised her looks, and Nash's smile bloomed at once, so relaxed, you could practically see the worry slipping off her shoulders. They rolled into the restaurant only to learn the place was so packed you needed same-day tickets just to get in. Nasha bolted forward with pure excitement, snatching a chance for herself, while the rest just stared, stunned, and got left in her dust. And as Marie watched her vanish, guilt slammed into her. She hated that she'd left Nasha to carry everything by herself again. Zyrus spoke to her softly, reminding Marie that helping out was Nash's decision, her choice, not anyone else's. As they strolled side by side, Marie finally broke the silence and apologized for the earlier mix-up from Nash's very first meeting. Marie finally admitted that years ago she attacked Zyrus on impulse, no listening, no second thoughts, and she's been drowning in guilt ever since. Zioris looked genuinely shocked by her concern, and Marie kept right on talking, admitting step by step just how serious she'd been. Even though Zira was startled back then, she flashed a gentle smile and reassured her that everything was okay now. Overwhelmed by his mercy, Marie nodded at his kindness as they walked past a nearby fabric vendor. Side by side, they strode through the buzzing market, matching steps so perfectly that a deep, quiet bond sparked between them. Marie froze in front of a shelf packed with strange plush dolls, then spotted the one that had snagged her eye. Zaris teased her gently, shocked to find that even Potty, the seriously minded type, could be into sweet, soft, adorable things. Then she bursts back with tickets for everyone, beaming like she just won the world, and shouts for them to hurry up. Right before they bolted, Zioris shot a quick glance back at the dolls, like something about them was still haunting his thoughts. Inside the packed restaurant, their reserved tables filled up in a flash as the crew got ready to dig into the meal. The whole crew started lining up their orders, and Nasha lit up as she added her go-to grilled goldfish to kick things off. Zioris praised the place to the skies, and Marie shot back that she'd happily come back anyway, even with those long lines hitting her every single day. With plates piled sky-high, Nasha gobbled it all up with pure joy, brushing off Zioris' soft warning about overeating. While she was eating, Nasha got a sweet compliment, and her eyes lit up, sparkling with pure gratitude and shock. Zioris spotted Marie's calm, relaxed smile and realized she'd finally slipped into real happiness after all this time. Marie admitted she'd never had a real close girlfriend before, and Nasha was the very first one. Nasha beamed with pride, then urged Marie to lift her toast without a second thought, because their bond was only getting stronger. When the night finally wound down, Marie thanked them from the heart, then turned and walked out on her own. Zora pulled up beside her, then thrust a tiny plush doll into her hands, the one she'd been staring at from that stall. Marie's heart sank at the price, but Zioris only chuckled softly, then flat out refused to take a single coin. Zioris finally owned up to what he'd done earlier, then begged her to take the doll as his apology and his repayment. Marie's heart melted, his honesty and kindness hit her hard, and she returned him with a warm, grateful smile. Nasha grinned at Marie as she clutched the doll, then, right when Zioris was about to act, someone shouted his name with urgent panic. Zari steps into view, and suddenly a crowd surges forward, the very people he saved before, all gathering to thank him. One stepped forward and blurted out that they'd come today just to thank him before they disappeared out of the village. The girl choked up as she thanked Zioris, swearing they'd give everything they had to rebuild life at Kadatsu. Zioris grinned at their thanks, and Nasha lit up with pride, then they bolted off toward departure. The crew stared until the wagon vanished into the distance, convinced the ones they freed would clutch their futures with sheer strength. Zioris tossed out a throwaway comment about money, laughing like, "We'll need it real soon, because no matter what, life keeps charging ahead." Two unfamiliar girls marched forward, tough looks on their faces and battered clothes on their backs, and you could feel it. This new battle was about to ignite. Ziori's panicked the second he recognized Rise and Fam, stunned that they'd shown up out of nowhere, and even more shocked by the sharp question they fired at him. Rise and Fam went stone silent as they squared up to Zio, faces hard and tense, like something urgent was still hanging in the air, unresolved. Two women slammed into Zio's path, demanding answers and firing questions about his sudden appearance, yet Zio stayed cool, calmly explaining everything. He dropped a forgotten promise into the air, and suddenly the whole crew snapped, tension shot through the group like lightning. Zio finally admits it. When he hit Jilly's, he totally forgot to send the letter, and the guilt is blazing all over his face. The women whisper about Zio's forgetfulness under their breath, and that's how they admit their trip to Jealous happened weeks ago. Rai chokes back tears as she admits she waited way too long for letters that never showed up. Zio can't shake it. Why are his friends serving that stunning stranger? And the moment he notices, suspicion starts spreading through the whole group like wildfire. Tension explodes as accusations slam into the room, and Zio fires back, asking for the women's identities, ready to tear into the answers. Plastis Morty, that smiley friend from school, steps in like she owns the room and smoothly tells you who she is, melting the tension instantly. Childhood pals Fam and Rise show up, and it instantly tightens Zio's bond with every woman in the room. Palestes Murdy drops a shocking confession. She's been studying slave trading, and Zio and the whole crew just stand there, speechless. Rise snaps, demanding Zio explain the slave merchant accusation, eyes blazing, because this forgotten secret is suddenly the last thing he ever wanted uncovered. Zio pauses, weighing whether he should finally drop his title in front of his companions, who stare at him with anxious, worried eyes. Zio turns to Nasha and begs for help, praying she can twist the whole explanation into something he can actually handle. As Nasha gathers her nerve to speak, the whole crew holds their breath, desperate for the real truth behind Zio's identity. Nasha throws her head high and proudly claims she's Ziorius' slave, serving him faithfully right up to death, fearless and all in. Fam steadies a trembling Rise, while Zio frets that every word she said may have made things even worse. Fam shouts a vow to live, sleep, and die side by side with him, and their hearts snap even closer. Rice tries to slip away, but Zio lunges in and yanks her back, then rushes to explain the shocking hidden situation. Fam slams in hard, shuts down every perverted thought, and demands Zio listen to her whole explanation, no shortcuts. Zio won't go sprinting after them. He snaps that they need time, because those two won't be talking anytime soon. Nasha flashes a smile and tells Zio, "I've got you," when the perfect moment finally arrives for true reconciliation. Zio and Nasha scour the town, but every street they check ends in dead silence, no sign of the others anywhere. Nasha drills into Zio about where they are, and the way she asks makes it crystal clear. She's not buying that he's 100% sure. Zio stared at the tiny town and couldn't shake the question. Why on earth hadn't the group gone out to eat yet? Zia can't help but wonder if they really have to drag themselves back to that information broker, because they're totally lost on what to do next. A huge crowd swells in. Zio pushes forward and demands what's going on, and that's when he hears it. A brawl just erupted nearby. Zio fires off the question. Does anyone know where those two girls vanished after they sparked that whole scene? A bystander blurts out that the mediator hauled the girls off to cool the fight down. Nasha can't stop worrying about the girls, and those learning mediators are out there earning coin by settling local fights before they explode. Zio decides that paying mediators is the shortcut, and he sets his sights on making a big payday fast. He's trying to dodge every fight, because he knows money can smooth things over fast and keep the tension from exploding. Zio strides up to the mediator's headquarters and decides to leave Nasha outside, for now. Zio bursts into the building alone and screams for the ones he cares about to stay safe, rustling over their security, right from the start. Inside, Rai's eyes burn with determination, as he faces the mediators who quietly decide everyone's fate. Zio's eyes snap to something terrifying, then Fam and Rise rush in, yelling for him with desperate urgency. Fam and Rai blurt out Zio's name, panicking, trying to yank his attention the moment they spot him inside. Two mediators corner Fam and Reese, grilling them hard about who they really are, shocked they're even inside. Two men lunged towards Zio, glaring and demanding answers about who he really was, and the whole room tightened with suspicion. A panicked girl blurts Zio's name, clearly shaken by something scary that just happened. Zio grips a bag stuffed with money, then calmly lays out the fallout the local girls set in motion. The man blurted out in shock at how young Zio was, then demanded to know how someone so new could possibly be a moneylender. The girls break down Zio's risky plan to hand out loans, and suddenly the room fills with confusion and real fear. Zio slams down a hard no on those brutal terms, daring anyone to claim bodies are the only thing he cares about. He hands over 300,000 gold to buy their freedom, then slams the demand, release those girls right now or else. The men hit back in full protest, screaming that Zio meddled, and they flat out deny they had any part in the incident. Suddenly one man clutches his side in sharp agony, fully wounded from the confrontation. Zio winced at the girl's jump, immediately realizing this fight was leaving real damage behind. The guy grips his wounded side in pain as the suited man lines in, demanding if he's okay. The suited man lines in and says the injury is bad, and the medical bill is going to wreck you. Zio clocks the weird timing of the injury and grills the men, wondering if they're telling the truth. The girl snaps in rage at the men, calling them frauds and slamming the way they jacked up the medical fees. The men start to panic because they can't shake the feeling that Zio and that suited man are teaming up to trap them. Zio crouched beside him, offered to check that battered arm, and tried to dig out the truth hiding behind all that pain. The man refuses, terrified that more pain is coming, but Zio doesn't flinch. He understands anyway and gears up to act no matter what. Zio barks at him to freeze, then moves in with razor-sharp focus, treating that injury like it's about to get handled for good. The men lock onto Zio's spell, and their guts tell them it's about to unleash some brutal, high-level attack magic. Zio's magic blasts into the man, and he jerks with a sharp cry, pain and shock ripping through him in a single heartbeat. The girls scream at Zio that he crossed the line, but he won't back down. He demands to check the injury himself. The injured man feels his body shift in a weird, sudden way. His eyes widen with shock at the change. Zio spots it instantly. His ancient back pain is gone, and the magic is clearly working its miracle. The suited man bursts into praise, gaping at Zio, healing people with divine magic without a single chant. Zio slid a suited man a sweet deal, good pay, no stress, and said it was all possible because he'd used healing magic. Now that the wound's healed, the suited man lets them knock the medical bills off the ransom. He offers 400,000 gold as the ransom, because there's no reason to keep treating them anymore. Zio finally clocks it. This time the medical bill is only 100,000 gold, way lower than they ever thought it would be. The suited man nods in silence, swallowing his pride as he begrudgingly accepts the lower medical fees. No fight, no words. Zio slams the deal shut, demanding every last coin before he'll let the girls go, despite the terms that were already agreed on. Zio gets grilled about why he took forever, and right there, an animal-eared woman greets him. The men clocked her instantly as a beast woman, then ripped into her, accusing her of stealing their money. The suited man sneers at her wild comeback, then swears he'll pay back the debt plus interest right on time. Zio snaps that the beast woman is his slave and that she's got amnesia, then he soothes the frightened companion. They swear she swiped 300,000 gold in gambling, and after that, losses crushed them like a wave they couldn't survive. The suited man offers Zio a discount if he hands over Nasha, but Zio shuts him down, flat out refusing. The man snaps his fingers, pure disappointment hits first, then he grins like he's about to crank this situation up to the next level. A ruthless crowd comes barreling in with weapons raised, boxing Zio and his crew in from all sides. This is it, the fight is about to explode. The guy in the suit slams down his decision and insists Zio stays with them, for now cutting the negotiation short. A whole crew corners the protagonist and spits out a brutal warning: mess with their agency's authority and you'll pay for it, no exceptions. The agency's men swarm in, cracking their weapons as they prepare to punish the protagonist with a brutal lesson. The protagonist and his ally dig in, standing shoulder to shoulder as the attackers drop to the ground, knocked out of nowhere. The agency leader stares in disbelief, silently registering just how powerful and how deadly skilled the protagonist really is. Just when the protagonist thinks it's calming down, another figure steps in, squares up, and declares the fight isn't anywhere near done. Just as the protagonist's notes hit, reinforcements finally arrived, and their instincts screamed that a far more dangerous enemy had shown up right nearby. The agency leader stepped forward, greeted the newcomers, and told them their sudden arrival was demanded at the last minute. The protagonist leans in and scrutinizes the newcomers' weapons and magic item, clocking every ounce of their combat power like it's a life-or-death puzzle. The newcomers laughed at the protagonist's past win, sneering that he couldn't beat them all by himself. The lead challenger smirks and vows, straight to the protagonist's face, that he'll finally show him what a real fight is all about. The challenger lunges into the fight, steels himself for the full commitment, and yanks his sword free with pure, unshakable determination. He tells her to take this fight outside, find a real arena for the serious battle that's about to drop. The agency leader throws out a challenge, beat two opponents, and the whole conflict gets erased. The prize hangs on the line, and three women suddenly look terrified as the game's stakes keep climbing. The protagonist snaps into action, accepts the challenge with one goal, to win it all and stop himself from losing the three women. The challenger barks for the fight to start right now, buzzing with confidence as he eyes the protagonist like he's ready to win on the spot. His allies erupt into cheers, pushing him to stop playing it safe and unleash everything on their terrifying opponent. The challenger needles them with a warning, only the protagonist's the one who will really throw down, so don't you dare underestimate him. The agency boss checks everyone's ready, then throws up the signal that officially kicks the battle off. The hulking brute charges straight at him, fists flying, locked on a quick hit like fury itself is driving every step. The younger swordsman slides out of every attack, snaps back with lightning counters, and smashes the enemy's weapon to pieces with surgical strikes. The swordsman murmurs a magic chant, hones his blade to a razor edge, and boosts it in eerie silence for the next strike. The opponent senses the magic's holy core and freezes in shock, realizing the swordsman can actually wield power like that. A female ally leans in and recalls the two men as former elite adventurers, then points out their shocking, effortless strength. A big, muscle-bound fighter smirks like he owns the place, flashing the fact that he recognizes the younger swordsmen and all their friends. They spill their past as elite S-rank adventurers, and suddenly everything about their terrifying presence and those insane skills makes terrifying sense. The hulking brute finally confesses he got banished for murdering another S-rank, and now he's stuck serving as a bodyguard. He can't help but praise the younger swordsman's wild mix of magic and sword skills as genuinely exceptional. The swordsman shrugs off their suspicions, staying cool as ice, and insists he's nothing special, just a slave merchant. The huge, muscular fighter lunges in, swinging his blade like a blur, roaring for the other swordsman to strike back fast. The swordsman barely managed to deflect the furious blows, staying ice-calm while a relentless, crushing barrage came crashing down on him. He slashes out a flame-charged sword technique to strike back, blasting his opponent with scorching firepower and catching them off guard. The muscular man soaks up the chaos with a grin, absolutely loving every brutal, breakneck beat of the fight. The swordsman fires back, saying that magic technique could have stopped the attack. Then he challenges the man's sword titles like they're not even worthy. The women showered the swordsman with praises, gushing that he was a sorcerer and a blade king, until the excitement practically burst in the air. One woman even brags that she knows his exact preference too, proving how close and long they've been tied to him. Annoyance flared in the swordsman's chest, but he didn't back down. He gripped his blade tight and readied himself for the next brutal phase of the fight. That muscular fighter twists his stance into something sharper, and you can tell he's about to unleash a brutal new strategy. The cloaked man calls the matches, ending the moment. The muscular fighter whips in a brutal, unexpected blow that decides everything. The huge, muscular man spits out a tiny needle, and that's when his hidden, dead-accurate weapon is finally exposed for the strike. The swordsman snaps to it. Those earlier daggers and that stance were pure misdirection, all to lead him to this needle. He swings his sword to intercept the needle, but the dirty, underhanded strike catches him off guard. The needle snaps in, stabbing pure pain into him, and the swordsman has to react instantly to the sudden hit. The swordsman winces as the hulking fighter crashes in with a brutal, follow-up kick. The cloaked man snaps his fingers and unleashes a blazing fire spell, ready to smash into that muscular opponent. The swordsman fires back with the exact same fire magic, smashing it straight down as their attacks collide. The cloaked man jolts in shock when the swordsman's magic hits just as hard as his own. The big muscular guy snaps upright, realizes that hit rocked him, but he's still standing like nothing happened. He fesses up that he underestimated his opponent, then whips around and tells his ally to get ready for what's coming next. The muscular man barks at his ally to fire up their usual support magic, right before the fight erupts. He slams out a savage, fire-powered enhancement spell, and the shock of its raw strength throws his opponent completely off guard. The swordsman freezes. This is the first time he's ever watched that kind of spell get cast with his own eyes, up close and in full action. The muscular fighter bursts forward, magic surging through him, ready to slam a devastating punch the moment he hits the ground. He lands a brutal hit and demands another swing, and the swordsman's hands shake as the danger spikes. The muscular man bursts into a bold laugh, practically daring anyone to keep up with his boosted speed and unbeatable physical power. The swordsman calmly studies how these simple physical strikes can boost the spell's power, judging their impact with razor-sharp precision. He tells the man giving up is the smarter move, insisting the spell by itself won't guarantee victory. The muscular man roars out a warning, daring him to dodge, then promising a brutal lesson right after the strike misses. The swordsman parries the attack with a war god hymn, then readies his next earth-shaking strike. Two fighters collide, fists crashing together, while both lock in with razor focus as the battle teeters on the edge of disaster. They trade crushing hits back and forth, each one shaking that massive brute, yet somehow he keeps swaying and staying upright through the damage. The muscular brute whips his head back and spits blood after the punch lands dead center, revealing serious damage. Allies stare in panic as the muscular man crumples to the ground, choking on pain from that brutal fight. The swordsman stays rock solid, sword up and ready, while he watches his defeated opponent crash to the ground. The cloaked man reels in shock when he realizes the swordsman just crushed mesh with unstoppable, silent, holy magic. He goes for a last-ditch strike, but the swordsman snaps into action and blocks in a blink, proving he's faster and deadlier than ever. Both former S-rank adventurers wipe the floor and stand victorious, leaving their enemies stunned by the sheer, crushing force they just witnessed. The defeated cloaked man hurls Twilight's blood chains into place, readying his escape from the crushing fight. Chains snap up to lock the opponents in place, and the enemies can't believe what they're seeing as the whole battle turns on a dime. The swordsman throws down the gauntlet and makes his opponents sign over their debts exactly as they swore, right after he wins the fight. The cloaked man reluctantly gives in, warning them, don't fight back because resisting will get them killed. As the chains snap away, the defeated foes crumble and beg for mercy, screaming they'll spare their lives, please. The swordsman slams the door on it. No one's allowed to talk about the fight or his powers to outsiders. The cloaked man snarls that the whole crew will get punished if the secret slips, then demands they obey his orders with total, ruthless obedience. The crew throws their gratitude at Zio for pulling them out, but the swordsman can't shake the feeling that the real villain is still out there. One woman pushes Zio to finally spill his story about Nasha and that slave merchant title he can't outrun. Zio feels the pressure to face the topic head-on, not dodge it or throw them off with half-truths. He gives a low, calm nod and promises he'll lay it all out later, because he knows honesty can't be skipped. The whole vibe settles into stillness as Zio's detailed tale is moments away from kicking off. Zio tells Nasha's soul has latched onto a brand new body, but one thing is terrifying, her life is still hanging by a thread. The whole crew lines in, tense with worry over Nasha's danger, and knowing they can't let their guard down for even a second. Zio shoots out a heartfelt apology for the mix-ups, then promises, through their help, that Nasha will be protected from every shred of danger. The women grilled Zio even harder about his slave trader title, demanding every last detail. Zio finally cracks and admits he can't dodge the truth forever, then begs them to keep it down and not make a scene. The women corner Zio and demand his real title, tossing out grand guesses like Magic Emperor and Great Sage like it's a challenge. They stare at Zio, stunned, like the idea of him holding multiple legendary titles all at once might blow their minds. The women burst into smiles, showering Zio with sweet affection, teasing him playfully as their minds drift off, gushing with admiration. Suddenly the beast woman snaps, her instincts take the wheel, and her inner beast finally runs wild. Zio freezes in pure shock when Nasha's sudden transformation rips the calm they were sharing right out of the moment. Nasha, her beast instincts raging out of control, blurts out that she wants kids with Zio. Her sudden outburst blasts through the room, leaving everyone reeling, half stunned, half laughing, while they scramble to calm her down. The girls love crashing at Zio's place, kicking back in total comfort, and thanking him nonstop for the hospitality. They're loving how life suddenly feels way closer to zero, like everything is totally different from before. Zio lets them know the landlord is on to them, and right then, they start gearing up to head out to class. Zio frets over the chaos brewing lately, and the landlord's bizarre reaction instantly turns the whole situation into a powder keg. He blurts out that they were delayed because of a guild job, then shoots back like, was that request really so urgent? Zio blurts out that money is needed to bring in more women, and the whole group spirals into awkward embarrassment and total misunderstanding. He makes it crystal clear, the cash is meant to buy slaves, and the women standing there are left reeling in shock. Rise lays it out bluntly, Kadatsu village isn't just buying slaves, it's sinking a fortune into them and the price hits hard. The girls get jittery in an instant, one of them blurts out, shaking, that she really was listening during last night's talk. Even though they're ready to help the village, Zio snaps that his mission isn't slave trading. Zio and the girls gear up to go, swearing they'll be back soon to lend a hand and do whatever they can. They bolt out of the house and pull up to a massive building, probably the guild headquarters. As they step inside, the guild clerk, Nasha, spots them instantly, breaks into a warm smile, and welcomes them like she's been waiting. Since the last incident, Zio spots Nasha's softer, warmer vibe, and suddenly the whole group dares to hope carefully. Nasha reads the guild's latest job request, and you can practically feel the excitement kick in, like something huge is about to hit. The crew huddles over the guild requests, trading nervous guesses about missions that are pure chaos, high risk, high reward, and they can't stop staring at the danger. The girls practically bounce with excitement, volunteering to help Zio rake in money through these brutal quests. Zio finally clicks. Turns out their help comes with a catch, because now everyone's forced to tag along on every mission. A sharp guild official grills them on who they really are, and blasts their sudden crew for pretending they belong. Zia begs for the girls to go with them, but the guild official shuts it down hard, no exceptions. The guild official puts the girl on the spot, grilling her adventurer status and doubting their strength as she fights back with furious protests. He demands they officially register and prove their skills first, before they're even allowed to ride out with Zio on quests. Rise slams a muscular man with a challenge, daring him to throw down, then sweetens the deal with a wager to prove who's truly worth it. He eyes the challenge like it's fishy, but he still clocks it as a golden shot to gain the upper hand. The moment the fight kicks off, the man loses his cool and screams for his brother's help, stunned at what's happening. Zia slams the warning into the girls. They're green in combat, so they'd better move with caution. The girls shoot Zio a bold smile, swearing that magic will smooth out every danger and hand them an easy win. Out of nowhere, a massive bird-like monster, the cockatrice, erupts into view and panics the whole group in an instant. Zio blurts that the monster tastes delicious, and right away the others snap back. This is definitely not the moment to mess around. Zio thrusts his hands forward and charges a blazing fire spell, locking in on that cockatrice, because he knows it's a deadly beranked demon beast. Zio finally clicks that the woman's hate was aimed right at him, so he starts treading carefully around everyone. At the guild, the girls lean in and beg for permission to team up with Zio on missions, desperate to get the green light. The guild official nods along, then slashes the compensation because that broken desk happened earlier. The girls get a hard warning before every mission: keep your guard up, because this isn't training anymore, it's real combat. They brashly swore they were just as strong as C-rank adventurers, and couldn't wait to prove it. The cockatrice lunges at Zio out of nowhere, throws him for a loop, and drags the whole crew straight into immediate danger. The girl bolts out of the scene, screaming for her life, begging Zio to rescue her from the monster's attack. Zio yells at everyone to keep sprinting and never stop, warning them how deadly that monster is before it catches them. After the attack, Zio throws the defeated cockatrice a savage roast, bragging loud about how deadly his own combat skills are. Right as they're about to dig in, Zio suddenly senses something else lurking nearby, and he snaps the whole group to attention. The crew chases the scent deeper and deeper into the forest, hunting down the source of it like their lives depend on it. Out of nowhere, a female warrior steps forward with her guards, and she addresses the whole group with a formal "my lady." They followed that mysterious scent straight into this forest clearing, and the tension snapped tighter with every cautious step. A scrappy roughneck slings accusations at everyone, claiming they let loose a deadly creature, and the moment suspicion hits, people snap into defense mode. The armored woman snaps into command, ordering restraint and warning him not to make any reckless move as she draws her sword with deadly certainty. Even with everyone shouting stop, she refuses to back down, swearing no innocents will ever get hurt and proving she's the real leader running the bandits. The young man stands there in quiet silence, clocking the woman's bold outfit, and his mind starts racing. What kind of people are they? Altna steps forward and introduces herself as the leader, then shoots out a quick apology for her comrade's rude stunt in the tense group. The young man starts doubting who they even are, staring at the huge numbers and realizing they're probably not just ordinary adventurers. Altna shoots out a confident declaration, "We're proud, noble thieves," and leaves everyone stunned by how boldly she claims her status. A blaring brute snarls that they're no noble at all, shoves threats of violence into the air, and then, right on cue, another guy swagger bombs the moment by bragging about how powerful their crew is. A young man wrestles with what they really are, while Altna shoots out a heartfelt apology for what they did, trying to cool the heat and stop the tension from boiling over. Even with danger hanging in the air, a few bandits munch meat like it's nothing, while everyone else seethes, trapped in frustration and uneasy dread. The young man reluctantly swallows their story of noble thieves, but the rest keep glaring like they don't buy it at all. Altna leans in and tells you they only just started living as noble thieves, and you can tell that this sudden switch hides a massive backstory. She stares into her past as a broke, struggling adventurer, wondering if she'll ever break through and reach the next step. After she wiped out her attackers, she suddenly got the bandit leader title stamped on her guild card, out of nowhere. Altina admits she never wanted anyone to be left behind, so now she's determined to fix what hurt them and help them heal. The young man stares at these noble thieves and demands to know what they really do, completely thrown off by their forest meetup. Altina drops the truth: this forest isn't a random stop, they came here to train hard and load up on supplies. She swears to strike down corrupt nobles, kidnapper crews, and slave merchants. No mercy, no humanity, not even a shred. Altina steps up and offers to share her meat, and even helps train the group, shocking everyone with real kindness and unexpected leadership. After their leader got shoved aside, the group corners the young man and dares him to fight. Altina strides in with zero hesitation, firing off a sharp warning that nobody's allowed to hurt or provoke that young man. That young man steps up and strikes a deal, demanding they swear they'll never lay a hand on innocents, so he'll hand over the meat. Altina shoots back with an excited nod, proudly declaring that they're noble thieves, and they'll never lift a finger against innocents. The young man snaps at Nasha to slice the meat, and the whole room freezes when he addresses him as master. That playful girl fires off a teasing joke, calling the young man a top-notch slave merchant just to mess with him. The bandits whip out their swords and slam them down, roaring that the group is using meat as a trap or a desperate distraction. Altina snaps into a commanding stance and declares she'll execute the slave merchant herself. Bandits surged toward Altina, and the young man braced himself, knowing this fight was going to be brutal. Altina whips through the attackers in a blur, dropping every threat with razor-sharp precision and total control of the fight. The young man shoots out a warning: this fight is about to explode, and in seconds, someone's going to get seriously hurt. Altina doesn't buy a word. She doubts the young man's claim that he's the strongest slave merchant alive. She makes a vow to personally train him until he hits the strength level of a B-rank warrior. The young man twists out of the way, bracing for impact the moment Altina lunges into that sudden, ruthless, aggressive stance. Altina rockets forward and blasts them with a thunderous kick, wiping out the bandits with pure, jaw-dropping speed and skill. The young man trains Altina hard, and you can literally see the gap in their power every time they clash. Altina fights through the pain, masks her embarrassment and exhaustion, and refuses to admit she's overwhelmed. She swallows the humiliation like poison, but she refuses to let anyone see her flinch. The young man grabs everyone's attention and warns them not to judge a book by its cover, because his real mission is written nowhere in the titles or looks. He drops the bombshell: he turned into a slave merchant so he could free slaves, and it leaves everyone in the group utterly stunned. The bandits snap with unexpected respect, choking up with tears for their fallen leader, because their loyalty runs that deep. Altina shoots them a heartfelt apology, straightening out the misunderstanding and cooling the tension with the whole group. Bandits propose that the meeting runs on, praising the young man's leadership and his fair way of handling things. The whole group erupts in cheers, shouting how this young man's unshakable resolve is exactly what will help them free the slaves, together. Altina beams at them, thanking them from the bottom of her heart, and vows she'll never forget their kindness, repaying every ounce of that gratitude. The young man steps up, promises he'll help in the future, and somehow walks away with the group parting on surprisingly good terms. Altina's cheeks burn after that brutal training, and then those shocking moments with the young man caught her completely off guard. Even though she's mortified, she keeps it hidden. She actually wants him to discipline her again, and that confession spills out the real, deeper feelings she's been hiding. His playful companion perks up instantly and asks the young man, "Hey, are you feeling cold?" The whole group panics at once, sensing something off in the air, like a hidden threat just slipped into the room. He flips through the expense papers in detail, and the numbers hit hard: massive costs, food and daily necessities, pricey auctions, and then a trail of sketchy, unexplained payments that don't add up. Frustration erupts as he slams the papers down, then it hits him hard. The money he has right now can't possibly cover everything. He steps out onto a silent street, brow furrowed as he races through every possible reason for the sudden emptying of his money. His companion clocks that stormy look on his face and asks, "Are you hunting for something big?" He snaps that they're bleeding cash fast, and he's dead set on hunting down the exact reason it's happening. Their female companion blurts out why she just went on a huge shopping spree, stacking up books on running a slave operation and juggling finances like a pro. The main guys flip through a stack of books and realize they're basically teaching how to run slaves more efficiently while boosting the village's wealth. He can't shake the worry that their whole comeback is running on his own money, and it leaves him torn over every single expense. They run into a sharp-looking woman named Zioris, and she lavishes them with praise for every mission they crushed, then lines in and demands they take on even more. He demands a one-day job with solid pay, and she weighs it like a perfect fit. Zaris leans in and asks if something's wrong. He freezes for a beat, then insists there's no problem at all. She tells him he's finally taking adventuring seriously, then drops the biggest quest request there is, the highest reward on the board. The only way forward is to crush a brutal exam, and nobody's managed to pass it yet. Embarrassment hit the male character hard as his companion playfully pressed him, yanking his focus away in the blink of an eye. He snaps up the quest without hesitation, eyes blazing, and orders Alina to get ready for what's coming. Zioris shoves a map into the protagonist's hands and lays out the mission. This quest is for a client named Pallas Dismurdi. He spots the client immediately, his shock spikes high, but when they ask straight to his face, he snaps back and denies there's any issue. Zioris clocks exactly why Pelastus is in the mix, and that odd bandit suppression request hits him like a personal connection. The protagonist wonders if she's hinting at something, and Zioris shoots back a denial, then quickly masks her face. Suddenly, Alina shouts that the quest is about to expire, so they bolt out immediately, scrambling to finish it before time runs out. Patty points at the trial grounds beside the Golden Lion Tower, waving the whole group straight in the right direction. They rush in and spot tons of people sprawled on the ground like lifeless corpses, horrified by the brutal massacre staring them in the face. He tells everyone they're not dead, just knocked out, and warns you not to jump to conclusions. Patty blurts an apology when she finally realizes the protagonist and Ziori were the ones who knocked her out. Patty shoots back, asking why they're even here, and the protagonist grins. He saw the request and figured, yeah, I'm in. Patty shoots a warning that this quest could get brutal, but she still believes Zioris can pull it off and finish it. The protagonist smirks and brags that his power is unbeatable, convinced he's way ahead of those clueless rookies. Other fighters crowd in, heckling him for showing up late and demanding he step up and take the trial. Patty steps in to shield him, insisting his raw strength proves he doesn't need to pass that trial test. The protagonist snaps up the challenge, fired up to prove he's worthy, and pledges to make Patty's wishes come true. Patty's cheeks go red so hard she can barely breathe, completely rattled by the protagonist's bold declaration and every confident move he just pulled. Outside the castle walls, armed men swarm in and demand they be handed the woman, yelling that she's nothing but their property. The protagonist clutches Patty close and declares, loud and clear, that only he has earned her loyalty. Patty shyly clings to him tight, clearly soaking up his protection and feeling their bond grow stronger by the second. Patty snaps into shock when the protagonist declares he finished the trial, and then smashes the moment by pressing everyone nearby. The protagonist leans in and demands a full breakdown of the quest, why it exists and why they're really here. Patty lays it all out. Her mission is ruthless: track down human traders and slave merchants who chained her tribe. The protagonist pitches the government as a lifeline, but Patty slams it down. Her hometown doesn't trust authorities at all. They lock in the plan to leave tomorrow, but admit they don't have a clue about who their targets are or how big this mission really is. The protagonist snaps that the info just isn't enough, and he demands someone who actually knows these groups to step in and advise him. A woman steps forward and swears she knows people who live the bandit life, promising insider intel you can't get anywhere else. Patty, feeling unsure about setting up meetings, flat out insists they have to hit the streets and hunt the bandits themselves. The crew jumps to find locals who know bandit tactics inside and out, so they can scoop up crucial intel at lightning speed. The male lead hesitates on how to reach the informants, but he forces himself to do it anyway, because whatever it costs, the risk is unavoidable. He hesitates to step into shady places, but he swears they have to find Altina and her crew right now. Suddenly, a confident woman shows up, talks to him like they've known each other for years, and asks why he's rushing around like that. She steps in and offers to help, swearing she might actually know something useful, even if everyone else already thinks she's pathetic. The male lead sits there, thinking hard about how listening, really listening, to the one tied to the slave auction can change everything. The woman pauses over Patty's request, weighing the danger in every breath as she calmly sips her tea. The crew throws a confident nod at each other, locking in their cooperation as trust burns through the tension of their mission. Yet another woman berates them for jumping ahead without telling her voice packed with worry and pure, boiling frustration. The female elf lays out Patty's real motive for saving her tribe, then spills the truth behind why she chose to become a merchant. The woman drops the name Crimson Black Panthers, led by the noble thief Altena, and everyone's stunned. The male lead blurts out, "Do you know Altena?" Like his life depends on it, chasing the one piece of info he needs to finally nail the thief's identity. She straight up admits she doesn't know the details, but then she steps up. She'll draw you a map, keeping things cautious while she cooperates. She jabs a finger at the map and marks the spot where Altena could show up, giving them the crucial lead they need. She can't help but quietly wonder how Altena's holding up while she gears up to act on that information. They hear that Altena's battling health issues, but they watch for the signs that she's holding it together, enough to calm their nerves a little. The woman grabs their attention and warns them, "Don't shove it, push too hard and you'll get hurt. Be careful out there." She lets out a soft chuckle, amused by the thought of some noble thief running a whole gang, and she teases him with a light mock. The squad stumbles into a battered tavern, bracing themselves to hunt for answers, even though everyone can see the danger waiting inside. As they step inside, that cat girl's excitement skyrockets. She can practically feel something valuable waiting for her in here, and she won't stop hoping until she finds it. They burst into the tavern, and just like that, the place is packed, shocking them even after they'd heard how those noble thieves were supposed to be. Then right out of nowhere, a familiar woman shouts Zioris's name, and suddenly their past connection slams into view. She leans in and asks if he came back to take another round of that old punishment, like she's daring him to admit the tension between them isn't over. She whispers, "Let's grab a quieter table," and makes it clear, this reason she came for him is too important to ignore. At the table, Zioris leans in and tells her they tracked her down from a tip, just to earn her help. A patron tells everyone he got a message from a teacher, begging him to meet up after vocational school. She leans in and asks, "So it's really about Nil-sensei spilling the links between the whole group and your teacher?" The woman stands up and declares Nil-sensei is her swordplay master, blowing everyone away with the shock of how personal that truth really is. Zioris finally admits he totally underestimated Nil-sensei, because the guy actually knows swordplay and keeps showing up at the same tavern again and again. Zioris cracks a joke that slave merchants act super weird, and it lands even harder since Nils burst out laughing at his thief leader role. Zioris pivots the conversation, pressing for details on those slave merchants who traffic in elf merchandise. The woman nods, admits she knows everything, and drops the bombshell that they've been planning an attack on that same group, right recently. The elf blurted out who she was, eyes wide with curiosity, desperate to know her identity, and why she mattered to the group. Zioris steps in and introduces Altena, the noble thief boss, along with her ally Mildy, who's on a mission to free the elves. Mildy slams a map onto the table, and suddenly Zioris and his crew have the exact crucial info they've been hunting for. Before dawn even hits, they're plotting to strike the bandit troop rolling through Kalium Valley. The whole crew huddles over their attack plan, then they look up and ask, "Can we join the coordinated strike coming next?" The woman shot them a warm welcome and promised, with a firm nod, that their help would seriously boost the attack's chances of landing. Zioris hands out the rolls, charges at the front himself, and orders the others to fan out in the center and rear to trap the enemies all around. The plan zeroes in on splitting the band's focus, hitting them from every angle all at once. They lock in the plan, one crew guarding the prisoners while the world goes sideways, and get ready to strike in sync. The woman pouts hard, but she snaps that the plan is flawless, mixing real worry with a playful jab. Zioris shoots a cheeky question at her disappointed face, even though she already agreed, and somehow cracks a little humor right before the mission kicks off. They lock in the spot and the time, Kalium Valley tomorrow at dawn, then gear up to strike. Two rival groups square off, and the air turns razor-thin as armored fighters step into position, with a nervous crowd watching every move like it could explode any second. Zioris calls out to his companions, saying they're ready, and right beside him, a wolf-eared ally yawns so hard you can practically hear the early morning drills paying off. A ruthless leader roars to his warriors, whipping them into a frenzy, ready to clash, prove how far they've grown, and earn their strength the hard way. Zioris hammers out the final details to board the carriages, while Patty's already there, so yeah, the departure is about to hit any second. An elf named Nasha rushes up to Zioris and tells him the bandits' scheme might actually end up saving their people, way sooner than anyone expects. Zioris frets over money and what he's wearing, but his companion cuts in, saying the real crisis isn't the cash at all. Nasha tells everyone that Zioris is way too strong to need all that heavy protection for this trip. The crew rolls up to the stables, and Zioris gets teased to no end for calling Patty boss with that sweet little affection. Nasha bursts into laughter, nudging Zioris to own the boss title, then teasing him until he finally loosens up. Nasha stammers out a shaky theory is amazing, and before she can breathe, everyone fires back, yelling at her to stop tossing out random compliments. Ziora's crew can't help but gush over his charisma, because his charm just asterisk pulls asterisk loyalty in like gravity, and Nasha, hands trembling, blurts out how awesome Zioris is, only for everyone else to snap back and tell her to stop firing off random compliments. The whole crew steels themselves as the carriages roll up, then they snap into motion, straight for Kalium Valley. Ziori sits there perfectly calm while the stable door shuts, and the carriage waits right outside, screaming that the journey is about to begin. Zioris stares at Altona's triumph, stunned as she flips bandits into honorable thieves, an eye-opening twist that no one saw coming. Nasha finally gets what the noble thieves are hunting for, and their leader pushes them to rise up and prove it. The leader asks Patty to join the Crimson Black Panthers, and she turns him down politely but firmly. They roll into Kalium Valley, and Zioris shouts that he's ready, then they jump out of the carriages to begin. The carriage lurches to a halt and the group spills out, dead quiet across a vast, open valley. Zioris screams at everyone to scatter to their assigned spots and get ready to strike exactly how they planned. Patty's nerves spike as she hands Zioris the mission and stakes everything on his success, showing just how worried she is and how much she trusts him. Zioris and Patty pore over the plan with laser focus, while Nasha and the rest quietly gear up just a breath away. Zioris peeks out from his hiding spot, hands trembling, as enemy soldiers march closer, tension tightens in the leaves around him. The group huddles around Zioris, swearing they'll protect him to the end, while Zioris can't shake the fear that they might fail. Zioris spots movement far off, so the enemy finally slipped into the valley at last. A commander's eyes lock onto Patty's squad closing in, and he signals, because the clash is about to explode any second. Patty's squad suddenly launches their attack out of nowhere, smashing forward so fast and hard that everyone's caught completely off guard. Zioris frets because Altona still hasn't shown up, and then a message hits. Patty's sudden solo charge was sparked by a child's voice. Zioris calls in reinforcements to back Patty up, then swears he'll handle the rest himself. Bandits lose their nerve staring at their stolen goods like, "Are we the target?" and then scrambling like the attack is seconds away. The injured bandit spills the truth. Our boss is in this personally, making it crystal clear these aren't just some ordinary enemies. Zioris closes in on the bandit leader who demands answers. Zioris shuts him down, ignores the threat, and strikes with brutal, decisive force. Bandits spot the trouble brewing nearby, and their leader Zioris throws himself into the fight so ferociously that their whole line turns into a full-blown mess. The bandit boss rallies his men with pure rage, itching to prove himself to Patty by unleashing a brutal attack. Patty barks orders to her squad with unstoppable force, igniting the whole team to smash back and fight with deadly fury. She screams her battle cry, rockets forward with her sword held high, and drives her squad into the fight with unstoppable force. He barks for a girl cowering inside the carriage, telling her to come out right now. The girl trembled inside the carriage, eyes wide and tears spilling as the whole situation crushed her. Patty rallies her fellow kinsmen, promising them, "You're safe, I'm getting you out," even as their captors close in. She bursts into tears, shaking with relief and hope the moment Patty's words hit her. The girl rockets into Patty's arms, and around them, everyone joins in, spilling their emotions right there. Zioris hurls Wind Drill Lotus and blasts two enemies into the dirt, proving his magical power is leveling up fast. Once Zioris wipes out the bandits here, he sets his sights on helping Patty break the captive slaves free. Zioris catches a weird shift in the next carriage. His gut twists with an uneasy dread about what's waiting inside. The bandit boss rages, screaming about the massive losses he's taking because this whole chaotic mess spun out of control. A towering armored giant looms beside Nasha, barking demands and asking who's going to take the blame and own it. The armored figure keeps a ruthless eye on the captive woman as she falls asleep, and Zioris watches too, worried, tense, and ready for anything. The protagonist squares off against a hulking armored giant clutching a praying woman, all while he stands his ground on a jagged rocky battlefield. He can't stop wondering if that giant is a titan, and his gut screams that he's the mastermind leading the bandits lurking nearby. His rare merch got obliterated, and he blasts the giant and his crew with accusations of theft. The giant demands payment, and before he even steps in, warns the protagonist that he somehow sensed their presence first. The giant slams into the ground with a thunderous crash, and the moment it does, the protagonist tenses up and readies himself, careful, focused, and ready for the fight. The girl slumped unconscious in captivity, restrained tight while the hero stared at her and couldn't yet figure out why she'd been taken. The boy stepped up to the brute, sensing how powerful he was while clocking his heavy, predictable swings like they were already written. While the brute roared back, the boy still went for magic, ignoring the warnings and trying to flip the whole fight. Suddenly, the brute snatched the girl and growled that he'd hurt her, unless the boy stopped every last bit of magical fighting. She begged for mercy, urging restraint and compassion even as cruelty and danger bore down on her. The team froze for a second, knowing that saving the hostage meant risking huge, city-level attacks, way too dangerous to pull off right now. They swarmed through the carriages, convinced everything was safe, until one of them screamed that their comrade was still stuck out there in the fight. The brute clenched his grip on the girl and pinned the boy into a hair-trigger standoff. He braced himself, ready to crank his power up and finish everything with a single, crushing strike. With allies at his back and danger breathing down his neck, he vowed to save the hostage, without ever striking to kill. A towering warrior roars for execution, clutches the woman in his iron grip, and charges up for a lethal strike. Out of nowhere, a boot rockets into frame and smashes the tense moment to pieces with a perfectly timed stop. The protagonist drives a clean strike straight into the warrior's chest, catching him completely off guard and stopping the killing blow mid-swing. The warrior jerks back screaming, his grip snaps loose, and the captured woman starts to slide away. Freed from his grip, she plummets down safely, staring in shock, then realizing she's totally unharmed. The armored enemy staggered backward, suddenly crushed by force he didn't see coming, and the brutal hit cracked his mask wide open. Ziora stood there stone calm in front of the knight's fallen body as the elf woman dropped to her knees, shaking with relief. Reinforcements crashed in and Ziora snapped into action, confirming the enemy leader's identity and calming everyone with the news that he hadn't taken any serious wounds. The crew celebrated victory, captives were rescued safe and sound, but then one warrior froze, hiding shocking news that nobody saw coming. The last bandit, still led by that brute, stepped into their path and showed the truth. They hadn't surrendered at all. The crowd surged forward, thrusting weapons into the air and roaring like they'd won, because their combined strike wiped out every last bandit threat. Peace finally returned, survivors broke into smiles, while Ziori stood back in silence as their companions soothed the rescued with soft, careful gestures. A veiled woman closed in on Zioris and bowed deep, thanking him with a sincerity that hit like a lifeline after the danger he just survived. Zioris spotted the nun at once, and with a gentle voice he reassured her, "Thank goodness you're safe and nobody's hurt you." Zioris introduced himself as a slave merchant, and when he started doing the right thing, Ceolibus was completely thrown off, like his morals came out of nowhere. Zuris hesitated, then asked about her vision, shocked, and when he started to stammer, he quietly listened through the nerves. She let out a soft laugh, told him it was totally okay, and confessed she just didn't expect his honesty to hit so hard. She snapped her eyes open and realized she could see. Turns out her blindness was just a cruel illusion. She breaks down the deal, acting like she's blind so she can stare into the magical world with nothing to pull her focus. She saw magic's colors and wild light the moment she tapped into the mana, like it reached straight into everyone's soul and dragged their true nature to the surface. Just shut her eyes and spilled the real reason. Like that, she could feel the pure mana crystal clear. Zioris had a sudden thought, wait, what if I'm letting her read me? And the second fear hit, he blurted out, shaking, "So, what do you see in my aura?" She felt his mana crackle with 4 colors, 3 burning hot and 1 soft and warm like a gentle flame. Zioris demanded secrecy and just swore she'd lock it in, while her mind raced at how rare his power really was. With her hands clasped, she spoke in a whisper and tore open her past, once noble, now crushed into the chains of slavery. She ripped open her past, the holy maiden of the Reuben Filio Empire, once worshipped by all. Zioris snapped with shock at her confession, then demanded to know if she really meant she'd been sainted. Panicking, Zioris tried to back away, urging her to head back to the church where she'd be safe and properly guarded. She shook her head, voice turning gentle but firm, and made it crystal clear, leaving him behind was no longer an option. The saint dropped to her knees before Zioris, begging him to let her stay, and promising she'd repay him for saving her. Zioris demanded answers about her duty to come back, and when she spoke it out loud, she admitted the truth. Leaving the church behind was no longer possible. They called her to serve the nobles, but before she could finish her sacred mission, the agents seized her and cut it short. To save the enslaved children, she threw herself into the nightmare. She chose to become a slave so they could be freed. When the report finally landed, the allies immediately recognized the woman, and her brutal truth slowly started to unfold. The whole crew sank into silence, trying to choke down the shock that she used to be a saint. They demanded to know why nobody whispered a thing, because even overseas, the news of a saint's fall should have blown up everywhere by now. She admitted they were never supposed to know the truth, and said the church probably locked everything away from the outside world. The saint was convinced the church hunted in silence, smuggling disgraceful truths behind its holy mask. She said the missing clergy weren't just gone, they were summoned by God, then wiped from the official records without a sound. She felt completely abandoned, yet he swore the world would greet her with open arms the moment they stepped in. She snapped that return would only mean disgrace, so they stamped her a heretic and cast her out for daring to defy divine will. Rage detonated as they condemned the church's hypocrisy, silencing and punishing victims just to keep its clean image safe from blame. Zioris got exactly where she stood, he saw her pain clearly, and he refused to drag her back against her will. Hope lit her smile, but the ghosts of her past still clung to her, so he stepped forward and welcomed her into their journey anyway. They offered command of the Crimson Black Panthers, praying her presence would finally steady everything. The crew decided she was perfect, her guidance would finally reign in that wild, chaotic pack of warriors. She bowed humbly and pledged her support as a former saint, ready to kick off her brand new path. The squad got ready to report back, and you could feel the respect growing as alliances with Lady C kept getting stronger. Meanwhile, someone scrutinized their documents, stunned by why the crew hauled around so many bounties and secrets. The receptionist nudged her glasses into place and geared up to drop her last, final note into the report. She couldn't believe how many women tailed him, every single one sharp, loyal, and fully capable. Zioris clenched up and defended himself, insisting their cooperation was just servitude, but the clerk stayed cold and didn't buy a word. While the bounties were being prepped, Zioris demanded a one-on-one with the mysterious guildmaster holding the strings. She nodded at his request, then told him to hold on while she rushed to check with the guildmaster. The guildmaster strolled into the room with perfect calm, flashed a greeting to the crew, then quickly apologized for the short delay. He told everyone to kick back and take a seat, and the whole team glanced around before sliding into place. While everyone else sat there respectful and still, Zioris sprawled back in calm mode, until one companion shot him a warning, reminding him the guildmaster's authority wasn't something you ignored. One girl froze in place, convinced she didn't deserve to steal, then Zioris stepped in and told her, "This is exactly where you belong." The guildmaster review let people dig into the numbers, and Zioris stepped in fast, explaining that those noble thieves truly helped him rescue the captured elves. She spotted the armored woman she'd known back when she was a B-rank adventurer, now a legend whispered about in noble thief circles. The boy leaned in and told us they'd joined the Crimson Black Panthers, those feared former brigands everyone still trembles to talk about. Everyone knew their past crimes, but lately they'd stepped in and helped, so he stood up and begged for amnesty for what they'd done. The guild official let out a cold laugh at the audacity of the request, then shut it down hard and refused to grant forgiveness. He insisted the world's too cruel to wipe away criminal records, no matter how someone's acting now. The boy pleaded for redemption, but the guildmaster shut it down fast, calling it nothing but unrealistic idealism. Cornered, the boy finally stepped up, promising to take the full blame if they ever committed crimes again. The guildmaster's eyes snapped to a mysterious girl, and he demanded to know why she showed up looking like she'd wandered straight out of an adventure nobody had seen before. She walked up with total calm and introduced herself, Jalipes, the Reuben Philo Empire's former saint. Suspicion flared in the guildmaster's eyes as he demanded her ID and demanded she explain herself, determined to confirm who she really was and what she really wanted. Once they confirmed who she was, everything instantly shifted. Then the group scrambled to apologize, stunned by how completely his attitude had flipped. He finally confessed the guild was secretly living off church backing, and that every guild master had to be a true believer. She lowered her head and pleaded for help, admitting she never expected the guild's condition to have spiraled this badly. Blazer got swayed by her pleading and caved. He'd make an exception only if she stepped up and vouched for them herself. Blazer snapped a serious warning at them, demanding they keep her safe, and the whole group quickly stepped in, grateful for the chance to take responsibility. Just when the crew let their guard down and figured the mission was over, one last job was still hanging there, unfinished and waiting. With pure grit, the elf woman bared her final request and begged everyone for one last favor. Paulestes leaned in and begged the crew to help round up her scattered tribesmen from that earlier rescue mission. They promised to back her up completely, then pushed the trip to the very next morning. That night, Paulestes stood frozen in front of a shut door, his mind racing with anxious, half-formed thoughts he couldn't finish. With pure determination burning in her chest, she steadied her nerves, strode up to the door, and knocked, fighting hesitation with every heartbeat. A cautious voice finally answered, and Paulestes introduced herself right away, rushing out a heartfelt apology for showing up so late at night. Palestas jittered with nerves as the door creaked open, and he called out softly, "Patty." Patty burst into the room in her sleepwear, surprised but unshaken, and asked, like it was nothing, why Plastus had come wandering past. Patty beamed and pulled her inside with open arms. Plastus couldn't believe it when she realized they were really family. Inside, Patty cradled her tea and leaned in, gently asking what brought Plastic to her room tonight. Blushing hard, Palestis froze for a second, then admitted she needed advice, completely unsure how to tackle the mess she was in. Palestis fired off her request to Zioris, then turned to Patty, demanding a solution that actually fit. She prayed Patty's sharp insight would finally make everything click, and Patty, just as sure of herself, promised to lay out her honest opinion. Patty wasted no time. She warned her straight up that Zioris was, no joke, a massive pervert at heart. Even with that harsh warning hanging in the air, Patty smirked, chuckled, and promised to show Palesty something genuinely useful if he'd give her the same. She snatched a mysterious book, then slipped it into Palestus's hands with care, because the advice inside was disguised as something else. Plastus cracked the book open and read it out loud, completely floored by how suggestive and poetic the words were. She labeled it shameless, but Patty pushed back hard, saying it teaches you to show gratitude far deeper than ordinary words ever could. Patty reminded her that real gratitude doesn't just say thanks, it weighs the other person's feelings and true intentions. Plastus learned the hard truth. Gratitude means nothing if the person on the other end doesn't actually get it and value it. Patty spilled where that book came from, and the moment she said it's for mating guidance, panic snapped through Pelastus like lightning. Pelastus stalled, panicking that she had nothing real to offer Zioris, no proper gift that could actually matter. Patty leaned in and whispered a bold idea, right as Pelastus snapped into full panic, crumbling under the terrifying meaning. Meanwhile, a cat-eared girl slept like a rock as Zior slipped in quietly and crept right up to her bed. He draped himself over her with gentle care, catching her exhaustion at once, and then fell quiet, replaying that brutal long day in his mind. Xeris yanked those weird thoughts out of his head, swearing he was a proper gentleman, right as a knock thundered at his door. Zioris jerked the door open, confused by the knock, only to stare at Pylast standing right on his doorstep. She tore into an apology for the hour, and the way she took it so seriously left him stunned. Then he finally let her in, curious and on edge. When Ziori spotted her flustered face, he pressed her for answers. She swore nothing was wrong and stayed out there refusing to come in. Pylast lit up with heartfelt gratitude, telling him she'd come to repay him in a real, personal way that mattered. Nervously, she begs Zioris to yank the ribbon on her cloak, and that one move leaves him utterly stunned. Palestas yanked off her cloak, bare and trembling in lingerie, and started gearing up to spill her feelings. No more words, just action. Zioris panicked, her mind scrambling at the sudden sight. She had no clue how to react to that bold, straight-to-her gesture. Baffled and swamped, Zioris pressed Patty for answers, stunned at how fast everything spiraled out of control. A cat girl burst in, clapped her paws over his eyes, and yelled that he had no business seeing anything inappropriate. Palestis finally confessed she'd been wrong, convinced Zioris would love it, then the cat girl clocked her jittery unease. With everyone staring in total shock, Zioris slapped his hands over his eyes and demanded to know who did this. He finally clocked it. Fam masterminded everything. Then she laid it out. Zioris cared more about genuine expression than fancy gifts or looks. Palestis' shy little expression stole the show as the real prize, and her heartfelt sincerity left everyone watching in stunned, silent awe. When Zeri was finally pushed to talk, his nerves slammed into him, and he fumbled for words, desperate to find the right way to say thank you. Palestis blurted out her thanks on the spot, cheeks burning but completely truthful, and she declared that moment the absolute best. Blush flooding his whole body, Palestis crumpled and fainted, while the crowd spiraled into panic and Fam just laughed, thrilled that everything turned out exactly like this. The squad marched down a quiet village road, eyes locked on some far-off destination, and every step screamed, "We're not stopping." They hammered out their route, double-checking the elves were close, and hunted for that familiar abandoned building. He laid it out straight, stay under the radar because in the bigger, crowded towns, other races weren't wanted. Even with exhaustion written all over her face, Thea flashed a confident smile and told the crew she was back to herself after a real stretch of rest. Once the tension finally loosened its grip, the crew burst into jokes, tossing out words of appreciation and easing the whole mood before they kicked off their next leg of the journey. Zioris completely blanked on his companion's name, and the guy panicked, blushing and blurting it out loud just to save the moment. The whole crew burst into laughter as Thea roasted them, dragging up memories of a meal they'd shared on their last mission. Thea cracked open, and compared to her old life, their carefree joy felt totally weird at first, then hit her like pure, refreshing air. She flashed a stubborn smile, swore she'd adapt in a snap, and vowed to back Zioris with every ounce of strength she had. They marched up to the familiar building, and two elf girls clocked them the second they arrived, then burst into joyful cheers. Patty beamed and greeted Zioris at the entrance, and the moment they showed up, everything was already ready to go. Zioris threw out an apology for running late, and the younger elf flashed a warm smile while Patty nodded politely, accepting his thanks. Paulesti's nerves slammed into her the moment she tried to remember something awkward, and when she whispered Patty's name, you could hear the fear trembling through every past memory. With cheeks burning, Pilatus tried to drag up what happened yesterday, but he immediately snapped the topic and threw himself into making preparations. She waved everyone in for dinner, and Zioris, starving to death, lost all hesitation and followed her straight away. The group pushed into the hall, and young elves greeted them with glowing smiles, soaking up every moment like they couldn't thank them enough. Zioris clocked their recovery and pressed them about heading back home, then a proper official inquiry followed, straight into those bodyguards. 3 stern elven officials marched into view, their cold faces and rigid stance screaming judgment, and making it painfully clear the visitors didn't belong. Zioris pressed him for answers, and the elder finally admitted they ran the whole facility and even coordinated the recovery efforts. One elf started doubting humans, and Zioris felt their attitude run icy, nothing like the warm trust he'd hoped for. The elves snapped that the group was lying, and Zioris rushed in to smooth things over before the tension exploded any worse. Palesta stood her ground like a shield, reminded everyone of their sacrifices, and tore into the elder's prejudice without mercy. The elder stared at her surprised power and finally nodded. Then he snapped into an apology, admitting that old wounds from slavers still left him clinging to distrust. Zioris got it. He admitted that their weird, mismatched gear and awkward look were exactly what sparked the whole mix-up. The men calmed the elves down fast, reminding them their crew was officially recognized and guild-approved as the real deal. The elder vowed they'd team up, and Zioris' crew stood tall, because their honesty started landing and people visibly began to accept it. Palesti stepped in for them, and the elder swallowed his pride, apologizing for getting it wrong and admitting they'd snapped back way too harshly. The tension finally loosened as Zioris' allies stepped in, cracking jokes about everyone's looks and the mix-up between the groups. Zioris felt sick with guilt for dragging them into all this, and Thea snapped back that they trust him completely. Thea poured out gratitude and warm affection, then Patty burst through the door out of nowhere, all flustered, and loudly cut the moment in half. Patty blushed hard, snapped that Thea was seducing everyone, and swore her chances were basically gone for good. Frustration simmered in Patty's chest, but she stayed locked in. Then a sudden soft bump happened, just enough to snap her fierce focus for a split second. She blurted out that she loved Nasha too, and Thea answered with pure wisdom, embracing love freely, no strings attached, no ownership needed. Patty admitted she was confused, but she clung to hope anyway. Then the elves steered everyone's focus toward getting a real, proper meal. Zioris grinned and led the charge, pitching the idea, "Let's cook with Nasha together, and then we'll sit down and crush dinner." Far north in Garuda, right beside the royal castle, a wild, lush garden hid a secret: someone was missing. Loud calls kept crashing through the garden, and then a man finally stepped out, calm on the surface but clearly furious at all the noise. A woman slipped in behind him and suddenly realized he'd been there the whole time, hidden from sight, untouched and undisturbed. She shouted out, and the moment her serious face hit, it was obvious she wasn't here to waste time. Varia caught up with him just outside the courtyard and finally admitted she'd stayed away exactly like he told her to. She snapped at him in a gentle tone for messing with her plants, while he blurted out urgent confidential news that had just come in. Varia blew him off with a cold stare, saying she just couldn't take another second of pointless talk right now. This time he insisted it was dead serious, no more vague, over-the-top warnings like he always throws out. Reluctantly she caved and agreed to listen, then warned him in no uncertain terms not to waste her time like that again. She went stone still the moment the terrible news hit. Someone with the feared title Demon Lord had resurfaced again. Stunned, he snapped for an answer, while she wrestled to make sense of the crushing meaning those words carried. She snapped a warning at him like he was messing around, but he swore it was real and named the location with stone-cold seriousness. He told them that everyone seemed to spot Hyro and the great sage right there, inside the same human kingdom of Baltio. She dropped a gut-punching truth. Turns out the last demon lord was her own brother, and that cruel bloodline wasn't a guess, it was proof. After her brother's death, she let slip that the title had vanished, so this comeback hit like a cold punch to the gut. He slapped down classified documents to prove it, and she rushed for her advisor and started reading them. Even as her worry kept swelling, she still handed her faith to their elite magic-powered intelligence network, certain there had to be no way they could be feeding her lies. Even with her doubts about dragging the elites in, she finally gave the order, mobilize the repulsion corps but keep it careful and controlled. With urgency blazing in her voice, she barked an order to unleash every monster they had on Baltio. He warned her that war was coming back, and she met the threat with a chilling calm. She gave him full approval, letting him unleash their deadliest power however he saw fit. With zero doubt, she swaggered and swore that even their strongest troops would crush this so-called demon lord with ease. He snapped to her orders and started prepping right away, while she stayed locked in, waiting for fast, crushing results. Suddenly yanked from the moment, Varia snapped. Today's soldier urgency had already pushed her past her breaking point. A panicked soldier burst in, and then Omar Regan tore through the gate, sprinting straight into the compound. Demon King Omar strolled right in with a smug grin, bragging that getting in to see her was always ridiculously easy. Varia snapped at him in full stern fury, hauling him back to the non-aggression treaty he kept breaking, again and again, without ever getting permission. She shot down his proposal without warmth, insisting she'd only trust true strength, while he dodged her words with a grin and teased, "So, marry me." Omar's aide snapped at him to leave, and the air went tight with tension, because you could feel something dangerous tied to Rui closing in fast. The ground buckled with a violent thud as a horned demon woman strode in, radiating pure, unstoppable power. Rui, the demon king of Gudido, stormed in, furious once more because Omar had broken their treaty again and again. She tore into him, blasting him for forcing her to step in over and over, wrecking the political balance with reckless moves. Omar dodged the blame and claimed marriage would end for everyone, and Rui snapped him with a furious glare. She was not buying it for a second. Magic flared across the air, chaos erupted everywhere, and she detonated in raw rage. Everyone trembled, terrified for Varia's precious garden. Varia's flower garden was shattered, and both demon kings nervously tried to brush off the damage. They started snapping at each other. Rui swore Omar was behind it all, and Omar shot back with a barrage of insults. As fury surged in Varia, she interrogated them with a chilling stare. One look from her shut everyone up, and the courtyard snapped tight with tense silence. Both rulers bolted at once, calling some urgent emergency, because Varia's terrifying presence swallowed every excuse they had. She let out a sharp sigh, completely unimpressed, like really, all this wreckage just to fuel another childish fight over marriage. Varia stood frozen in silence, staring at her ruined garden as grief clawed at her, remembering the calm, happy days she shared with her brother. She shrugged off the new demon lord as a joke. No one could touch her brother's power or authority. When she felt her thoughts spiral out of control, she forced herself to breathe and settle, because if a fight was coming, at least it would be entertaining. Her aide stared at her destruction in stunned silence, praying the demon lord wouldn't turn hostile and torch their nation too. With pure determination blazing in his eyes, he clenched his fist and swore he'd finish the mission and shield Varia's fragile peace at any cost. In Baltio's kingdom, the profession school loomed over the city like a silent giant, swallowing the skyline in shadow. Inside, a girl crumpled atop a mountain of papers, utterly spent from combing through every document, still getting nothing. She plunged deeper into despair, muttering doubts about herself and everything around her, then nearly threw in the towel. Suddenly, she spotted something she'd been missing this whole time, and that tiny detail lit the hope back up in her eyes. Zialis and the Beastkin girl burst into a crammed, chaotic room, and a woman slides up with a stack of documents like she's ready for trouble. They freeze, staring at the chaos on the floor, papers everywhere, while the woman just stands there completely unshaken. She slams a document down fast, brushing past the chaos and the relentless questions, then pushes like it's a race for that competition sign-up. Zialis snaps and refuses to realize force is in this too, yet the woman just calmly shoves him forward, waiting for his choice like she's already decided it'll happen. She flashes a grin and pushes for Zialis to jump in, and then he and the girl press her for the real reason. The Beastkin girl crouches and snatches through scattered papers, while the teacher stalls, throwing out shaky excuses for everything, like they can hide the truth. Zialis and the girl dig up the truth, then explosive documents spill out, massive gambling debts. The whole room freezes, shock and disbelief roaring in every face. No matter how they react, the teacher bursts into laughter, then she blurts out like it's nothing that she lost every last coin gambling. Ziolis challenges her authority, and the teacher snaps back that she's still legit, shutting down her excuses and waving off her reckless behavior. She begs Ziolis for help, swearing her fighting skills will prove herself, and pleading for his support in her heart-wrenching situation. The teacher lays out her plan because with Iyalis' weak ranking, nobody's willing to bet on him. She insists the prize comes with cash, but staff Zialis shuts it down, glaring at her whole gambling scheme. The teacher backs down, crushed, and the Beast Can girl snaps into action, clutching her memories of the legendary spirit staff. And she remembers hearing those rumors about the staff. Then Zialis catches her worry and presses her for what's going on. The teacher lays it out: those staff members have a hot political past, and it's so risky and disputed that officials might toss them aside just to dodge a national showdown. Zialith warns that the prize could wreck them all, but the teacher just sidesteps the whole issue, plopping down drinks and whatever else he's got. As tea gets poured, Zialith cracks open yet another complaint, then drops a brand new document and demands everyone's attention again. The paper hits them like a lightning bolt, an absurdly high-paying, government-issued request, and Zialith reads it, visibly stalling with hesitation. He blurts out why she's got it, and she shoots back that only elite adventurers ever get missions like that. Zeloth challenges her credibility, and she shrugs it off as pure luck, while the Beaskin girl hangs back, watching their weird exchange in silence. The teacher lays out the request, and right there near Jairus, the demons suddenly vanish without a trace, so a top-tier investigation team gets fired up and sent in immediately. Zeloth hangs back at the door, unsure about jumping in. Then she swears that seasoned adventurers will ride with them, but Zeloth still can't shake the fear that he's not trustworthy enough to be there. The teacher digs in, but Nasha stays silent, listening like a hawk without cutting a single word in. Nasha warns Zialith that she'd get tossed around like a pawn, until her higher adventure rank forced the game to change. Zialith doesn't sugarcoat it. He admits this is risky, and Nasha presses him hard, asking straight up if he's really going to take on that dangerous request. Zalith steps up for the mission, admitting he's still getting used to everything, but the payment is giving him a serious push forward. Even with everyone warning him, he refuses to back down. She's still his teacher, no debate. Nasha steps up and volunteers to take on the dangerous job. Zeloth tells her this mission could pay off, then the teacher clocks it and realizes she's actually competent. She's stunned by how far he's come. Then he quietly adds a saint to his crew because Palastas demanded it. Zialith panics at her blunt words, then she clamps down and boldly insists his group is nothing but a harem. The teacher straight up calls out every girl, and Zialith's jaw drops. His party really is shaping up like a harem. Zeloth shakes his head and denies it all, flustered to the core, and the teacher bursts out laughing, admitting he was just teasing, then insists he can't wait to see how Zeloth's results turn out next. Zialith strides into the guild hall, shoves his recommendation letter forward, and pushes to land himself a special, top-tier mission. He lays out how Nasha's rank earns them eligibility, and the receptionist nods them through, checking their status and approving their registration. As the receptionist starts to explain, Nasha suddenly explodes with a shout, denying everything and insisting Zialith is nothing but her pawn. The guild laid out every nightmare, treacherous terrain, threats you can't predict, and then, just like that, 10 adventurers packed in for the big survey ahead. They're warned that monsters could strike at any moment, and if one shows up, they've got to face it solo, no matter how brutal it gets. Even as Nash spirals into panic, Zeloth signs without a shake, cool as ice, while she snaps back, saying they're being lined up like sacrifices. Zialith fires back with pure determination. He declares that heroes are needed right now, and he's ready to meet whatever comes next. Nash's jaw drops in awe. Zialith turns to the clerk and gives him his thanks, and the receptionist can't help but write it down. Somehow, he handles her way better than she expected. Zioris guns through a mission document as the townspeople hustle, loading up a wagon for the merchant trip about to kick off. Nasha yawned next to Zehorus, and the two of them looked worn out after getting everything ready for the day's journey. Zioris steps in and names Nasha as today's lead, and just then a merchant rolls up, nods, and confirms their names for the trip. The merchant rattles off tips about luggage, and Zioris admits he's traveling light, so light they've barely got any supplies at all. With one last check, the merchant signals and bolts out. Zioris grabs Nasha's shoulder and reassures her to use magic if things get rough. Zioris freezes in shock when a giant travel bag crashes down, and the insanely overprepped chaos inside is fully revealed. A mage calmly tells him that real preparation isn't luck, it's thinking ahead, especially when combat throws you curveballs you never saw coming. The armored man quickly defends the massive bag, claiming it's for the accidents he expects, the water and food he'll need, and his plan to stay alive for what's coming next. Tools, weapons, and medical supplies clatter out everywhere, and Zioris mutters that magic would have fixed this a whole lot easier. The girl rips into her grandfather for packing way too much, calling out how his endless extra baggage keeps weighing the whole group down. The armored man's eyes light up when he finds out the quiet mage girl is a legit, battle-ready B-rank prodigy. They start eyeing Zioris like he's hiding a monster of power, then get hit with shock when his card flashes that he's only F rank. Other adventurers huddle and whisper about Zioris, baffled that someone with a low rank like him even dares to show up. Zioris finally admits he's just tagging along and Nasha can't wait. She grabs the curtain and yanks it open, eyes blazing with curiosity. The carriage grinds closer to the jagged rocks and the veteran snaps that they need to brace themselves, because after that brutal long ride, it's time to get off. The mage clocks that they're the only female adventurers left in the crew, then fires everyone up, team up for this next mission. Nasha throws her arms up with pure excitement, dead set on helping, while outside the wagon, preparations kick into full gear. Zira sweeps her eyes over the lifeless wasteland, baffled that there's not a single landmark in sight. Nasha lays out how the wasteland used to shelter magical creatures, and Zioris can't help but be blown away by her hard-earned knowledge of the world. With a proud grin, Nasha declares she's got this, and the older adventurer steps in, praising her on the spot and handing her the weight of her B-rank experience like it's the keys to the mission. The supervisor snaps, ordering everyone to scour the whole area, hunting for any clue that the demon slipped away. Zioris claws through the rubble, his doubts screaming that this dead, scattered wasteland won't give him a single useful thing. Nasha tells them to hunt for footprints. Zioris spots faint magic in the distance, and then bam, something right nearby yanks their attention. Zioris, sick of being ignored as an F rank, backs off, then out of nowhere a cloaked stranger shows up and talks to him. A mysterious grinning man wrapped in a tattered cloak shows up, mooring the moment with a suspicious, unsettling vibe. Zioris demands answers about who that cloaked guy really is, even as they clown him for being an impatient F-ranker. With a smug grin, the man unveils a mysterious stone and claims it's packed with secrets tied to firebirds. He spits out that it reeks of firebird urine, and that stench screams there's one nearby, freshly, right in the area. With a wicked grin, he pitches the rock for a ridiculously high 50 million girds. Zioris snaps in rage, but the man won't back down. He swears it's the easiest ticket to guild favor and serious wealth. The cloaked man sneers at the adventurer's honor, and Zioris clocks it instantly. This guy isn't trustworthy, not noble, not even close. Zioris's senses screamed. Massive magic was coming like a storm, and he blurted a warning to the cloaked man just as he got caught completely off guard. A dark cloud creeps across the sky, and the man snaps into panic, shouting, "Where's the threat?" The whole crew jerks their heads up in pure disbelief. Nasha and the others go stone, still as the tension snaps tighter by the second. A terrifying wave of flying beasts surges toward them, and the whole crew freezes, crushed by the sheer weight of the threat. A colossal flock of flying demons suddenly tears open the sky, barreling straight toward the settlement. The protagonist and his crew freeze in disbelief as the monstrous swarm lunges closer at breakneck speed. Nearby soldiers' faces drain as the sheer crushing force hits them, and they realize they're wildly outnumbered and totally unready to survive the fight. A fierce female warrior throws a hard protest, slamming the brakes on retreat. She yells at the fleeing troops that the swarm is closing in to tear into the unprotected juries. Frustration spikes through the group, blame flies around like sparks, until a young leader steps up and orders everyone to stay calm. Swarm, the organizer, rallies the doubters and snaps, "We fight, no excuses, because the demon swarm is coming." Some still stall, blurting doubts, but the leader shuts every complaint down with razor-sharp words and an unshakable stance. A battle-worn veteran snaps at them, reminding, "You're adventurers, not heroes, so don't think you're stuck fighting just because you took this mission." Some people rethink retreating, others cling to the dream of guild rewards, while the rest dread what happens when they lose their next chance at payment. The female mage shoots forward in a burst of urgency, yanking everyone's attention as the heavy tension still clings to the air above them. The crew scrambles back together, sensing danger closing in, and one of them yells to retreat, while the rest stay stone calm, steady as a rock. The veteran digs in and demands they fight right here, refusing to budge, while everyone else, stunned at first, slowly starts to believe in his grit. Lucas clocks just how dangerous this is, and the cat girl fires off, "What's your plan?" while demons glare from the distance. He scans the ground for traps and limits, thinks about blasting it with magic, but snaps back, fearing he'll accidentally fry his allies who are standing way too close. Lucas buries his real strength, terrified of drawing eyes to himself, because as an F-ranker, nobody even bothers to respect his voice. Lucas suddenly clocks what's going on and snaps into a confident response, while Nasha is left totally baffled, scrambling to figure out what he's really trying to do. He clamps both hands on her shoulders, ready to move. She jerks back, eyes wide, completely thrown off by what's about to happen. Lucas drops a bombshell. He declares he's going to turn her into a hero, and the shocking words leave Nasha completely stunned. Overwhelmed, Nasha panics and blurts out that she can't do this. Her fear is blazing as the pressure crushes in. Lucas leans in, lays out his plan in a calm voice. He'll crush the demons himself, and she'll walk away with the glory. Lucas leans in and reassures Nasha, if their plan works, everyone will crown her as Jairus' savior. Nasha hears him out and something in her eases. Maybe his idea isn't so awful after all. Lucas goes public and praises her skills, turbocharging the whole plan, while everyone else starts to finally believe she's the real deal. As the surrounding adventurers chant their cheers, her bravery turns nauseating, and she panics, still clueless that it's all a bluff, until the crowd's attention keeps swelling. Everyone rallies behind Nash, betting on her raw power, and though she hesitates, Nash finally nods, still blushing, fighting off the doubt. Nasha panics all over again, screams that fear is natural, and the crowd freezes, staring at her, totally baffled. Lucas clamps his hands on her shoulders and pushes courage into her. Don't wait, you'll be a hero, and you'll start right now. When the demons surge closer, the allies shout for orders. Nasha freezes for a heartbeat, then snaps into action because there's zero time left. With resolve blazing in her voice, Nasha orders everyone to fall back, right now. Lucas grins and lets her steal the spotlight. Nasha bluffed her way through a wild burst of improvised fire magic, while Lucas quietly lined up behind her, ready to step in and seal the spell. Nasha yells her spell like a thunderclap, and a massive flame rocket blasts forward, quietly supercharged by Lucas. A blazing assault slams straight into the demon horde, and the whole battlefield erupts in unstoppable magical fire. Smoke erupts everywhere, the blast ripples outward, and a choking explosion cloud smothers the whole world. Nasha shocks the whole crew by refusing to back down. She blasts the fire spell 10 more times, like she's not even slowing for a second. Multiple flame blasts erupt across the field, and the whole area jolts as Nash's sudden magic detonates the ground. The battlefield goes eerily silent, every last horde is wiped out, and even the warriors start wondering if they should keep fighting at all. Nasha rolls up on Lucas with a full day's grin, beaming like she just won everything, because she actually pulled it off. Everyone gushes about Nasha's insane firepower like it's all her doing, and while she's drowning in the praise, Lucas just smirks like he's totally unfazed. The mage girl throws herself at Nasha's feet, begging her to become her teacher. Nasha stiffens with nerves, protests frantically, but never fully says no. Far out there, a mysterious figure named Maudu stares into the horizon, and you can practically feel a far bigger threat closing in. The commander demands a status update, and the subordinate drops a devastating bombshell about Jairus. That demon swarm got wiped out in the blink of an eye, like something unseen just erased them, and people are whispering it was the demon emperor himself. Even with that jaw-dropping report, the officer doesn't flinch. He stays ice-calm, hands the case off on the spot, and smugly decides demons are beneath him. An elite unit summons a brand new crew of armored scouts, ready to hunt down the threat, investigate it, and crush it. Xeris storms into the office with a beast girl at his side, and the receptionist greets him with a smooth, polite smile. They dive into the latest incident, and the receptionist practically sighs with relief while Xeris brushes it off, acting like he barely mattered. A thunderous bang tears through the air, everyone snaps their heads around, and the receptionist's smile vanishes as armed men storm into the building. Xeris felt the tension snap in the air, and he tried to slip out, until someone yanked his arm and stopped his casual escape cold. The receptionist snaps into action and grabs him right away, dead certain his help is the key to whatever chaos is about to hit. Xeris tries to slip out, but Alina grabs him and won't let go. She swears the guild's vibe still feels off. Alina leans in and spills a secret deal with the guild leader. She'll bring Xeris back the moment danger rears its head. Suddenly, Alina blazes in and declares a direct summons, one the guildmaster demanded, ordering Xeris to meet her alone. The crowd stares in suspicion, totally baffled. Alina then snaps into action, confirms it's a real official summons, and points to Nasha to handle it. Xeris snaps to attention, knowing this is bigger than he hoped, and follows the orders straight to a private meeting with the guild master. But Xeris and Nasha just sit there in silence, while the guildmaster can't hide his shock that they've shown up in the middle of all this chaos. The guildmaster barks an order. Xeris and Nasha will answer the summon, even if doubt gnaws at them. Xeris throws his objections up front, exposing Nasha's low skills, and blasting his own F-rank label, while challenging the whole decision. Another officer calls out Nasha's magic, and suddenly everyone's whispering that something strange is tied to the recommendation letter Xeris got. The officer squares up to Nasha's power, calling out the deception, and then the guildmaster grills Xeris, demanding answers about how she suddenly got that strength. The guildmaster steps in, pulls Zioris into the chaos, and orders him to assist up close, right there in the middle of it. Suspicious as hell, Zioris grills every detail, because an officer suddenly swears that the adventurers praised Nash during their last mission. Nash's name used to get spit out like poison, but her latest performance flipped the adventurers' opinions fast. Zioris falls into tense silence, realizing that refusing this is starting to feel impossible, and that a black dragon was spotted near North Fort. The black dragon tore into North Fort with a rampaging demon swarm, smashing everything in its path. Demons swarmed Jairus, then boom, the black dragon disappeared into thin air, and Zioris is convinced it snapped its direction in a heartbeat. Zioris nods and agrees to the mission, and the guild seals it, until some mysterious condition suddenly drops out of nowhere. Outside, Nasha stares at the strange condition, puzzled to the core, while Zioris remembers how the guild leader snapped when he made that request. Nasha's jaw drops when Zioris demands he goes alone, so he scrambles to calm her raging reaction. Zioris reveals his secret magic power and admits he made that move purely to shield her name like a chess master. Nasha stalls because danger's staring them down, but Zuri slams the brakes on doubt and pushes them forward. No more delays. Zioris breaks down his teleportation power, only places he can see, and that shocks Nasha to her core. With her heart blazing, Nasha beams with pride as she follows her master without hesitation, even when the danger is screaming. Zora grabs her hand and orders her to hang on tight, because together they're about to teleport straight into their target zone. They trigger the teleport spell, and a surge of raw power explodes outward as they kick off their journey straight for the threat. Zioris keeps track of how far they've gone, while Nasha is wrecked, barely able to stay upright after teleporting over and over. Clutching a rock in both hands, Nasha throws a dramatic complaint, and Zioris just watches in silence, clearly worried she's pushing her body too hard. Zioris bursts into an explanation about the teleporting midair, and then his realization hits. Maybe the black dragon is still out there, farther ahead. Suddenly, Zioris spots a hulking demon tearing toward them, and he snaps Nasha's name, because in his gut, it's the black dragon coming. A winged monster dives down like a missile, and Zioris throws his guard up, because the enemy is hovering right over their heads. Zioris hurls a blazing fire spell, blasting Fremont and Atuven forward as they rocket straight at the oncoming enemy. Flames crash down on the dragon, but it doesn't even flinch. Nasha's breath catches as panic detonates in her chest, because the attack didn't just miss, it completely failed. The moment the dragon lunges ahead, Nasha's scream rips through the air. She's sure this is the end. The dragon slams to a stop and talks, shocking them both, so Ziora immediately suspects someone's yanking the strings or riding it. Right on cue, a knight riding a dragon swoops in and demands to know, "Have you heard of a human called the Demon Emperor?" A dragon rider swoops in and demands to know where they're hiding the Demon Emperor title holder. The armored man keeps his real identity locked down, then slips away the moment he hears the boy's confusion. Right as the rider spins around, the boy lunges into the frame and swears he's got something huge to say. He steps forward and shouts his mission: cut down that towering dragon who just stands there, perfectly still, right beside its armored master. Laughing under his breath, the man heaps praise on the hero's courage, and the whole kingdom of Garda finally hears how terrifying that dragon really is. A second dragon crashes into the scene, and the armored man snaps that the boy better reveal his real identity. The boy spots even more dragons piling in and his stomach drops. This fight won't be some quick one-on-one showdown. The old man clocks the dragons as ancient warriors, and the cat girl bursts in to explain that Garda is ruled by demons. A blazing magic beam hits the boy, and suddenly he's forced to shield the cat girl as the whole situation spirals out of control. Kneeling in the dirt, he hammers the truth home: we're not invaders, we're just a scouting crew sent ahead to check things first. The armored man wildly misreads why they're there, then gears up to execute them on the spot, because he's convinced they're hostile. The boy scans the sheer mountain of enemy forces, and realizes with a jolt that if he wants to survive, he has to find a weapon fast. He grabs for Nasha's sword, ready to cash in on the dragon's one weakness: brutal physical hits. Nasha agrees to help, eyes locked in. He sharpens his focus, getting himself ready in his head while she readies to pass things over. In a total screw-up, he snatches at her chest instead of the sword strapped behind her. Nasha dares him to draw it himself, and before he can blink, the elder moves to wipe out the human fast. Sword in hand, the boy barrels straight into the roaring dragon's charge. No fear, no backing down. He starts chanting a crushing new ability, and the second Nasha blurts out in shock mid-spell, he yanks her into his protective grip. The dragon snaps into action as the magic blasts out of nowhere, but the boys strike tears through it with jaw-dropping power. He hustles Nasha to safety, and for the moment the whole area goes quiet, no fresh threats in sight. The dragon finally claws its footing again, and the boy's dodge just floors everyone, like his body's gotten way stronger overnight. Rage surges through him as the knight roars at the dragon to attack, then he steels himself to end that audacious intruder for good. With sword in hand, the boy storms forward, and the dragon's roar answers him as it slams back with brutal ferocity. Night watchmen can't believe their eyes as the boy sprints straight at them, snapping the distance shut with razor-sharp, fearless precision. He rockets upward with his sword cocked high, hunting a perfect, bone-crushing strike at the dragon's exposed head. His blade drops in clean and deadly, slamming straight through the dragon's head with terrifying precision and a shattering impact. The dragon crumples under brutal, deep wounds, and the boy plants his feet, bracing as raw power swells around him. The knight clocks it instantly. The boy just hit a weak spot, and the whole place goes rigid with shock at that sudden turnaround. Together they unleash magic at the same time. Lightning beams slam into each other and detonate, rattling the ground with a blinding, destructive blast. The knight slams down, reeling from the blast, and it can't even get back up right away. The knight challenges the boy's power, utterly baffled that a mere human can actually command demon-based magic. No answer, just a blur of motion as the boy whips a flawless spinning kick straight into his helmet and drops him cold. That knight crashes back in, and this time the battle is over for good because the boy is fully in control now. The boy blurts out a shocking secret. Turns out the demon emperor they've been hunting is already standing right there. Staring down the shocked crowd, he smirks and bluntly announces, "The demon emperor you're hunting, it's him." One dark knight screams back off because they're scared of the boy's insane strength, but Eldama refuses to cower. He mocks their hesitation and won't tolerate weakness. Elderma swings on the knight with ruthless force, shouting that he's useless, and the rest just stand there, horrified at the brutality unfolding right in front of them. He clenches his fist, burning with fury at humanity, holding himself back but letting contempt drip toward his weaker allies. With that killer glare, Eldrima drops a warning. He's demanding results, and there's no room left for more failure. The knights freeze in stunned silence. Eldrima's message cuts like a blade: obey or pay for it. Two dragons slam into him at the same time, and for a split second panic hits hard, because he just realized a one-on-two fight is brutal when you're alone. He unleashes Binding Sea of Mist, choking the entire battlefield in thick fog and grinding visibility to a halt. In the mist, his enemies stagger around, completely lost. One night he draws his sword, then all he can see are shadows. The dragon realizes it's too late. One brutal strike snaps into its neck with shocking, pinpoint precision. Pinned and burning, the wounded dragon's body erupts in violent flames, blasting magical fire across the whole battlefield. He confirms the dragon's defeat, and realizes its insides aren't immune to internal magical force at all. As he closes in on the second dragon, he spots the rider, gone in an instant, vanished without a trace. The missing knight lunges in and clamps him down with a brutal grapple, flipping his whole plan into a desperate, we burn together situation. The knight screams with a promise to die together, and as the boy feels the danger surge toward them, unstable magic bursts out like it can't hold back. A colossal explosion detonates in an instant, swallowing them both in a storm of smoke and fire as the screen flashes pure white. She gasps and screams as her master crumples to the ground, an armored enemy's ambush hits like a thunderclap. Smoke blankets the battlefield, and she can only stand there powerless as the enemy laughs at the explosion's wreckage. With a grizzled grin, the bearded general declares it over, says the human stumbling block is gone, and the dragon is completely wiped out from this battlefield. Right when it feels like he's gone, the boy reappears, alive, totally unharmed, and she lets out a shaky smile, knowing he teleported at the exact last second. Rushing straight at the enemy, he squarely challenges the general, ready to unleash magic for the fight that decides everything. Staring down the armored man and the dragon, he braces for battle, and finally admits the truth behind how they got crushed. He calmly steps up and admits it was his fault. Then the old man nods at his power, but drops the warning that something darker is hiding underneath. Steel screams as they collide in midair, blades locking with brutal force, and the old warrior roars, because he's not buying the young man's resolve just yet. Sweat pours down his face as he clenches his teeth. He's fighting with everything he's got just to stay on top of the pressure. The old man lays out his magic, melding enhancement with teleportation, moves the demon tribe absolutely can't stand. The general flat out declares that any true demon emperor who dares to use sacred or teleportation magic will be cut down for it. He lunges forward and slams the boy, calling him unworthy of the demon emperor's power and daring everyone to question his legitimacy. Startled, the boy snaps his dagger up in defense, bracing for the next vicious strike. The old man surges forward, and the boy barely slips aside as steel streaks through the air, tension snapping tighter with every clash. They slam into each other again. An armored brute barrels forward without mercy, while the boy plants his feet, blade raised and ready to strike. He backs away with total confidence, ready to drop a secret that flips the entire battle on its head. He slams his titles on the table: Demon Emperor, Hero, and Great Sage, so loud that there's zero question who's in charge. The old man freezes in disbelief, snaps it off as a scam, and then tears into his greatness with brutal mockery. Even after the insult, the boy grudgingly admits the accusation hits the mark, and the old man lashes out with pure fury. His blade drives straight into the enemy's chest, and with one crushing counterattack, the whole fight ends for good. Wounded and soaked in blood, the armored man gasps through the agony, fighting tooth and nail to stay upright. He glares at the boy with pure venom, snarling that he's a coward for pulling out magic right in the middle of their duel. The boy flashes a grin and tells him, cool as ice, that no rules ever managed to cage magic in the middle of this fight. Stunned out of his mind, the man blurts that he's never once seen magic like this, no chance, pure power, and he admits the boy's strength is the real deal. Another wave of pain crashes over him. He convulses as blood gushes out, screaming that his wound is beyond saving. The boy stays silent as the wounded general, lost in thought, delivers his last heartbreaking words. Blood gushes from the old man's chest, and he gasps through the pain, fighting to stay upright and get the words out. With his final burst of strength, he suddenly erupts in delirious laughter, cackling as he cries out, Demon Emperor. The boy and his ally just stand there, staring in stunned silence, because those bizarre dying words make absolutely no sense. As the moment hits, his bizarre final scream finally cracks the case, revealing the Demon Emperor's real identity in a way no one saw coming. She fesses up with shaky nerves, and then the boy finally clicks. Those demons and that dragon were summoned because of her. With everything else gone, just one dragon is left. Its voice hits their minds like a whisper, steady and calm, warning them the real danger still isn't finished. He raises his weapon, certain magic won't save him. Then the dragon suddenly acts wrong and unleashes a chilling cry. But instead of trading strikes with the dragon, they spot it. Something has totally shifted, and its mood has flipped completely. A crest flashes into view, a slave bond seals it. Then the dragon turns out to be harmless, locked down only to serve. The dragon whispers for the crest to come off, and the boy obeys, carefully prying it away until the magical seal finally breaks. Even without the crest, the dragon doesn't back off. It's still right there, like it's choosing them on purpose. The boy pushes for a pact instead, and you can tell he's terrified of what kind of attention they'll draw if she doesn't. She nods, still totally thrown off by his logic, while he insists she'll finally get some time alone, without him hovering there. She panics hard, sure he'll ditch her the second he pushes her off, so she fires back, threatening to spill the truth to everyone. The girl beams and calls the dragon Coke with pure affection, then the boy gets ready to storm off again. She tells everyone the name comes from its pitch-black color, and the dragon practically dances with joy as it embraces the new name. Once everything was finally settled, they plotted their next move and rode on, heading straight for the city of Gyrus. A massive dragon swoops into a packed, tense market, and armored officials scramble into position, bracing for the fight. The crowd suddenly spots a rider perched on the dragon's back, and that's when confusion erupts into full-blown suspicion. That rider is Zioris. He slices with two blades, and people whisper he's a secret ally of the mighty guildmaster. Zioris spots the familiar enemies down below and steels himself for the fight, snapping on casual bravado to hide the worry in his chest. Nasha, his loyal companion, feels the tension building, then murmurs a warm reassurance and waits, ready for his next command. The whole group becomes the talk of the battlefield, and the soldiers erupt with praise for snagging that rare black dragon alive. A cocky guy shoves through the crowd like he owns the place, and silent, intimidating allies trail right behind him. Zioris spots the guildmaster, and before anyone can blink, he grills him. Who are these dangerous people standing shoulder to shoulder with him? A stern woman snaps that they unleashed a deadly demon, then draws a line in the sand, threatening both lawsuits and violence. With the tension snapping tighter by the second, Nasha slips up to Coke with a gentle touch, calms his nerves, and leaves the whole opposing crew stunned by how warmly she treats him. Zioris lays out his pact with the dragon, promising it won't ever bring a single threat to the town. He blurts that the pact goes through Nasha, and before anyone can breathe, the other dragons are already wiped out. The guildmaster agrees to the bond, but he shoots a warning. This dragon's sheer size will freak out the whole town. When things got dire, they decided to call the dragon out of the forest, using a ruthless, powerful tool they could activate on demand. The master slaps a price tag of 10 days and 10 million GS on the tool, and Zioris is stunned on the spot. Zioris hauls out magic stones, but he's still broke, so Nasha steps in and offers to cover the repayment, and Zioris shuts her down. The craftsman finally nods. He'll build the tool, but only if you hand over full payment by tomorrow afternoon. With the problem finally settled, Zioris sends the crowd scattering and fires off heartfelt thanks to everyone who stuck it out through those brutal, long negotiations. Zaris orders Coke to vanish deep in the forest and stay hidden until the summoning tool is finally finished. He snaps a warning to Coke, "Don't you dare hurt a single soul," and the dragon obeys, but you can practically see the fear crawling all over it, shaky and unsure. Ziori starts to suspect that the dragon might actually crave the taste of humans, but Nasha snaps in, "Don't you dare hurt a single soul." Zioris slams down his final command. Coke has to step in and help anyone who's in danger inside the forest perimeter. When Zioris finally hits the guild doors, a messenger tells him the guildmaster is waiting for him in the back room. Crowds swarm around them, lured in by Nasha's triumph over the dragon, and the buzz of a reputation that keeps growing louder by the minute. Zioris and Nasha get formally escorted straight into the guildmaster's office for a private meeting. Inside the guild office, Zioris sits down with the officials, and you can feel the formality and seriousness in the air the moment the discussion starts. Ziori's eyes widened when Altana and the others got pulled into the summons too, and then they were told, "Sit down and listen." Zioris fires a question about the Crimson Black Panthers, and everyone goes silent, because the guildmaster finally starts explaining. The guildmaster lays out a whole list of low-level jobs, stuff that usually gets handled without them ever stepping in personally. He steps up and reveals the Crimson Black Panthers are handling these chores now, running it all so smoothly it's obvious they're actually being helpful. The guild officials thank the Panthers for everything they've done, and that simple nod made it clear something huge is about to be announced. The guild master slams the decision down. The Crimson Black Panthers are about to become an official subordinate squad under the guild's authority. The guildmaster steps up and suggests we treat the Crimson Black Panthers as an unofficial subordinate group, for now. Yuta starts questioning what's even the point of submitting, and the guildmaster nods like, "I figured you would," then launches straight into his explanation. He hands over a tight workload, then sweetens the deal with a 20% bonus, just to get you to cooperate and stay exclusive. Yuta nods, admitting the offer is insanely generous. Then the guildmaster shrugs and says, "Truth is, we don't even have a proper base yet." Yoda starts to eye everything with suspicion, but the girl jumps in, ready to go, too ready, and the guildmaster just flashes a smile, hiding his real plans behind it. Saint Seiya jerks back in shock when the guildmaster drops the bombshell that her divine presence is exactly what's powering the whole plan. He lays it out. Saint Seiya's connection makes everything feel real, and that's exactly why secrecy stays tight and upper management can fully trust him. If this experiment works, it'll light the way for every guild underling structure that comes next, everywhere. The guildmaster pitches the idea of turning criminals around, and Saint Seiya jumps on it with both feet, calling it noble work worth doing. Yuta blurts out his worries, but the guildmaster just cheers Saint Seiya's help like it's pure victory, brushing every risk aside. Yoda can't shake the worry that the guild's criminal history is about to ruin their reputation. To shut down the critics, they agree to change the group's name the moment they officially join the guild. Yoda nods and pushes forward, then immediately checks with Nasha to make sure she's all in and ready to join. Nasha beams as she signs on, everyone nods in full agreement, and the guildmaster slams the meeting shut for the day. Just as the group is about to bolt, Yoda hesitates and calls out to Saint Seiya. Saint Seiya smiles politely, then cuts them off. She has to go, and she's postponing Crimson Black Panther's business for now. The guildmaster swallows her disappointment and nods, then immediately gets ready to tackle the next issue, this time with Yuta. Yuta steps in, declaring the red dragons are finally dead, and just like that, the guildmaster's dread crumples into pure, shaky relief. As they step out, the female knight shoots Yuta an apology for the earlier chaos, and Yuta can't help but stare, because her sudden formality hits him like a curveball. She reassures him gently, and Yoda even admits he's personally invested in what the Crimson Black Panther will do next. The armored woman beats herself up, swearing she should have handled everything alone, no way she ever should have needed Zioris' help. She demands punishment like it's a celebration, oddly thrilled, and Zioris just can't make sense of her upbeat, laser-focused intensity. She bulldozes past the protests and orders a brutal routine, and Zioris suddenly realizes she won't budge unless he gives in somehow. Zioris fights her reluctance, then gives in, and before you know it, she's beaming, shouting for him to start like the chaos is exactly what she wanted. She reads the moment wrong and thinks he's just messing around, so Zioris goes along with it, completely blind to how dead serious she really is. Zioris drags himself to land a reluctant smack, and the knight shoots into a dramatic reaction, overwhelmed, sure, but weirdly, absolutely pleased. Zioris' whole body shakes from the hit, she's panting, so he yanks his hand back, staring around like, what just happened? She crumples to the floor, totally dazed, and Zioris snaps into motion, telling her to get it together fast before anyone catches them. Next, the story slams into Altena's brand new base, right next to a district where women are rare. Altena's crew bursts into the base, and the trainees immediately stop mid-practice because they recognize the returning senior members. Muscle-packed warriors grin as they warmly welcome everyone to the guild's brand new base of operations. Fam strides forward and roasts the men for their filthy hygiene, and Yuta trails after her, clearly thrown off and kinda confused. The guys fend them off while laughing at how soaked in sweat they are. Then Fam steps in, drops the jokes, and hits them with deadly serious accusations. Fam snaps that she'll handle the punishment herself, so the men freak out, realizing she totally misheard their words. Yoda watches in dread as Fam plows past the protests, swearing she'll take on anyone, and the whole scene snaps with sudden tension. Sarat steps up with fearless confidence, yanks his sword into the light, and his silent female opponent readies herself for a fight without a single word. A bald referee snaps into action and signals the bout, and the two fighters square up, both desperate to be the one who lands the first strike. She hurls a surprise attack at him, and Sarat just can't react in time, until the wind yanks her dress up, flashing enough skin to momentarily break his focus. Sarat shuts down the first blow, then the next second she's gone, vanishing behind his back like she never existed. Right before Sarat can even react, a brutal hit lands in his stomach, and it sends him stumbling backward. Sarat crumples in defeat on the ground, and that woman just watches with ice-cold calm while everyone crowds in around him. She bluntly drops the bomb that their frustration is really just sexual tension, and the men practically freeze in total shock. The men finally admit she's right, and Sarat completely loses focus when her skirt distracts him mid-fight. She tells everyone to clear their mind before training, and that suggestion to hit a brothel leaves the whole room frozen in stunned silence. One guy freaks out at the thought, and the other's like, nah, my first time has to matter. The girls get sent away as the men regroup, ready to huddle up and tear into their personal struggles behind closed doors. She lifted a mug high and proclaimed their new group, Toothless Black Panther, and the celebration exploded like fireworks. Right as the crowd erupted in cheers, the male protagonist cut in mid-celebration, looking stunned, because he couldn't shake the confusion or the doubts about that sudden announcement. He grilled the crew for their pathetic secrecy and weak name, and she shot back that the guild hadn't officially signed off on them yet. Another member snapped in and said they needed a placeholder title. Calling it a secret society felt perfectly unofficial, just the cover they were looking for. She claimed Toothless was proof they'd finally calmed down, and even though he swallowed that answer, he still couldn't quite believe it. Tina panicked, convinced he'd hate the name, so she took the blame on herself and demanded the punishment. Even with her wild reaction, he still forgave her, fully trusting her judgment, while the kitchen busied itself and dinner rolled out hot and ready to serve. Before anyone took a bite, the whole group bowed their heads and offered prayers, and everyone joined in, grateful for the meal like it was a shared blessing. After prayer, they finally exhaled. While the priestess stood in calm devotion, the others showered praise on Ortina for keeping her cool during the waiting. Tina stepped up, claiming she could handle the weight, but the others shot down her confidence, doubting she even understood what their nerves were like. Nasha swore her gluttony was self-control, claiming she only went on a food frenzy when Zio picked up the tab for everyone. The others started roasting Zio like he was just their wallet, and even Tina, despite herself, couldn't help but mumble along with a totally deadpan remark. When Nasha said she lived with Zio, Ortina totally misread it, then panicked, convinced Zio was secretly training her for something. Meanwhile, the priestess clocked Zio's wild, unstable mana and slid him some food, swearing it would calm his condition. She calmly fed him right there in front of everyone, and Zio immediately panicked, feeling the awkwardness hit like a truck. The girls snapped at Zio for hogging C, and they blasted him for getting spoiled unfairly. Even with that calm, cool vibe, his charm ignited jealousy like wildfire, and the others couldn't help but quietly admire her right there. She calmly blurted that her love was divine and poured it out, and Zio panicked, completely swallowed by her raw honesty. Ortina snapped that she didn't love Zio at all, claiming he was unreadable and perverted, yet her face totally betrayed the storm of feelings underneath. Everyone decided Ortina and Zio's bond was basically sibling love, and when she protested, nobody lifted a finger to help. The elf straight up denied he was in love, and Nasha clammed up, refusing to spell out what her heart was really saying. She urged them in a calm voice to love Zialith more, and that's when the elf paused, reevaluated everything, and started to truly rethink kindness. Every girl threw her support on the table. Nasha started boasting about massages, while Lies shrugged and picked pure fun. Tina realized even Fam had flipped sides, and her whole body froze in shock. She snapped, questioning his betrayal like she couldn't even believe it. The party kicked back up around Zio, and before he could even catch his breath, someone shouted his name again. She leaned in and thanked Zio for showing up, then praised her cooking so hard that he basically insisted he owed her gratitude instead. She grilled them about Ortina, and it was obvious she was worried, because the girl's behavior felt off, and her magic kept swinging like it couldn't settle. She spilled everything about Ortina's crushing suffering and unstable magic, and Zio told her to hang in there, but she couldn't ignore what was happening. Lysina declared suffering must never be brushed aside. She'll step in, even if she's no longer a saint. She watched Ortina's magic flare the moment Zio's name was spoken, and she knew this could be the key to everything. Zio nodded to help Ortina, and right then a terrified man bolted up to him, screaming for help. Gasping for breath, the man blurted out shocking news. Saritz had just pulled a wild move and somehow got Fam tangled in it. Everyone went completely silent the moment they heard it. Saritz shot his feelings straight at Fam and confessed his love like it was destiny. Fam read his letter out loud, shut him down hard, and the crowd watching reacted in a tangled mix of reactions. Another man yanked Zio away, and it turned out the training pushed way past the limit. Real injuries were the proof. Zialith swept in and healed the battered trainees with holy magic right after their intense, reckless training session left them totally drained. Even when some people slam him for pushing too hard, every single one of them recovers, and they all turn around to thank him for helping them. The priestess can't believe it. He's blasting holy magic with zero chanting and no prep, like it's just automatic. She tells him to keep it secret, and as she whispers to him in private, curiosity sparks, and a little flustered tension creeps into his voice. She's totally rattled by his presence, and she blurts out praise with shaking nerves. Then Zeloth, all flustered and awkward, scrambles to dodge the conversation by changing the subject. Zeloth doesn't just train to fight, he goes way deeper than that, and even with everyone throwing teasing jabs his way, he keeps showing up, racking up attention, and earning real respect. During training, his weird sword stance blows everyone away, and his natural charisma pulls people in like gravity, no effort at all. Back at base, the scouts rush in with bad news. Signals to the forward unit are totally dead, and the line to them is completely cut off. The demon army tightens with worry as Velria drops the bombshell. The demon king has marched straight into human territory. While they chow down, Velria fires off ruthless jokes at the humans, and her aide, panicking at every word, tries to drag her back into line in public. A town official blasts the news that the battle tournament is back, and the whole town snaps to attention like something huge is about to explode. Thinking Velria is just a tourist, the man hands her a flyer, and her whole mood instantly turns tense. Amused, Velria steps into the tournament, while secretly hunting the elusive demon emperor. While the teacher drones on at the front of the room, the class sits there and listens, until one girl suddenly notices something weird sitting right on her desk. She flips open the folder and freezes because there it is, a tournament entry form hiding under her notes. The girl snaps back and confirms she's joining, then her friend stares like, "Why would you throw yourself into something that dangerous?" She leans in and drops the truth. She's not chasing cash at all. She wants a relic so powerful it belongs to the staff of spirits. The boy replays what their teacher said about the staff, and it clicks instantly. That prize only goes to the tournament champion. She lays out the staff's past, swearing she'll bring it back to Luzisfilia, her homeland, with honor. A woman lines in and tells her the legendary sword saint is stepping into this year's tournament. Even with the odds stacked against her, she refuses to break. She digs in and keeps fighting as long as there's the tiniest shred of hope. He asks if she'll take the staff meant for another winner. She says yes, but only if her conditions are met. She swears she'll give her life to whoever helps her, certain that her sacrifice is the price worth paying if it gets the staff back. He can't shake the fear that some guy will try to take advantage of her offer, picturing a nasty fallout the moment they realize what they've got. The moment that idea hits Zialith, panic erupts, and he snaps, stone cold, that this scenario must never, ever happen. Reluctantly, he weighs stepping in to shield her, terrified that his buried strength will flare back up in public again. Zealothia couldn't decide what to do again, stalling as the stakes skyrocketed, so the whole mess stayed unresolved. Soon they hit town together, and right after that the everyday grind kicks in. while Zialith starts weighing his next move with way more seriousness than before. Two girls try to ring down the price on a bizarre magic item, but the seller can't hide how unsure he feels. Flattery hits and the shopkeeper's ego swells with every compliment about his looks, like they're feeding his confidence straight to the core. Feeling swept off his feet and genuinely valued, he nods and agrees to sell the item for half price. The girls beam as they hand the item to Zialith, calling it their heartfelt support in a bright, cheerful bow. Zialith squints at the item with pure doubt, thrown off by how it looks, quietly wondering if it's just worthless garbage. She swears that mask is a lifesaver, then tells them exactly how to trigger its power, by wrapping straw around it. Zialith stares as the mask gets shown, then it slams to life, transforming into a complete, full-body disguise. To everyone's shock, that weird costume suddenly transforms into a ghillie suit, hiding faces and swallowing movement like a stealthy ghost. Zeloth refuses to take the item, but the girl won't back down. She swears it can conceal a body and even rewrite your voice. Still refusing him, she begs him to accept it anyway, because when danger hits, she's betting he'll need that help. Zialith beckons her to the guild, but she hesitates, worry gnawing at her like a warning bell. After overpraising the shopkeeper until Fam feels sick, they throw in the towel and decide to skip the guild visit. At the guild, Zeloth flaunted a magic ring that's rumored to summon a black dragon. The cat girl grabs his hand, demands he slip it onto her ring finger, and teases him nonstop like it's all just a game. She gives in and grabs the blade herself, even as Zialith snaps at her not to go poking him. Zialith can't stop wondering what the ring really means, while their companion shrugs and says women often treasure rings for the feelings they carry, no matter what. That dragon collar can't be put on yet, it's built for one purpose, keeping the black dragon under control. Zeloth was warned never to summon it near crowds, and then, out of nowhere, someone ordered him to enter the tournament. He lays out the guildmaster's plan in full, flexing his strength so hard that the vice shuts down all the doubts that keep creeping in. His allies are itching for payback, but they get shut down, right when every move could backfire and wreck Zealith's spot. Zialith freaks out the moment someone brings up unleashing Cork in the tournament, terrified the deadly fallout will hit them instantly. Zialith blurts out that he's not Cork's contractor at all, they're just testing the summoning tool that's been tied to Nasha. Nasha shocks the whole crew by boldly announcing she's entering the upcoming tournament herself, and the determination in her voice leaves no doubt. She says she's doing it to track how much she's grown from training under Zialith, and the moment it lands, he's left totally speechless. As Zeloth absorbs everything, his cat-eared companion jolts him. All right, it's time to summon Cork. The crew crowds back at base, squinting at Cork's size, and Zialith shuts it down. Turns out it's way too massive everywhere else. Nasha thrusts her arm up and confidently bellows the command to kick off Cork's finally arriving magical summoning. Her magic ring flares to life, and a roaring summoning circle tears open under her feet, blasting the air with raw, blinding magical power. Out of the radiant circle, a colossal dragon finally rips into view, and Cork has arrived in his full, terrifying form at last. Everyone freezes in sheer awe as the black dragon is summoned, and the moment Cork steps into the scene, Nasha's respect for him skyrockets. The former saintess catches Cork's aura in an instant, then gawks at the mind-blowing magical power blasting out of him. She casually blurts out Cork's real gender, and the whole room goes silent, even Nasha, who never even guessed Cork was actually a girl. Nasha suddenly crumples from pure magical exhaustion, her whole body shaking as the weight of that summoned power finally catches up to her. Nasha drops to the ground after burning through her magic to summon a beast, then the others sprint in immediately to help her. As they rally to help Nasha, they finally understand the brutal truth. Calling in an S-rank beast wiped her magic reserves clean dry. The priest tells her the magic recovery will bring her strength back, and they waste zero time, choosing to head straight back to rest. Right before he leaves, the boy shoots a question about weapon shops, desperate to grab the right gear for the tournament waiting right around the corner. She offers to guide him tomorrow, pitching her favorite shop, then practically pulls him in like, "Come with me." He nods and agrees to swing by Ortina's trusted shop, and they set the meet for noon the next day. That night he sinks down beside the resting Nasha, wrestling with a storm of thoughts about the tournament that's coming for him. He keeps it all hidden, racing in secret to snag a prize for Potty, without ever letting anyone find out it's him. He debates whether to ask the guildmaster for an alias registration, but he can't shake the fear of blowing his cover. Panic hits him hard as he swats away a ridiculous disguise plan, because he can't figure out how to hide his real self. See how Praza Zialith's true drive burns. He's set on winning the tournament, all for Patty. Ortina challenges Zeloth's secret identity scheme, and Zeloth stalls, clutching his painfully embarrassing disguise idea like it'll ruin everything if anyone finds out. Right when just suddenly shows up, she blurts out that she's crazy about Zeolith too, and swears she'll support him just like Ortina. Nasha stays back to cook his thanks, even though you can tell she's aching to come along too. Zeloth shows up at the weapon shop like he planned, and the moment he steps in, the shopkeeper smiles and demands to know why he's there. Tina slips away from Zeolith and Ja to let them browse, while she huddles with Zarman and whispers something in private. Zeloth goes over his gear in total silence, and Ja cheerfully trails right behind, watching him closely without ever needing to say a word. He can't stop wondering if she's bored, and Ja jumps in to reassure him, yet the second her magic sensing presence hits, his nerves go haywire. Ja clocked the unease in him, leaned in, and asked softly if something was messing with his mind, or breaking his heart. Zeloth swings in and offers to unload his worries, but just snaps a hard no on the spot, flustered and overwhelmed by how intense the moment feels. Zeolith reassures C that his magic makes sense to her, then urges her to stop shutting her eyes like she can't handle it. C admits he's right there, and that alone rattles her. She squirms and blushes while Zeolith grins and throws out a teasing compliment about her secret beauty. She slowly blinks her eyes open, catches Zeolith's stare, and instantly panics, flustering so hard she snaps her face away again. Ortina barges back and whispers to Zeolith to look into something in private, and the moment C hears it, panic crashes over her like a wave. Zarman lays out a spread of deadly, top-grade daggers for Zeolith, and once Zeolith lays eyes on them, he can't wait, so he starts testing every blade for the tournament. Zeolith puts the weapons through their paces, then snaps. These blades are too elegant for the brutal, raw brawl of close-quarters tournament combat. No matter how hard Zarman tries, nothing clicks, so Zeolith rushes out an apology, still completely lost on what could possibly fit his needs. He tells you plain and simple, durability is everything, because only a blade that can take his full strength swings matters. He spots a massive blade on display, and curiosity instantly takes over. He asks to get permission to try that very one. Zarman blurts out, "Don't, it's way too heavy and it's been sitting unused." Then he adds, "It's alchemically forged, built to overpower magic, but once it's in motion, you can't control it." Zeolith grabs the heavy sword, while Tina frets that its price is too low and that the catch might hit hard. Even with everyone worried, Zeloth swears it's the perfect fit, so if it doesn't work out, Tina has to pay the price without even asking him. She insists it's just their crew's way of saying thanks, even though that little gesture costs a fortune. Ortina doesn't hesitate. She bows to the blacksmith, pays him, and seals the deal with a smile full of respect. Zeloth tosses out an apology for the price, or maybe Tina just shrugs and insists everyone agreed. It still wasn't nearly enough thanks for what he did. Tina finally confirms she'll enter the tournament, and C swings in to back her up, so the protagonist gets to catch her breath with Tina's lap as a cushion. The protagonist vows to train Ortina with everything he's got, determined to make sure she crushes it in the tournament. Ortina totally misreads his intense training promise, then blushes hard as her mind races toward an exhausting, yet way too intimate, fantasy. Meanwhile, Valeria dives into the tournament, convinced this stage will drag out the most dangerous key figures in the game. Valeria can't wait. She demands her registration right now, and Muto stalls for a second, then warns her, "Don't come back and blame me later." Suspicious men feel a massive surge of magic in the air, then demand the girls be handed over, right now. The girls slam the door on that vulgar move, and the boy steps up hard, barking a warning for them to back off. With lightning-fast strikes, he drops both attackers cold, while the girls calmly talk about patching up their injuries. They brew potions for the defeated, and then, quietly like a secret finally slipping out, the boy is revealed as someone truly extraordinary. The tournament kicks off inside a massive arena, and as friends pack the stands, they rally their nervous contestants like, "You've got this, now go." The participant crouches in the tunnel as the spectators and nobles stare in deadly silence, all wondering who that masked figure really is. Cloaked in this bizarre disguise, the contestant feels eyes on them, judged without mercy, so they cling to the costume to dodge being recognized. Inside the staging area, contestants crowd together. Some look worn out, but the armored warriors and mages immediately steal the spotlight. Amidst those crushing auras, a single unfamiliar presence appeared, strange, unreadable magic crawling in the air, and suddenly everyone felt their nerves snap. A fearless female warrior steps onto the scene. Her mere presence makes everyone freeze, and from the shadows, the masked contestant just silently watches, unshaken. On the outside, she looks calm, but her hidden fire magic blazes like a warning sign. Everyone watching knows she's no ordinary participant. With every contestant packed in, the organizers blared, "Start," and right in that heartbeat, a wild magical shift crashes the scene. A blinding flash rips across the arena, and the masked contestant snaps into action as the floor ignites beneath their feet. The contestants finally clock it, these colored lights are grouping them up, and the masked one gets thrown straight into the red squad. The red crew kicks off the battle royale, and from every set, only 2 contestants get to move on. The masked contestant digs in and readies for battle, while his friends split off into other groups, because the biggest fighters still haven't shown up. A blonde warrior steps up to the masked one, laughs at the outfit, but you can tell she's secretly hooked, eyes bright with amusement. She feels a surge of serious magic rolling off the masked figure, and that strange back and forth sparks an even stronger curiosity between them. With the challenge buzzing in her bones, the blonde woman flashes a grin, practically vibrating with excitement for the fight that's about to explode. Right before the match kicks off, Misty and Luke step up to the mic and blast the crowd with hype-shaking introductions. Luke studies the red group and clocks their magic stats, then he bets on a fair head-to-head battle because their magic levels are all pretty even. The arena explodes with noise as the first match kicks off, only for a female fighter to lock onto the masked contender like she's hunting prey. A bunch of guys ring the masked guy in tight, and the way they stare, along with those smug, tense stances, screams hostility and nothing but shallow motives. They ditch strategy and start fighting over who gets the attention, while the masked contestant's skin crawls as confusion spirals fast. The crowd jeers at the masked contestant, and the blonde just bursts into laughter, soaked in amusement, while she hurls insults at the chaos. Out of nowhere, she names the masked contestant as her guardian, and the room goes silent as everyone's stunned by how fearless that move is. Seeing what's going on, the masked fighter steps into the role and dares everyone else to come forward. Rage crackles in the men as they demand the girl be handed over. She snaps back at them, and the chaos erupts in a blink. A shadowy hooded man lunges in from nowhere, and before he can finish his strike, the masked fighter snaps back fast, tearing off the disguise to reveal cold, mechanical enhancements underneath. The masked contestant snaps on a wind-based technique and hurls the hidden knives out in a spinning circle. Every enemy around him goes rigid, stumped by those hovering blades, totally clueless about when the next strike is about to land. Blades suddenly screamed through the air toward the group. Panic detonated as multiple opponents got cut down and crumpled to the ground. As the dust cloud finally settles, a masked contestant stands alone in a giant crater, staring you down. The commentators are left speechless. Nobody can figure out how that masked fighter's technique works, because he just casually snatches the blade right out of the air as it comes back. The blonde warrior, buzzing with pure challenge, bursts out that it's a deathmatch right now with the masked contestant. With a cold, steady voice, the masked fighter shuts her down and declares the match over right there, only the 2 of them left standing. He proposes they skip ahead and fight in the finals, right now, and she hesitates, weighing the terrifying contenders waiting out there. She gets a sharp reminder that one reckless move could cost her everything, so the masked one leans in and warns her to keep her head and act smart. Disappointment stings, but she nods and agrees to wait, because she's not satisfied with just any ending. She challenges him to a high-stakes duel, unmasked on the spot, and if the masked fighter loses, they obey and surrender. Unshaken behind her mask, she slams down her terms and refuses to back down, so she'll win even with that glaring disadvantage staring her in the face. Laughing at his nerves, she dangles a reward if he can actually pull off the win. Right before the tournament finals, this noblewoman steps up and dares the whole arena. She promises a reward if her opponent comes out on top. The masked warrior chuckles at her bold confidence, teasing her with the promise of even sweeter rewards coming soon. She cranks the tension up and dares to propose that he become her consort, leaving both men completely speechless at how bold she's being. With a confident grin, she swears she'll win, thinking his silence is pure admiration, and she's so sure she can barely contain her stunned delight. As she strolls away like nothing happened, the masked fighter stands there totally baffled, while everyone else tears into her wild little stunt. The announcer blasts out the results. Zez and Velria just snatched victory in the Red Block's first match. Right in the middle of her announcement, urgent news slams the moment, and Valeria makes a dangerous personal promise about the finals. To everyone's shock, Valeria drops the bombshell. She swears she'll marry Zez if she loses the final. Zez spirals into panic when the private deal blasts over the airwaves, crushed by the flood of public eyes and the sting of personal humiliation. Elsewhere, the truth drops. Zez isn't Zez at all. He's Zeolith, and he's been sneaking into the tournament in disguise the whole time. One of Zeolith's most trusted peers steps in to defend his name, flat out denying any foul play or tricks. Zez stands backstage in silence with two companions, and each of them reacts to the awkward mess in their own way. Zez snaps at anyone who mispronounces his name, only for the whole thing to blow up fast and spiral into a totally wild accusation. He flat out denies ever making a marriage promise and swears Valeria cooked up the whole claim without his consent. A teammate pings unstable magic energy, and Zess stumbles through an awkward, clumsy clarification he didn't even need. Nasha roars as he defends Zess, insisting his tastes are being misread and scrambling to shut down the mounting suspicions. Zeloth panics as his nickname spreads like wildfire, but the tournament barrels on the moment the next round kicks off. Tina strides into the arena with unshakable confidence, and the whole crowd and her familiar rivals can't help but stare. She storms into a reunion with Patty, an elven warrior who can't believe Ortina decided to come back and fight for real again. They vow to throw everything they've got into it, but Ortina drops a subtle hint she wants a private talk. Tina clocks what's coming and pushes for a tag team with Patty, because in the chaos of war, women get hunted first. From the stands, their support group erupts in cheers, blasting everyone's morale right up before the match even kicks off. Patty can't stop wondering where Zeolith vanished to, while Tina panics and blurts an excuse to cover for his sudden absence. The moment Patty lays eyes on Zess again, she figures he's Ortina's mysterious mentor. Then she starts gushing about his insane strength and the way he's been guiding her. Everyone gushes over Zez's warm, friendly vibe, while Ortina's world drops. She panics hard because she just blurted Zeolith's real identity by accident. The second prelims kick off, and Ortina and Paristes instantly yank every eye in the crowd straight onto them. Commentators shout that danger is everywhere, women are rare in the mix, and that makes them prime targets for men. As some competitors start worrying that others will laugh at their noble ideals, opinions collide and the tension keeps spiking right up until the battle ignites. The signal blares to kick off the match, and the arena instantly explodes with thunderous noise and raw, electric energy. Justice grimaced as the surrounding men swarmed in, then Tina and Paristas snapped into position, ready to launch their plan and execute it right then. Ortina rips ahead and takes charge, pushing straight forward with pure determination to kick off the fight and slam the tempo into place. She darts in and drops the cloaked opponent before they can lift a spell, snuffing out the threat in an instant. Zess clocks their tactics, amazed they're laser-focused on wiping out the mages, and right on cue, another fighter barrels straight at Ortina. Tina snaps her guard up, slams her blade into his, and then grins right back as he realizes, too late, that he totally misjudged her strength. Paristas calmly starts chanting magic, ready to back up Ortina while their enemies are too distracted to stop it. Paristas finishes her incantation and unleashes a blazing divine blast straight into the enemy group. The holy projectile detonates on contact, blasts the male contestants into chaos, and drops every last one of them unconscious. Ortina throws a grateful look at Paristas because that rescue hits right when it matters. Then the spell that was late finally shows up, right in the nick of time. The crowd erupts in awe, shouting praise for the duo's unstoppable win and flawless teamwork, even though they barely had time to mesh before the match. After seeing that pair unleash unexpected magical firepower, the defeated male contestants stumbled back to the backstage, furious, wary, and desperate to regroup. Spectators can't stop gawking as the duo tears through the men's collapsed formation, their raw power and slick teamwork moving at lightning speed. The guys finally broke down and admitted it. They'd underestimated the women, got humbled hard, and had to recognize just how unstoppable their skill and coordination really were. Paristas and Ortina stride into the tournament arena, locking eyes with the crowd and glinting in their polished armor like they own the place. Spectators explode with cheers as the duo blitz through the other competitors, landing razor-clean hits with perfectly timed moves. Nearby guys start whining in crude, appearance-obsessed jabs, and Tina hears it. Then rage hits and she snaps back on the spot. Blushing but fearless, Ortina steps up and shuts them down with a scorching blast of words and a defiant glare. Ortina takes the insults and turns them into fuel. She refuses to back down, rage burning as the crowd shoves crude provocations in her face. Tina fires off a warning to Paristas about enemy eyes on them, and Paristas sheepishly admits her magic show just grabbed way too much attention. Nearby contestants spot the duo again, eyes narrowing with suspicion, watching them from afar like every move could blow up in their faces. A group of men closes in without a word, blades out, ready to strike, and Paristas and Ortina snap to it, realizing they're getting boxed in from both sides. Tina steps in and clashes blades with the attacker in front of her, refusing to budge. Her face stays locked on, even as the danger keeps swelling. As Paristas starts chanting her spell, the enemy's movements twist wrong in midair, throwing off her focus and stopping her magic cold. Paristas whips her blade aside to deflect every enemy blow, but she snaps a warning, her sword S about to give out from the non-stop pressure. Observers' nerves snap as the enemy locks into a tighter formation. Then a smug attacker circles in and taunts Paristas, rubbing salt in her shrinking chances. A masked stranger slips into view without a sound, and the room snaps to attention as their towering presence and fearless stance steal the moment. He roasts the men for teaming up, laughing at their cowardice and the fact they can't beat women on their own. He keeps ripping into them, poking their pride until it cracks, while Tina and Paristas watch from the sidelines, frozen in shock at his brazen interruption. The crowd goes wild for Zez, roaring as they slam the male fighters for hiding behind cowardly tricks. The announcer blurts out gossip. Zez is suddenly drawing attention from multiple women, and Ortina is left totally stunned. Now that Newspriad's Fast Z's has got 4 women watching, jealous, bitter guys online are losing their minds. Crowd outrage erupts in seconds. Some cling to Velria like she's theirs, while Zez snarls and mocks them straight from the arena floor. Zez bursts into confident laughter, shrugs off the noise like it's nothing, and snaps at the commentator for once again getting tangled in total nonsense that doesn't even matter. Velria storms in, mocks the male fighters to their faces, and dares someone brave to finally give her a real challenge. One man freezes when his teammate drops, then blurts out to Velaria with a shaky voice, clearly rattled to the core. Chaos erupts while men bicker over Velaria, and Tina and Paristas quietly watch it all unfold. Zez's plan hits like a bomb, his men start turning on each other, and the crowd's resentment boils higher and higher. People can't help but talk about Zez's reputation, and even when they tease him, they still have to admit one thing: his interference handed Paristas and Ortina the edge. A brutal power strike slams down and blasts the earth to rubble. Dust rockets into the air as the final showdown erupts with full force. Tina rushes over to Paristas, who looks completely spent, while fallen enemies litter the ground as smoke hangs in the air. Paristas leans in and asks Ortina, "Can you still push through?" Then, like a thunderclap, a brand new final opponent steps out, right in the spotlight. The man steps up and declares himself Elria's husband candidate, swearing he'll storm the finals and claim her for marriage. Paristas howls out a spell to trap him and rattle his bones, snapping down a brutal electric binding incantation that surges with raw power. The lightning spell hits with full force, and crackling energy pins the boastful man to the spot as it rages all around him. His body convulses midair, the electricity crushing his spirit, and he can't escape the brutal full force of magic. Tina revels in her win, but Paristas keeps pouring magic into the air, blocking every warning, even though that man could die. The man crumples to the ground and Paristas rushes in, sobbing an apology as she insists her creepy vibe is what made her unable to stop. The match ends, Paristas and Ortina are crowned winners, and they join 3 other women in the finals. Bruised and battered, Ortina and Paristas still stand proud, while everyone else hustles to get ready for their own tournament match. Backstage, teammates explode into celebration after the win, screaming, hugging, and riding pure adrenaline, because every single one of them just punched their ticket to the tournament finals. Ortina strides back with pride, Paristas slips along in silence, and Zez freezes when someone calls him Master. Zez squints at the title like it doesn't add up, and Tina awkwardly tries to smooth over her offhand line during introductions, while Paristas steps up and gives his performance a proper, formal round of praise. Zez shoots her a nervous grin and introduces himself to Paristas, and she just stays cool, smiling as they finally trade proper greetings and the tension melts. Zez finally fesses up that he handed someone gloves just like his, and one sharp-eyed viewer spots the design. Those zeolith-like patterns match perfectly. Paristas is stunned by the truth, then she leans in and admits, quietly but clearly, that Zeolith is her disciple too. When they press her, she tries to hide her reaction, shrugs it off, and flips the whole conversation before anyone can dig deeper. Paristas flashes a polite smile, gently excuses herself, and walks off, leaving the others staring, confused and quietly worried. The elf storms out of the group without a word, and panic spikes through everyone, while the masked boy and girl quietly stare, saying nothing at all. A thrilled girl devours the match list headline, and just like that, the news whips through the crowd, so the Sword Saint is really about to step into the arena. The masked boy clocks that someone's clearly upset, then the next round kicks off, and suddenly everybody gets called in. The masked boy gets a bad feeling that something's off, and then a powerful older man steps out of the shadows, but his voice sounds way too young. Cheers explode as the real Sword Saint steps in, young, smiling, and bold, giving the roaring crowd a confident hello. Stunned by Luke's sudden arrival, the masked boy stares in disbelief, because the legendary warrior looks even younger than he ever imagined. The girls took turns reading the participant list out loud, and right before that, a street vendor had been hawking snacks to them outside. Even after digging through the lineup, the only name that really lights up is the Sword Saint. Everyone else is just background noise. The masked boy starts guessing that some contestants are hiding their titles for shady, personal reasons, like they've got secrets they don't want anyone to sniff out. His brutal judgment makes everyone suspicious, while the girls just stand there, silent and staring, like they can't figure out why he's acting so defensive and jittery. The masked boy suddenly bursts into coughing fits, and the girl's sharp, sudden stare blindsides him completely. Suspicion sparks in him, and he presses Ortina about why she's reacting like that. She stammers out a shaky denial, clearly rattled by whatever she won't say. The girls huddle over who could make the finals, and one girl with zero doubt jabs a finger at the cold, distant man standing all alone below. Ortina drops the truth bomb. Appearances can lie, and even their own team has a powerhouse who rarely looks like he's ready to fight. Just then another contestant spots the armored guy, blurts out his name, and boom, this warrior's real identity is revealed, Castor-san. Luke collides back into Castor for a long-awaited reunion, trading greetings while both of them stare in shock at just how much time has blown by. Luke demands answers. Castor's sudden disappearance has everyone, including him, rattled with confusion and pure worry. Castor admits he stepped back for a reason, because he truly believed Luke was more deserving of the Sword Saint title. He lays out how Luke's growth and potential are already outgrowing him, and admits his own style just doesn't fit right. Luke spots something wild on Castor's belt, and it screams that there's way more going on under the surface. Castor rips out his weapon and vows he's done with swordsmanship, because the ultimate showdown is waiting for him in the finals. Luke eagerly grabs the challenge, and the third preliminary match kicks off as tension snaps tight, with everyone lining up to slam into their next opponent. The third preliminary match kicks off. Contestants storm into the arena as the crowd erupts, screaming for the next fight. The announcer throws Luke into the spotlight, calling him the youngest sword saint in the lineup, and the whole audience instantly goes wild. Luke stands calm as other fighters stare him down, and the moment they clock him, the whole arena tightens with instant, wary tension. An older contestant leans in and tells Luke that his situation is brutal, and Luke just flashes a calm smile, no hint of fear on his face. Even with the warnings ringing in his ears, Luke stays cool, calm, and confident, because the tournament match is about to kick off for real. Contestants brush Luke off as nothing more than a warm-up, convinced that this young sword saint is easy prey. Luke slides into position, sets his sword stance with ice-cold calm, and doesn't flinch one bit as the threats come crashing toward him. Luke's rivals huddle together, thrilled to plot his downfall, all to claw their way into the spotlight by finally taking down the legendary young sword saint. Multiple contestants swarm Luke at once, but he casually shuts them down, moving with freakish speed and landing razor-precise counters. Luke kept his cool, but you could feel the strength underneath. His lightning-fast, bone-crushing moves left even seasoned fighters staring in disbelief. Luke stands tall, soaking up the praise as he wipes out multiple contestants at lightning speed with his insane sword skills. Surprise hits the contestants as they start questioning Luke's real strength, stunned by how brutally and instantly he crushes every opponent. The remaining fighters stall with nervous jitters, but Luke just stands there calm as ever, completely unbothered by every cautious stare. Luke decides to step in and take charge himself, swallowing his hesitation as he forces himself to actively shut down the remaining doubters. A fierce competitor steps into the arena, and the crowd lanes in, everyone's itching to see Luke take on something even bigger. Spotting hesitation in the opponent's eyes, Luke's older ally strides forward with total confidence and dares everyone, right now, to fight him. Luke stays cool as his cocky partner flat-out dares every last contestant to swarm him all at once. Enemies come charging with brutal force, but the seasoned warrior vanishes in the blink of an eye, so fast they're left staring, completely thrown off by where he went. Out of nowhere, the older fighter shows up behind the opponents, then wipes the floor with multiple enemies at once, because his combat skill is just on a whole other level. Contestants froze in shock as they finally understood this powerhouse, battle-tested fighter had completely crushed them. The announcer freezes in shock, stunned by the lightning-fast, total collapse of every competitor lying defeated. Luke and Castor emerge victorious, and the announcer's booming voice seals it, ending their jaw-dropping preliminary match right there. Luke soaks up the roaring cheers as the crowd officially crowns him the winner of the preliminary round. Castor breaks into a goofy celebration even though he's got zero drive, while Luke stays cool, calmly trying to rein in his own excitement. Observers tore into Luke and Castor's fighting moves, and the crazy part was the match, so many similarities to the legendary swordsman Zessen's style. Fans are buzzing over Zessen's technique, saying it's locked behind the top tier. Only high-ranked fighters with legendary titles like the Sword King can pull it off. Once the crowd realizes Castor might be the legendary Sword King, sheer awe hits them, because his power is absolutely terrifying. A masked fighter can't shake the question in his head: are there other hidden heroes out there, secretly rocking titles just as legendary as his? The master quietly plots his big reveal of hidden heroes to finally calm his mind, and his thrilled team closes in fast, ready for what comes next. Just like that, everything snaps into chaos when a brand new challenger storms into the arena, and the crowd erupts with pure, unexpected hype. How that powerhouse of a fighter, absolutely demolishes the fourth match. He wins in a blink, faster than anyone can even react. How towers like a living threat, breathing hard and radiating raw power so intense it crushes any doubt about his overwhelming strength. That mysterious contender, Rentada, sweeps in and wins just as fast, shocking everyone by wrapping up yet another preliminary bout in the blink of an eye. Those tense preliminary matches finally wrapped up, and now, boom, the finals tournament matchups are set and the hype is about to explode. Luke's jaw drops when he realizes he's been paired against the terrifying ZS. No warm-up, just a straight-up nightmare matchup on day one. Paristy stands there, calm as steel, locked in and ready to clash with her opponent in the brutal tournament battles ahead. In the quarterfinal arena, masked Zez tightens his grip and braces to go toe-to-toe with the brutal Paristas. Zez's eyes widen as he instantly recognizes his opponent as Patty, and just like that, his whole tournament dream and his carefully built game plan starts getting wrecked. Zeiss stared down the prize of the spirit, planning his move with ruthless precision: beat Patty, but don't even lay a finger on her. Meanwhile, Patty feels ZS is about to hold back, like real kindness would smear their rivalry and make it feel fake. Zez keeps his decision buried deep, quietly promising Patty the staff if he wins, while the battle inside him rages, but he hides it perfectly. Zez's crew started goofing around and jokingly sighed at Patty, totally humiliating him, and the crowd watching nearby suddenly got suspicious. Zez grapples with his own plan for Velrea, torn up inside as he wrestles with the exact move that could prove he's innocent. Ortina clocks Zez's shaky state and that unstable magic churning in the air, then reassures him in a soft voice that feels like a steady hand on his shoulder. The crowd breaks into loud, joking debates over their favorites, and it mortifies Zez all over again, shattering his focus like a snapped thread. Two starry-eyed followers back Zez's totally misunderstood intentions way too loud, and right as they help, they accidentally crank his public humiliation up even higher. Zez storms into the arena solo, psyching himself up to take on Patty in their high-stakes quarterfinals. Dual Patty slips in without a sound right across from Zez, her piercing stare screaming determination. She's ready to throw down. Zez instantly catches Patty's brutally fierce resolve, because forfeiting isn't even on the table for her. The intro blasts Parista's insane sword skills and spellwork, leaving Zez squirming as they drag his brand new romantic mishap into the spotlight. Seeing Patty's fury flare, Zez decides it's time to talk straight. He wants to fix their strained relationship right now. Zez stays calm but presses Patty hard. Why jump into this tournament, and what's the real connection to Zeolith, her mentor? Patty shoots down Zez with a cold glare, then snaps into visible frustration the second she realizes he has no clue what Zeolith has been up to. Zez tells Patty to back off so she won't get hurt, but Patty shoots back with total confidence, refusing to yield and hitting him with a bold counter. Patty's voice shakes as she demands answers from Zez. Why did that Zeolith let him in, knowing full well he'd crushed her heartfelt tournament dream? Patty murmurs her crushing disappointment, still bleeding from the sting that Zeolith didn't stop a stronger challenger from crashing the competition. Zez clocks that Patty looks at him with pure disdain, because he's the one standing between her and the tournament win she's fighting to claim. Zez bears his real motives to Patty and confesses he slipped into the tournament in secret, burning to back her dreams all the way. Patty lets out a breath of relief when Zez clears everything up, and the real smile hits like a knockout, wiping out all the tension between them for good. Patty admits he's acting on the misunderstanding, and as Zez explains, Zeloth is hit with deep regret that he couldn't show up today. Zez finally admits he's stronger, but he quickly tells Patty the staff wasn't random, it was always meant to be Zeolith's personal gift. Zez flashes a confident grin and tells them Patty should forfeit, because he's ready to hand her the staff of spirit straight away. Patty shuts down his idea fast, and with a bold insistence on playing fair and square, she leaves him stunned. Patty yanks her sword free with pure grit, refusing to throw away her effort that easily. She snaps her pride into place, swearing her dedication is real, because quitting right now would be the biggest betrayal of all her hard-earned work. Patty's flustered, and without meaning to, she slips out deeper feelings behind her refusal, leaving Zez a little stunned and confused. Zez and Patty slip away for a private talk, while the crowd watches in growing confusion, desperate to decode their tangled, emotional exchange. The impatient tournament announcer barks for the match to start, yanking every spectator's gaze right back to the arena's tense, electrified atmosphere. The crowd sees Patty's flushed face and instantly flips the story, blasting accusations at Zez and making his nerves explode even before the match starts. With a jolt of adrenaline, the match officially kicks off, and the whole mood snaps into a high-stakes showdown. Zez and Patty stand across from each other in tense silence, and the moment finally hits. No more games, they're ready to go all in, even knowing each other too well. Patty surges forward in a blur, slamming her blade straight at Zez while he watches with sharp, cautious focus. Patty moves with insane agility, snaps in a perfect hit, and Zez instantly gets shoved into full-on defense. Patty shouts a scorching spell at full volume, blasting a terrifying magical strike straight toward the startled Zez. Zez stayed cool and centered, calmly smothering Patty's magical strike with defensive magic, so smooth it left her completely stunned. Patty jerks back in pure shock while Zez stays dead steady, eyes locked in, no hesitation, silently sizing up everything. Zez stays icy calm, rooted to the spot, and shuts down Patty's relentless sword barrage with a rock-solid, confident guard. Patty's blown away by Zez's grit, praises his talent, but flat-out tells him he's still sorely lacking in power. Zez watches Patty stay cool, but his gut screams that she's sitting on a terrifying move. Patty snaps into action, unleashing her hidden technique with a fierce chant as her blade crackles to life, flooding with raw electrical power. Patty unleashes her deadliest spell, forging a lightning-charged blade that rockets forward in one final, game-ending strike. Her opponent stays ice-calm, even nods at the spell, then snaps, saying it won't be anywhere near enough to beat him. With pure determination, Patty barrels straight in, twin blades first, going straight for his defenses. She slams her strike so hard the masked fighter's weapon snaps in half, and for a split second he's left scrambling on defense. Unshaken, he readies yet another sword. Patty's eyes narrow as she realizes the real fight hasn't even started to end. Patty whips out a brutal binding spell, trying to lock her opponent inside a crackling electric field that's tightening by the second. Her spell snaps to life at full power, blasting 5 towering lightning pillars around her and leaving the entire arena reeling in shock. The masked fighter's instincts scream when the magic circles start blazing with raw energy, and he realizes this spell isn't playing around. Spectators lock onto it instantly. This is a lightning seal, and the sheer size plus the sheer destruction power blows everyone's mind. Even with the warnings screaming at her, Patty digs in her heels and vows to go all the way, ready to throw herself in the line just to end the match for good, fast. Patty rips out a challenge to the world, swearing she'll last longer than anyone so her clan's pride and honor stay standing. She braces herself, sensing trouble in the air as her masked opponent slips a hidden weapon into place without a sound. He suddenly materializes right behind her, stealing the moment before she can even blink, react, or fight back. One soft hit hits her magic like a switch gone. Patty's knees buckle, her powers falter, and she stumbles, eyes wide in shock at the sudden crushing pressure. The masked fighter grips her like it's nothing, moving so steady that it screams one thing: magic can't touch that weird body of his. The crowd stares in stunned silence when Patty drops, passes out on the spot, and the match gets cut off out of nowhere. Spectators explode in outrage, misunderstanding the masked fighter's every move as he calmly lifts Patty out of the fight. He shoots a glance at her bruised face, stunned she pushed through all that pain anyway. Her sheer resolve gets to him, and he quietly honors every bit of her effort, feeling, deep in his chest, just how much that fight really mattered. His mask explodes out of nowhere, then it hits him. That lightning she threw earlier already landed, just with a brutal, delayed punch. Patty gets rushed into the medical room, and the person checking her condition can't hide their worry. The doctor checks him over and finds not a single injury, while Castor just stands there, silent as a shadow, relief breaking through her face. He tells them she's only knocked out by magic, and the doctor finally nods, letting her rest safely. Outside, Castor steps out, and a knight who's stunned by Patty's loss and shocked that Castor's even here rushes forward to greet him. The knight flashes back to Castor's past, but Castor snaps back with a firm correction. Then he declares his name with fresh, unshakable confidence. Castor shrugs off every question about his motives, and all he'll say is the terrifying truth: he's the last one left standing. He brushes off the questions, teasing that there's a deeper reason lurking underneath, and before he finally heads out, he drops one last comment. That night the darkness berated him for ogling women, and it embarrassed Castor, who snapped back defensively, mask or not. Castor rockets back into the arena, his teammates erupt in cheers as the crowd's onlookers above stare him down in icy silence. He nods, confirming Patty's safe recovery, and the whole crew lets out a wave of relief. Then they hype him up for holding it together and fighting with pure grit. Look, it even offers her its lap, but she freezes on the spot, her hesitation getting crushed under the weight of all those painful memories of humiliation and hardship. He crumples gratefully into her lap, drowning in relief, and everyone watching whispers the same thing. His spirit is completely shattered. Some folks read the moment as shameless, but Castor snaps it back. This is emotional healing, not perversion, as he clamps on tight like it's his lifeline. Castor wrestles with the idea of throwing in the towel, sinking deeper into comfort, until he realizes too late that he's gone so quiet. Just stares down at him, cheeks burning red, utterly stunned. She has no idea what to say about what he's doing. The girls go dead silent, shocked out of their minds as Zez practically melts into the moment and slips right into his lap. Ja fights for zest with tears streaming down his face, admitting he's been terrified for Patty far more than anyone ever noticed. One girl feels his magic wobble, and Zez immediately freaks out. He swears it's because he got emotionally overloaded from that lap pillow. Arguments explode over what fair even means, while the others start jokingly offering their knees as Zez trembles under this rising, ridiculous pressure. Zez roars out a hard no, brushing aside every male lap offer while right on schedule, the match result gets officially announced. The second quarterfinal kicks off when Castor steps into the arena and the whole crowd's eyes snap to him instantly. Their glares lock like sparks. Hao is all fury and raw aggression, but Castor stays stone calm, unreadable, and battle-hardened. Even with Hao's thunderous hit landing, Castor doesn't even blink. Then he whips back a fast, crushing single-arm counter that knocks everything off balance. How does he fold instantly? Castor gets declared the winner because he shuts down his opponent with one clean hit. The crowd detonates into chaos, some scream cheers, others curse their lost bets, and then Castor's power hits like a thunderclap, leaving even the skeptics reeling. While the crowd throws bets around, Zess clocks the tension climbing and silently nods along with the worry. The moment the group realizes Ortina ditched them early, her friend's confidence cracks, because her shaking, obvious nervousness starts to scare them. They praise Ortina's strength, but dread what comes next, because her next opponent's power feels way too huge for her to handle. When Ortina learns her next opponent is the Sword Saint, Zess wastes no time. He jumps in to check on her himself. Zess strides toward the waiting area while gamblers boast about their profits, totally clueless that Ortina is fighting a brutal war inside her chest. As Zez strolls past, gamblers huddle and argue over betting on Ortina, and Zez can't help but clock just how deep that gambling obsession runs. Meanwhile, Ortina spirals in thought about her teacher, desperately using memories to drown out the crushing pressure on her chest. Zess senses someone nearby and slips toward the waiting room door, bracing himself. Ortina better be on the other side. Ortina stands out in the hallway, frozen in place outside the waiting room, tense as hell with her back to the door. Zez just casually says hello, but the second the showdown hits, Tina's thrown into pure panic, startled beyond belief as she blurts. Tina screams, sounding totally unready. Zez says he came to make sure she was okay, while Tina finally admits she was so distracted inside that she barely even realized what was happening. With a rush of relief, Ortina snaps her confidence back into place, thanks him, and realizes that his surprise kicked her focus back to zero. Zess starts giving advice and Tina lights up like he's got a master plan. Then he snaps right away, shutting that idea down instantly. He lets slip that a sliver of hope still exists, while Tina lines in, listening with bright intrigue, clinging to the faint chance that Sword Saint might still be beatable. Ortina agrees to hear him out, crushing nerves aside. She's ready to test her strength no matter how it all ends. Zez leans in and warns Ortina. The Sword Saint's got raw power but no real control. Ortina nods with total confidence. Ortina strides into the arena and her opponent, the Sword Saint, leans back and casually jokes about how fighting women is so hard. Tina refuses to be anything less than a warrior, and when he realizes it, he throws out a quick apology and steps up to her serious challenge without backing down. The third quarter-final kicks off. Sword Saint yanks his blade free, fully ready to go all out and fight for real. Tina bursts forward on the spot, then slashes with razor-sharp precision, stealing the initiative before he even gets a chance to react. Ortina copies her teacher's plan, charging in with a savage sprint that leaves the Sword Saint stunned. He can't believe she's coming at him this fearless. She leans into disciplined forms and keeps the pressure on, but he scrambles to defend, because brute strength alone just won't cut it. He studies her punches, clocking how perfectly trained and precise they are, still predictable, and missing that spark to really break the rules. That technique hits like deja vu. Her stance snaps into place with the exact rhythm from a memory I can't stop chasing. Curious, he presses her for where her sword style was born, but Tina waves it off and keeps her eyes locked on the fight. The sword saint clocks Ortina's style instantly. She's wielding Tenho's swordsmanship, the kind that only sword kings are allowed to use inside the empire. He challenges her legitimacy, because only the elites are allowed to use techniques like that. Ortina starts to squirm under the relentless scrutiny. Demanding answers, he insists that those terrifying techniques never should be passed to run-of-the-mill fighters without the proper rank. Tina knows dropping Zez's name could be risky, so she braces hard, because the Sword Saint's vibe snaps into something way more dangerous. Sword Saint comes in hot, threatening violence and demanding answers, because Tina isn't just dealing with a tournament match anymore. Something far worse is closing in. And Tina suddenly remembers Zez's warning. If she lands even one hit, that match could end on the spot. She hammers forward with relentless pressure, because the only way she survives is by refusing to stop attacking. A crushing hit lands, her armor splinters to nothing, yet the Sword Saint just stays cool, reminding her he'd warned her this was coming. The Sword Saint watches her defiance with cold disgust, and even though he won't admit it, the whole situation grates on him and drives him up the wall. She stood in the arena, breathing hard, sword clutched tight in her grip, while a roaring crowd drowned the air in cheers. Elsewhere, he strolled forward with total calm, while nervous onlookers watched in silence, sensing something huge was about to explode. He squared up to her face-to-face and demanded answers, what she really knew about sword skills, and why she had such a mysterious past tied to it all. She refused to say a word, cut the conversation short, and hauled herself away to dodge any more useless back and forth. He snapped the moment his words hit the air, making it clear they weren't just talk. Then she grabbed him, and their clash spiraled straight into an emotional breaking point. Mid-fight, she got dropped hard and crumpled to the ground, and the crowd couldn't help but feel for her, because it was obvious the match was already over. The crowd started fidgeting, and he let out a heavy sigh. He could feel the delay and all that staged drama turning him into the villain. He slammed the brakes on the final blow and told her, "Not yet, I still need one missing truth from your past." Instead of backing down, she pushed him, asking why the origins of her sword style hit him so hard. He shot back the truth, desperate to stay special, and his words totally blindsided her. He flashed back to his childhood, where sword skills came to him like breathing, until his gift finally crowned him the honored sword saint. With a proud grin, he declared, "I'm a chosen one," and everyone who heard him just felt it. There was something far deeper behind those words. He was convinced Tengo's sword style was meant to be kept exclusive, and seeing it taught out in the open felt like it was burning down everything he stood for. He warned her if anyone cheapened Tenho's name, they weren't just harming a legend, they were wrecking his legacy and his own worth. He swore he'd crush its spread for good, first by taking her down, then wiping out every soul who ever taught her. Tina trembled with nothing left in her, her vision spinning and fading, barely holding herself upright as her defeat crept in like it was already decided. He lifted his sword with icy calm, vowing to show true Tenhu swordsmanship, out of nothing but respect. Sword raised, he growled that one strike would rip her arm clean off, yet Tina still squared up, refusing to back down. Right before that punch hit, a brand new armored fighter burst into view and snatched his arm in mid-swing, leaving him stunned. The masked warrior calmly declared Ortina's fate. She couldn't go on anymore because the fight was already finished. Lucas froze in shock. This masked figure moved so fast Lucas couldn't even track it, and the identity stayed buried behind the mask. The masked one gently snapped at Ortina, and she answered with a warm smile, brushing off the reckless move like she'd meant it. Tina finally caved and agreed to stop. She'd shoved herself past the edge, and now she knew exactly where her limits were. The referee raised the call. Sword Saint Luke was officially declared the winner, and that match finally slammed shut for good. Cheers exploded as both the crowd and Zez's friends showered him with praise for that jaw-dropping save, and for timing his intervention perfectly. Luke lunged to stop them, but Ortina clutched Zez tight and kept her mouth shut. Luke felt a bone-chilling aura slam into him, so he demanded who the masked warrior was, but they only dodged the question, staying painfully vague. Intrigued, Luke didn't hesitate. He challenged the masked figure to a duel right away, desperate to prove his strength again. The masked one shrugged him off so coolly, basically saying, "We'll catch up later," and Luke just burst out laughing, totally amused. Luke flashed a sly grin and warned them, "Castor is next, he's coming for you in the tournament." Luke dropped the bombshell that Castor was a sword saint too, and warned them this fight was going to be brutal. He added that Velria was just as deadly, and her cunning would snap traps on them before they even knew what hit. Luke let out a confident laugh, convinced that not a single woman could beat him, so he boldly crowned himself the future hero, no doubt in his mind. Ortina and Zez didn't buy his arrogance for a second. Valeria's power had been hiding in plain sight, and now it finally exploded into view. Zez gripped the spent Ortina and held her steady as she flushed with grateful embarrassment, admitting she was beaten, but praising him for saving her. Even with her injuries screaming for mercy, Tina didn't quit. She vowed to train even harder, and Zess pushed her on with zero hesitation. Backstage, Castor baited Luke for going all out, and Luke only shrugged, no regret, just pride in that performance. Castor realized his comment had lit a fire under Luke's pride too late, then the whole vibe snapped into something cold, serious, and razor tense. A hype announcer blared that the fourth match was about to explode, and the tournament surged forward with every second ratcheting up the excitement. Velria and her opponent Renata just got introduced, and right away, mystery and raw power wrapped both of them like a storm. The match kicked off, the crowd roared for Velria, and while the jeers crashed down, Renata just smiled, calm, unshaken, and ready. Renata flashed a confident grin, convinced that once they saw his real power, the whole crowd would erupt and cheer for him. Velria yawned like she owned the place, unimpressed to the bone, and taunted Renata, telling him to go ahead and strike freely from anywhere. He didn't hesitate for a split second. He lunged forward like a promise, shouting that he'd win as his body launched recklessly at the perfectly poised opponent. Velria lifted her hand with a bright smile, like she was daring him to unleash everything, and she leaned in, hungry for the show to finally start. Renata snapped forward with a punch, flashed a wicked grin, and burst into laughter as he unveiled what he'd been hiding up his sleeve. Velria lifted her hand with pure calm, then a monstrous tentacle shot out from Renata's side straight for her. Thinking his ambush was a sure thing, Renata declared victory, while Velria didn't even flinch, just watched the creature coming with sharp curiosity. In the arena, that mysterious tentacled monster lunges in and wraps the girl tight while the whole crowd stares in stunned silence. Curious spectators lean in as the robed man reveals a rare, insanely powerful magic item. The man brags he bought it just to get famous, fishing for cheers, craving admiration, and trying to seize dominance over everyone watching. During the duel, she slips up and blurts sensitive info by accident, and that one mistake makes him instantly question who she really is and what she's truly after. She orders the creature to keep slamming in, acting like she's impressed, while the man laughs in her face at how sure she thinks she is. Smug behind his magic tool, the man sneers at her, acting like she'll humiliate herself in front of everyone. He triggers the magic item to the max, and it floods the girl in power while she stays icy calm and perfectly still. The crowd erupts, screaming for more, while he stares at her restrained body with a twisted, delighted smirk. Though she's bound tight, she keeps her cool, while he glares at her like he's starving for more, totally clueless as she readies the comeback that'll flip everything. She jabs at how pathetic the item really is, smirks like it's still impressive, then shrugs it off because to her it's just a toy. The man laughs at her calm stance, squeezes his grip tighter, and swears she's only pretending to be strong. He bragged about those binding tentacles, swearing not a single target had ever slipped out of their grip. He cackles like a villain, insisting even the elite warriors can't escape, because his absurd magical durability is just too brutal to break. He throws her one final shot at surrender and needles her as she stays calm, quietly gearing up to answer. She clenches her fist like a vow as the tentacles slam in no mercy, just a full-on stand. She calmly repeats that same claim, this restraint is nothing but a cleverly made toy. They taunted him for underestimating the artifact, but he shot back, swearing it's unbeatable and that this is his ultimate magical weapon. She calmly rips apart his delusion, spelling out that he never really controlled that fight, or even the moment. Enraged by her defiance, he orders a full assault, trying to rip away her clothes just to get his sick laughs. With a smirk that doesn't hide her worry, she calls out the danger, then slips into action, setting up her counterattack before the strike even finishes. With a confident grin, she snaps, that's the farce done. Then a rush of magic tears the bindings apart. A massive burst detonates outward, tearing through the tentacles and slamming the man to the ground like a wave. Screaming in brutal agony, he clutches his body as she drills straight down toward him with unshakable focus. Shaken to the core and trembling, he blurts out demands for answers, still reeling from how the whole situation flipped so violently. She doesn't hesitate, she lands a razor-clean punch, ends the fight on the spot, and leaves the whole arena dead silent. He pleads for mercy, too late, because she slams in again, shocking everyone watching with the sheer force of her power. His face balloons grotesquely, then he crumples and drops unconscious, while the crowd just stares, stunned and utterly silent. She drops her gaze in disgust, sneers at his weakness, and brands his cruelty as pathetic trash. Spying his exposed underwear, she snaps a dry comment, piling salt on top of the man's humiliating loss. Without a second thought, she stomps him one last time, crushing his twisted show for good. Rage burns through her as she snaps that she's going to kill. Her magical power spikes and surges like it's about to explode. She launches a brutal high-level spell, flames roaring to life as she braces to wipe out her helpless, already defeated opponent. Terrified, the man finally drops to his knees and begs for mercy, because he realizes her threat isn't just talk anymore. Her spell blasts him into roaring flames, leaving the crowd stunned, so fast that even a judge has to urgently shout, "Stop." One warning about disqualification hits and she snaps back to her senses, because she realizes she nearly pushed her power way too far. Velria's panic sparks for a split second, then she snaps into survival mode, and her focus instantly shifts to dodging disqualification after that brutal attack. The medics shout that Rintata is still alive, then the match finally ends and Velria is declared the official winner. She's been declared the winner after crushing the fight outright, while Rintata lies unconscious, badly burned and utterly defeated. Somewhere else, a girl on the mend steadies a worried visitor and slowly gathers her strength back after that brutal incident. The doctor slams the warning into her patient, "Stop moving, now." Sure, healing magic stitched her up, but the wounds are still grim and deadly. The girl asks what that loud noise is, and the answer hits hard. Velria steamrolled the fourth match from start to finish. They huddle up and map out the upcoming match, then the next opponent, Caster, gets revealed as another sword saint. They're terrified Caster's power could blow past everyone's hopes, but the armored guy just grins and swears he'll handle it, no problem. She vows she'll be cheering for him in the finals, and he gets himself ready, bracing for the summon to hit any moment. Backstage, Velria flashes a confident grin, and her comrade steadies her with a calm word, then he strides into his own fight. Velraja and the masked fighter shout victory together, both absolutely sure their crushing power will end this in their favor. Crowds trade bets left and right, and the talk keeps sharpening as everyone starts eyeing Luke, Velria, and that masked contender. Blazer grins with unshakable confidence, because secretly, he already bet his wager on the masked fighter's skin. Zez barges into the semifinals, and this time he's up against Caster, an armored monster feared for crushing a legendary hero. Zez gets blasted with cheers from a swarm of cheering girls, while Caster roars down at his newfound popularity right in the middle of their arena showdown. Caster starts needling Zez's friendships, then flips into full-on focus, ready to battle with personal stakes that hit deep. Caster yanks his blade free with fierce intent, roaring that he'll crush Zez, no mercy, no exceptions. Zez grins and welcomes the challenge, swearing it's perfect practice, while Caster just stares, shocked by how bold it all feels. Caster fires first, but Zez steps in and blocks with total calm, like these two already fought and survived together. They collide in a brutal showdown. Caster throws down the truth. His nation demanded victory, and he's not about to lose and crawl away in disgrace. Right as the duel with Zez rages on, a jolt of realization hits the Caster. Maybe the terrifying, secretive Lucisphilia nation is behind all of this. Zez clocks Caster's secret mission, and Caster is stunned that the masked fighter already knows about the spirit staff. Zez quips about cutting the reward in half, and Caster snaps back in pure rage, steaming through the middle of the fight even while that wild, confusing talk rages on. It cuts through the attack with ease, and Caster snaps with shock, then questions just how good that sword really is. Zez waves off where the weapon came from, while Caster presses him hard, demanding to know where he mastered those advanced sword moves. Caster locks onto Zez's defense and realizes it's Xenoform, an insanely rare style only legendary swordsmen ever managed to master. Zez laughs in Caster's face, boasts that he's the top dog, and then squares up to strike, full force, zero doubt. During the duel, when Caster and Zez collide with weapons that crack through the air, Caster finally admits it. Zez isn't special at all, and then he spots Xenoform again. Staggering, Caster watches Zez's strikes and realizes they mirror Tenho's sword style, and that realization throws him into confusion, then panic. Zez shoots down any talk of sword styles, insisting his moves weren't taught at all. They're pure instinct, learned the hard way, not from any formal technique. Both fighters freeze in place, and Zez lets out a wicked chuckle, while Caster vows he'll end this whole fight with one crushing, decisive blow. Caster unleashes the war god's power, slinging off his armor in a flash and roaring his strength to a whole new level. Fueled by explosive speed and razor-sharp precision, the empowered Caster rockets straight at Zez, launching full-force assault. Castor drops his sword Saint title on everyone, flashing holy magic with zero chanting, and Zez can't help but groan, because he's way too overpowered and it's driving him nuts. Zez taunts Castor yet again, grinning like he owns the battlefield, then snaps into a brutal surprise attack. With his dual frozen scythe spells, Zez snaps Castor's arms mid-swing, freezing their brutal momentum dead in its tracks. Castor's completely frozen, because only one person can pull off dual high-level spells in total silence, and it's happening right now. Zez clocked Castor's power, but he didn't panic. He stayed calm and rose with fresh confidence to take on Sword Saint tier monsters. Zez finally bears his real plan. He's testing exactly how much magic it will take to take Castor down safely. Zez stayed icy calm and hurled the frozen scythe again, kicking off the biggest, baddest magic show he'd ever unleash. Hundreds of blades scream out around Castor as Zez barks that he'll unleash the spell 100 straight times. Zez snaps into Crimson Scythe mode, bracing to unleash a brutal storm of destructive fire magic, wave after wave, no breaks. Castor finally sees what ZS is repeating, this nightmare of a declaration, and then he decides he'll fire that spell 100 straight times. Panicked, Castor blurts that nobody in the whole country can pull off what he's seeing, because the cast's devouring flame magic is eating everything in its path. The arena erupts as magical power pours in pure, overwhelming force, and Zez just smiles, calm as ever, declaring that this kind of strength is absolutely one of a kind. With energy roaring above them, Zez snaps at Castor, "Don't you dare die," showing just a flicker of worry under all that control. Zez's devastating magic detonates like a warhead, blasting Castor into a massive inferno of flame and raw, crushing force. Spectators lose it as smoke swallows the arena, panic spreads everywhere, and then, just as visibility starts to creep back, confusion is still everywhere. Castor somehow stays upright like a miracle, and Zez creeps closer, eyes narrowing as she realizes his still, motionless posture feels totally wrong. Zez finds out that Castor has totally blacked out, yet somehow stays standing there, frozen in place by pure willpower and brutal physical stamina. With Castor frozen and unresponsive, the fight gets shut down for good. Then the crowd erupts as they announce Zez as the winner. Zez rips into the arena with devastating magic, crushing Castor's defenses and leaving the roaring crowd stunned. Castor suddenly crumples to the ground, knocked out cold, and while he's down, the noble woman can't stop staring. She's fascinated by Zez's brutal magical power and the wild potential behind it. Zez barrels into the waiting room, just in time to get hit with the noblewoman's sharp questions about who they're facing in their next tournament. She brings Zez back to that old promise and pitches marriage on the spot. Then Zez freezes, awkward and visibly rattled, fumbling out a quick no because he's completely uncomfortable. She leans in even closer, pushing him to accept the reward, and Zez is torn, still not sure how to deal with her relentless insistence. Zez gets totally thrown off by her flirtatious lines, grills her for her real intentions, then walks away like she owns the moment. Stepping into the arena, the noblewoman sizes up her next opponent, weighing if she should end this in a flash or let it play out. The young swordsman fully recognizes her power and decides to go all in right from the very first moment. She sneers at his confidence, asking if it's arrogance or just youth, then straight up vows she'll smash his pride to pieces. The crowd erupts the second the semifinal match kicks off, and two battle-ready fighters square up, power and pride crashing together as pure determination burns in their eyes. The boy lunges into a challenge, and the woman just stands there ice calm while everyone else closes in, swords drawn and pointed at her. She refuses to even draw her weapon, insisting she doesn't need an edge, especially while she's completely unarmed. The boy shoots her a warning, "Don't underestimate me," because he's about to launch in full power and strike before she can even react. Frozen in place, she doesn't even turn when he rockets in from behind, sword thrust high, ready to finish it in one brutal strike. She snaps his blade away with bare hands, completely unbothered, while he freezes in shock because her strength and defense feel effortless, like she's moving on instinct. She snaps at him to go all out, and her razor-sharp stare makes it clear she's still swallowing her full power. He blurts an apology, but he's dead set on making things right. Then her lightning-fast move hits him like a punch, and he can't stop himself from questioning how she moved that quick. She shrugs off every attempt to get close, needles him about his tiny progress, and keeps her stance locked in pure, unshakable control. He lunges in a fury, throwing everything he's got, and she just laughs, clearly entertained by his intensity, urging him to dig even deeper. She can't hide her thrill as she praises his bloodlust, finally clocking him as a real threat, someone she has to test again. Spurred by pure shame, he calls forth his sword's spirit, vowing to smash through her crushing advantage once and for all. He channels divine power, yells his deadliest technique, and braces for the hit that will finally turn the fight. She unleashes wild laughter as she swats away both strikes like it's nothing, and the more the battle heats up, the more her confidence roars higher. He's completely frozen as she stops the divine technique dead in its tracks with a single finger, and a wave of concentrated magical pressure blasts out like a storm. She blurts it out with pride, spinning her fingertip magic in real time, while he just freezes there, staring in total disbelief at how perfectly she's got it. She slams into him head-on, and in an instant his face freezes in shock as pain crashes through his unprotected body. Still coughing and barely standing, he hears her ripping into him for being reckless during real combat. With his sword clutched tight, he roars that he's undefeated, and claims he's the youngest sword saint, born to be the chosen warrior. Frustration burns through him as he starts doubting everything, because no matter his skills or status, he can't land a single blow. She whips her head away, utterly let down, like even a sword saint can't give her the real fight she's craving. She shrugs off every block like it's nothing, utterly unfazed, then her face tightens and she starts unleashing magic. With a confident grin, she snaps a warning, "Use everything you've got to counter my next spell." She shoots her arm up and unleashes a colossal flame spell, Infernal Dragon's Devouring Flames, packed with roaring force. He's seething and fed up with being ignored, so he barrels forward with his sword gripped tight, finally done with getting underestimated and brushed off again. Screaming in defiance, he lashes out with a desperate strike, shoving past every limit as her crushing magical pressure bears down on him. She taunts him with fearless confidence, unleashing a burst of fire, and he tightens his grip on his sword, no retreat, just full-on brace mode. Balloons of fire wrap around him as he screams and unleashes Flash Strike, his deadliest move, carving a path straight through the inferno. Burns scar his arms, but he won't budge, standing his ground, eyes blazing with pure, unshakable resolve. The arena gets blasted apart in a violent explosion, scorching heat swallows everything alive, and the crowd erupts into pure panic as the flames roar back for round two. Panting through injuries, he plants his feet and steels himself, then whispers, giddy with triumph, certain he finally cracked something that actually matters. She nods at his effort and calls it impressive, and he's left gasping, no clue if she's praising him or pitying him. She drops the bombshell. The spell was barely 30% power, and it hits him like a punch, making the power gap painfully obvious. She plants her feet and snaps that he's not strong enough, then the moment her pressure hits, he crumples to the ground. Spectators and allies freeze in shock as he finally sees it. Her magic towers over everything, and even the sword saint suddenly feels completely irrelevant. He drops to one knee, swallowing his pride, because it's over, no chance left, and the whole crowd just stares in stunned silence. Velria looms over Luke's crumpled form, and Luke drops to the ground, faint, defeated, and completely drained after that brutal fight. The crowd explodes as Velria is crowned the winner, and Luke's crushing defeat leaves everyone speechless, yes, even the announcer and the spectators. A masked figure stared back, whispering that her spell hadn't changed at all, because it was still far stronger than his. Velria stands tall like a warning sign, and everyone watching can't help but admit it. She's different, unlike any opponent they've ever faced, and her power hits with deadly precision. With pure excitement and unshakable confidence, Velria shouts at ZS, daring them to throw down right now with blazing intensity. Velria strides into the arena with fearless confidence and barks for her opponent to show up, because she wants this fight started right now. The announcer slaps a maintenance delay on the match, but Velria snaps back. She's ready, and she refuses to rest 1 second. Her impatient demand throws the organizers into chaos, and one masked official quickly steps in, already dreading Velria's extreme temper. An officer steps in fast, barks at Velria to get out and calm down before this whole situation flips and spirals into chaos. Velria snaps at him in fury, then remembers their bigger mission and urges him to keep his cool, restrain himself, and move forward. Velria finally snaps back to reality, quietly steps away, and lets the masked official retreat safely. As she keeps her eyes locked on him, Velria feels it in her gut. This opponent is just anyone. He must be carrying some legendary title among heroes, sages, or the kind of adventurers myths are made of. She beams with pride as it clicks. This little festival pushed her one step closer to the secret goal she's been guarding in silence. Certain her future is bright, Velria cheers herself on, swearing her plan is brilliant, and that she's the genius behind it all. Meanwhile, the second her opponent realizes Velria is here, panic detonates. Her sudden arrival ruins his simple plan to seize the spirit staff. Velria wipes out Luke with ease, flooding him with the same magic, only this time it's monstrously stronger and way more efficient, until he can't even breathe. As the memories crash back, her opponent realizes Velria could match him, or even blow past him, in raw, overpowering strength. He gritted his teeth and swore he'd keep hold of the masked man's plan, because everything rides on outplaying her power. He confirms Velria has taken down the Sword Saint, now she's waiting for him in the tournament finals. He lays out Velria's terrifying power, and admits the Sword Saint never stood a real chance against her. When they asked about his sword, the masked man's hands tightened, and he admitted it snapped clean in the last match. His companion thrusts her sword toward him, but he snaps back that blades are useless against Velria's terrifying strength. He breaks down how fingertip magic can shut down even a blade, but she can't buy it, calling it way too extreme. She teases that he's no longer human, then he shoots that claim down, yet you can tell he's way beyond anything normal. He asks if she'll watch the finals, and she refuses to let him. She insists, and with that he steels himself, determined not to miss Vilria's fight. Ortina starts changing her clothes, and her master awkwardly turns his face away, panicking about what to do next. He realizes this is the first time he's ever seen Ortina without her armor, and he's instantly stunned by how she looks. Tina suddenly asks if something's wrong, and he blurts nervously that her staying so casual about changing around other people just doesn't sit right with him. She breaks into laughter, swears she's never done anything like that, especially not around men, until this exact moment. Ortina flushes crimson and admits it's her first time undressing in front of anyone, leaving him completely wrecked with flustered panic. Ortina clocks her master acting on edge, and he awkwardly blurts a denial, clearly drowning in her presence. She tells him to lock in discipline to tame his nerves, flipping the mood with a teasing grin, and it leaves him utterly baffled by how fast she turns up the energy. He politely turns it down, saying the tension keeps him sharp. Ortina, blushing hard, slips in with a forced calm that barely hides her embarrassment. The tournament announcers boomed that the finals were starting, and the whole arena instantly went silent. Zez and Velria finally step into the spotlight. Zez hesitates like something's off, while Velria grins like she already knows how this match ends. The crowd goes wild for Zez, clinging to one crazy hope, and upset, while Velria sits there as the clear favorite. Zez snaps his head toward the shouting, same voice, same ruthless stakes, and the shock hits him hard. Even his own friends are risking everything. Velria bursts into the finals with pure excitement, while Zez stays icy calm, just trying to end it fast. She admits she's not sure how strong he really is, and she'd rather dodge a long, stamina-churning fight. With a confident grin, Velria feels the trouble coming. She's already craving a brutal, high-stakes showdown against Zez. Velria snaps into a battle stance packed with confidence, then rockets forward and smashes with a crushing first strike. Zez calmly watches as it crashes down and smashes the arena floor. Velria vows, right in the chaos of battle, to rip the mask off Zest and expose his real identity to the whole world. Finally, the whole crowd erupted as Zez stepped into the Colosseum, and his crew burst into cheers, half roaring, half shaking with anxious excitement. Inside the arena, Zez locked eyes with his hulking armored opponent, and then boom, the announcer ripped the words out. The final battle is officially underway. Zez hesitated, reading the weight of his enemy's strength, and then a throne-sized pebble smashed through the wall, unleashing terrifying raw power. Fists clenched, Zez dug in and squared up, nerves screaming, but he was ready to tear into brutal close-quarters combat. Zez sucked in a deep breath, then absolutely surged forward. His punch slammed into the enemy's blade midair with a violent clash. Zez drives her fist into the enemy's blade, ka-thunk, and she grins, cool as ice, as she smoothly shrugs off the brutal hit. She snatches his arm right in the middle of the fight, calls out how tightly he's holding back, then demands he show her his real, full power. Zez is clearly shocked, but he admits he's already pushing. Then he nods and says he'll go all out from here. As Zez triggers his special technique, divine energy surges through him, so much that the arena shakes under the war god's presence. Zez rockets forward at breakneck speed, slamming in with sheer force, and the enemy scrambles, weapon up, because the impact is about to hit like a thunderclap. Zez surged ahead, but Zez didn't get the chance. She met it head-on and countered in the very next breath, her hands crashing into Zez's with a crack of pure, raw force. Shocked by her brutal pressure, Zez froze for a beat, then a quick look down showed the wild grappling move she'd been hiding. Zez regrouped after the knockback, then that monstrous strength hit him like a shockwave. Her laughter rang out, totally hooked on how the danger kept surging higher. No matter what he tried, she wouldn't let up. She craved even more. To shatter her limits, Zez had to dig even deeper. Zez unleashed a brutal upgrade. His raging flame barrage flared up in one explosive burst as he lined up his next strike. She watched Zez like it was nothing, eyes locked on him the moment magic started to surge. Then she snapped into action, ready with her next counter. Zez tore into the air with a storm of raging flames, and the impact exploded so hard it rattled the arena's stone floor. She snapped back instantly with a frozen glaive, and when their spells slammed together midair, another massive elemental blast erupted. Zez caught her copying his spell, then snapped his plan in half. He ditched it and unleashed dark elemental magic. The ground split under their feet, and she cheered his chantless casting, because the fight only made his magic more unpredictable. Zez felt it instantly, something was off, and the way she moved with strength and tactics didn't line up with what he'd predicted earlier. He snapped that she couldn't be just anyone, because deep down he feared she was the real owner of the hero title. She didn't buy his story for a second. His power was so massive it even dwarfed legendary mages, and that made her suspicion sink even deeper. Zess finally clocked it. She wasn't just hunting people, she was hunting heroes dead on, and before her, others like her had already shown up, desperate for a confrontation. To throw her off, Zess cracked a joke about her being a scout, and she shot back, utterly confused and furious. Zess snapped into the role she'd actually ordered the scout team, and the power in her hands screamed that this wasn't just leadership, it might be something even more terrifying. He couldn't shake the thought, was she a demon? And then she pushed, demanding how he even knew who they were. She admitted he was part of why they lost, and honestly, she didn't even fight it. Those weak ones deserved to get knocked out. With a cocky smirk, she announced it was finally time to unleash her real magic. She unleashed a flesh-devouring draconic arc, and in midair she summoned a monstrous beast with its jaws torn wide open. Even though it wasn't familiar, Zez copied her spell perfectly, detonating the arena again with a brutal draconic arc that left everyone reeling. She jolted back in pure shock, then snapped into action and launched Frozen Spirit Binding Tree like a perfectly timed counterattack. Zest ripped it again, ice shards exploded around them, trapping both of them in a ruthless, freezing magical clash. Explosions blasted the moment their spells slammed together. She got flung backward, and her shock hit hard when she realized he could replicate it perfectly. Spectators leaned in, stunned by the brutal clash. She panicked on the spot while he calmly unleashed magic no mere soul should have been able to wield. She pressed him for his title, totally hooked on his insane power, and desperate to uncover who he really was. Dark energy slammed into her body, warping her shape and bursting out a power so much darker it felt downright terrifying. Zess spotted glowing marks crawling across her skin, and he instantly feared the forbidden enhancement technique had just kicked in. With terrifying speed, she rocketed forward, and Zess barely had time to react as her strength and agility surged out of control. She slammed down the seal for the unbreakable forbidden spell, and the entire arena plunged into darkness, choking everyone with pure, bone-cold dread. Zez's panic hit like a punch, his spell refused to trigger, and that forbidden magic of hers seemed to shut down every single cast as if nothing could even start. She slammed in with brutal force, driving a clean hit straight into his chest, her power blazing while his eyes went wild. The blast tore through the arena like thunder, and as shockwaves slammed everything, his allies froze in stunned silence, terrified of what would come next. With a confident grin, she shouted his name. Zez stayed rooted in place, but the whole moment had flipped on its head. A masked fighter locks eyes straight ahead while a noblewoman steps in, grilling him over Zez's shocking defeat. Tension snaps in the air as the woman stares on, watching the masked fighter line up his next move in total silence. The woman's jaw drops. He actually lived. He admits he only barely slipped out of that brutal magical attack. She demands answers, and when she recognizes his magic, he fires back with identical demonic flame powers that leave her reeling, stunned all over again. She growls in sheer frustration, and he calmly tells her his win didn't come from bloodline or fate, just straight-up skill. The woman snaps her hand forward and blasts out crushing magic, making the masked man stumble back in a desperate guard. She plants her feet and stands ready in the arena, and as the masked fighter lands a perfect block, the crowd just stares in stunned silence. The masked man presses on the spell, then one girl blurts out that Zez warned her earlier about some other creepy, unknown magic. They remember Zez insisting that if you truly understand a spell's attribute and how it hits, then magic can be imitated. The masked man storms off, and the watchers can't stop worrying, because that unstable, crushing magical power feels like it could explode any second. She stormed into the arena, swearing she'd unleash her full strength today, no doubts, no breaks. Her opponent studied her power and realized it wasn't magic at all. It was a brutal physical transformation that shouldn't even exist beyond what the divine realm allows. With hands steady as stone, she called forth blazing energy, offering condensed scraps of life to power the invocation. Flames exploded around her as she summoned the dreaded demon princess of purgatory. A towering blaze of a figure surged up behind her, silent but crushing, while the arena trembled like it was about to explode. The masked man froze in terror as the giant spirit's blazing fist reached straight for him. Even with all that talent, he couldn't grasp the summoning or mimic it. Her power crashed over him, way too unnatural, way too strong. With her spirit raging like thunder, she roared that it was over, then powered up her deadliest attack, ready to unleash. Panicked, he tore through the world for magic that could break the spell, then realized blocking it was the only shot. The summoner barked the command, and the flaming spirit snapped its jaws open, gathering power for the final blast. He lunged forward in desperation, both hands stretched toward her as he desperately brewed a high-risk spell. The forbidden sealing spell slammed into the spirit's core, freezing its attack in mid-release before it could ever unleash. The summoner choked on a breath of pure disbelief as her bond with the spirit started snapping apart at lightning speed. The summoned entity shrieked, crumbling into drifting smoke while magical flames burst across the arena. She went stone still when he slipped in behind her, smug and triumphant, only to leave her reeling, stunned, and asking herself what just happened. He yanked her arms back with a brutal grip, and she jolted in shock, demanding she be told where that forbidden sealing spell truly came from. Rage tore through her as she screamed that the spell had never been used in centuries, and that nobody human could ever reach it. The truth hits hard. After losing her brother, she herself crafted the spell, and now the magic only obeys the wielder who can handle it. She fought to break free as he struggled, and he stayed cool, reminding her that the big magic won't kick in unless there's distance. Seeing defeat closing in, she flushed hard, bowed out, and offered herself to him, right on the terms they'd both agreed on. Zes blinked, utterly stunned. He hadn't even realized the match was already declared over after his last move. The crowd erupted in wild cheers as the announcers declared Zez the winner, claiming he took Velria down with a single, unstoppable hug. Velria swallowed her pride, nodded in defeat, and admitted she'd been properly subdued, then shut down any complaints for good. Zez finally let him go, firing off a light scolding, and he stood there recalibrating, already focused on finishing his mission. As the crowd roared, Zez thrust his arm to the sky, grinning like he'd just stolen the world with that shocking, unstoppable win. From the crowd, his own friends snapped at the victory, hurling accusations and claiming something shady had to be behind it. Caught off guard by everyone's reactions, Zez demanded answers, baffled as to why they all kept treating him like the villain. Later, Zez slipped into the wrong room, then Velria calmly grilled him about why he was suddenly there. Velria slammed the fact that they were partners, trying to justify her being there, while Zez just stood there, awkwardly denying it through sheer discomfort. After that brutal match, the two challengers step up to greet the winners, grinning through their loss. Reeling from defeat, the older man seethes with bitterness, while the girl stays calm and fires back, defending her strength without flinching. They declared they were leaving, then vowed to restart training, all while refusing to forget the victor's face. He declares he'll get a rematch in the future. Right then, the girl doubts him, but he won't back down, determined to avenge that loss and prove himself. The girl flashes a proud smile at her ally, then snaps a warning to anyone daring to challenge him again, because beating him won't be that easy this time. They split up peacefully, but with rivals in the mix, they trade respectful goodbyes, and you can feel it, like the next fight is already brewing. Both sides clock how strong the other is, and they both know fate's gonna slam them into the same battlefield again. That girl lights up with curiosity, dying to see how the Sword Saints bounce back and grow after their crushing defeat. She mocks his hard work, insisting that training won't shake the fierce confidence that his identity as a true hero can't be challenged. He squirms and dodges her question like it's a trap, and she just laughs it off, letting him off the hook for now. As the award ceremony kicks off, the victors step up in front of royalty and a sea of spectators, everybody frozen in stunned silence. The masked champion and his crew start trading guesses about who the king really is, with half their attention hooked and the rest totally clueless. The king bursts into praise for Zez's power, hands him the staff on the spot, and declares him the true tournament champion. Zez calmly snatches the staff, and the king's jaw drops at his bold bluntness and eerie quiet. Before the staff even changes hands, the king demands Zez drop his mask and show his face, because he's sure there's something hiding underneath. Zez won't show his face, leaving the king completely baffled, while Velria's silent gaze locks on him from nearby. Zez panics inside as the guards bark for obedience, and if he reveals his identity right now, his whole plan blows up. Out of nowhere, a female warrior bursts onto the scene and calls him out by name, and the whole crowd goes wild from her explosive accusation. A mysterious man drops down from above, seething, furious that Velria left him behind to sneak off and play in secret. The crowd's totally baffled, this man's overflowing with raw power, then someone shouts his name, King Xantes himself. The arrogant man sneers at their reaction, pressing them like, "Do you even know who I really am or what I'm worth?" He rips the mask off and reveals he's the demon king of Shamhari, leaving royals, guards, and every stunned onlooker frozen in shock. Panic detonates across the arena, civilians bolt in terror, sure they're about to die the moment that demon presence hits. Spiraling with amusement, the demon king spits in humanity's face, sneering that they're weak, shameful, disgracefully inferior beings. Velria steps up without a shake, claiming full responsibility, and as the demon king of Garda, she readies herself to go toe-to-toe with him. Zez's jaw drops at Velri's big title reveal, and he starts questioning if he totally misheard her. Velria steps up and grabs the top spot, ranking above the other demon king like it's nothing, and she's totally unshaken by his title. Realizing how big the disaster really is, Zest panics. What felt personal now could tip the world's balance, and he immediately backs away. Zez can't stop worrying about his allies' safety, and right when he starts to panic, the crew spots him and blares his name to get his attention. Zez snaps at the group for stalling, roaring that the Demon King is still lurking nearby. The girls start teasing Zez, hounding him with one truth: he's a hero, and Demon Kings are exactly what he was born to crush. Even with reluctance, Zez gets pulled into action, because everyone knows he steps in the second danger hits, no matter what. Zez hunkers down for the fight and in a low voice asks if anyone's got strong mana potions to spare. The moment she confirms it, he rips into action and demands every last bottle, so fast it throws everyone into shock. Zez downs the potion even though it costs him, and the instant it hits, power surges back. He clenches his resolve and signals he's ready with one steady, determined gesture. Zest yells for everyone to shield the civilians while he sprints ahead, racing to back Valria up. Everyone locks into their assigned roles, then, fired up and ready, they rush to evacuate and stand guard during Zez's absence. Jelane's in and sends Zez off with a gentle "take care," urging him to stay safe, and then she makes the very same wish again. Zez hands the champion's staff back to Patty and tells her it's hers, because the elves say so. The crew urges Patty to take it, and Cess snaps that he'd be the one stuck carrying the weight anyway. Patty snatches the staff with a grateful sigh, while Zez turns his back on them, ready to take the threat head-on all by himself. The demon enemy bellows with wild excitement, roaring that battle is coming, and spilling his plan to smash every opponent in his way. Velria barrels straight into a boastful mage, her aura battered and thin, yet it can't hide that she's ready to clash. The enemy raises a finishing spell, and with Velria looking utterly drained, they assume she can't fight back with any real bite. Velria snaps into a sudden counterattack, blasting the man backward and shocking him so hard he can't even react. Shaken and battered, the man stumbles back onto his feet, jaw dropped in confusion, as a masked figure materializes through the thick, swirling smoke. Valria snaps at Zez for butting in, then makes it crystal clear: this fight is still hers, even if he's worried and came back out of nowhere. Velria snaps her orders and tells Mudo to hold Zez back, but Mudo admits he just doesn't have the power to stop him. She tells Mudo to just keep tabs on Zez, make sure he stays put and doesn't interfere with the duel. Mudo bows to Zez and demands she step back, doing exactly what Velria ordered, all business and dead serious distance. Zez stays silent and still, while Mudo leans in and reminds him, right now, they're inside Balto's territory within the human nation. Trust me, this land is way more dangerous than we're ready for. Danger is lurking in every step. Velria burst out laughing, and the tension instantly snapped in half, while Mudo just stood there watching as the demon glared on, losing patience by the second. The demon snaps his finger at Zez, staring him down with pure suspicion, like, who are you to ignore me? And when they brush off his threats completely, he's left seething that they didn't take him seriously at all. Zez stays cool as he declares he's the reigning tournament champion, and the demon just scoffs, because Zez looks fully human, like he's not supposed to be a threat. Sneering at Zez, the demon trashes his so-called achievement, and even dares to question whether Zez has any place worth beside a demon king. Narrowing his eyes, the demon spits a brutal insult, and orders Zez to recognize his place as he's forced to back down. The demon king strides up and declares he'll marry Velria, because if he wins, he'll prove he's truly worthy. Zez is totally thrown off by the proposal, staring like, wait, do all demons woo people by fighting first? Velria shuts that idea down hard, flatly saying the demon's dream is hopeless, and it'll never, ever come true. To everyone's jaw-drop moment, Velria publicly picks Zez as her partner, leaving even her closest allies utterly stunned. Velria admits she made a promise: she'd team up with the tournament winner Zez, who beat her fair and square in combat. The demon rages and slams down Velria's claim, refusing to believe someone like Zest could beat her fair and square. He dares Zest to rip off his mask, convinced Valeria is just playing him, only he has no idea what Zest is really hiding beneath that face. Valeria pushes Zez to come clean, demanding he reveal who he really is and prove their bond to everyone, right out in the open. Zez hesitates for a split second, then Valeria spots something weird on that mask and blurts out comments like she's cracked the secret. Zez finally yanks off his mask, laughing that the thing's cursed, then drops the grin and admits he was just messing around. Even after Zez's big reveal, the demon taunts his face, pure rage, while furious Valeria snaps that he picked someone shockingly unimpressive. Zez rants that a man's worth has nothing to do with looks, yet the demon still can't wrap its head around how Valeria actually accepted him. Raging with fury, the demon points at Zez and claims he's been messing with Valeria, swearing something scandalous must have happened between them. Valeria shoots back with sarcasm, blurting that Zez literally hugged her from behind in front of everyone during the final match. Rage shakes him to the bone, his eyes locking like knives, and he vows he'll kill Zez right now. Zez tries to talk, but the demon shakes with pure rage and swears it'll kill him on the spot. The demon figures that if he kills Zez Valeria's winner, he'll jump to the top as the stronger suitor. Valeria twists the knife with sarcasm, and the demon's excitement explodes, sure that victory now means Valeria's hand in marriage is finally locked in. Fury snarling in his throat, the demon lunges to strike, spitting venom at Zez's race and trying to grind his status into dust. Zez plants his feet and roars back at the demon's prejudice, demanding everyone remember his name when the fighting starts. Zez finally rips off the mask. He's really Zeolith, a slave merchant, and he declares it loud with proud fury in his eyes. The demon's face contorts into a savage grin, practically begging to tear Zeloth apart in a no-holds-barred fight. She strolls into the hall beaming with her winnings, then her smile fades fast, because every coin is about to vanish paying off that old debt. Spotting a crowd outside, she slips over to investigate, then a screaming man barrels past her, yelling that danger's closing in fast. Chaos erupts, demons have stormed in, and she just stares, dead-eyed, while word spreads that the Demon King is on the move. Panic detonates all around her, and a terrified man screams for her to bolt, or he's warning that death will catch up fast. She spots the chaos in the left-behind money booth, flashes a sly grin, and grabs her chance to steal and disappear into the night. Caught between greed and her conscience, she freezes in place, temptation crashing over her as she stands by the abandoned treasure booth. As everyone else scatters, she grinds her teeth and fights the urges in her head. When the bystanders yell, it snaps her out of her scheming for a heartbeat. Elsewhere, a noble sneers at the protagonist's title. Then the protagonist steps forward, stone calm on the outside, steel ready to fight. The noble hurls a deadly forbidden spell, and right in the chaos, the protagonist snaps into action, preparing to copy it mid-battle. A brutal explosion tears through the space between them, and from a distance, a lone figure finally realizes this fight was never meant to be ordinary. Valeria hurls another crushing spell, and the protagonist throws himself out of the way just in time, barely dodging the blast's full destruction. Both fighters are visibly cracking under pressure, and the protagonist realizes just how brutally expensive those demonic spells are in mana. Valeria nods at the protagonist's talent, but then she snaps that magic alone won't cut it against someone like him. He snaps into action and launches two brutal spells at once, whipping up lightning and fire like a full-on thunderstorm of power. Stunned, the protagonist realizes both of these are extreme magic. Still, they're nowhere near as strong as Valeria's original spellwork. Lightning erupts with terrifying force as Valeria finishes his incantation, blasting the whole arena with a wave of pure destruction. The protagonist snaps back with the exact same gestures, and the two of them plant their feet, because crackling magical pressure is roaring between them. Valeria is left reeling. His opponent just duplicated the exact spells out of thin air without a single chant, then fired them both at once like it was nothing. The protagonist shoots back with unshakable confidence under pressure, and Valeria smirks as he gears up to unleash an even deadlier technique. In Valeria's total disbelief, the protagonist casually blurts out his secret spell, Demonic Flame Inscription midcast, like it's no big deal at all. Valeria's ally freaks out, convinced the boy was hit with forbidden magic, straight from Valeria's own hands. Still not knowing where he came from, the boy can't stop wondering if this bone-chilling strength is really the power of some hidden demon. But once he spots the imbalance, rage sparks in him, so he balls his fist and forces himself to hold back for now. The boy unleashes holy magic, dropping his enemy in a flash of blinding light that leaves no doubt. He's human, plain, and undeniable. Desperation claws at them, and the enemy hurls one last brutal physical assault, charging straight at their target with every ounce of strength left. The enemy hacks at you wildly, no rhythm at all, so every hit is pure instinct, and dodging gets brutally harder with every swing. He mouths off to Zez face to face, and just as the standoff starts to drag, a brutal new ally storms into the arena and freezes everything. Furious, the girl screams at Zez to stop messing around and finally fight for real. Lording over her judgment, the enemy sneers that he'll wipe Zez out right now, then he snaps his eyes to her and says he'll kill her next. Just as he's about to finish, Zez explodes forward with a ruthless strike, and the enemy gets instantly crushed, losing the fight in a heartbeat. He crashed straight through the wall, and the enemy froze in stunned disbelief, totally clueless how he got hit that hard. Zez taunts with cold calm, yelling at his enemy to stand back up, no mercy, just relentless pressure and total control. Elsewhere, Zez's clash lands with a brutal thud, and the allies hear it, instantly going still, tense, and worried for him. Sensing the danger closing in, they hit the brakes and back out, with one person pulling everyone away from whatever threats are lurking ahead. They finally spot an exit passage, and just like that, relief hits, but caution stays sharp as they regroup while Zez keeps the battlefield under control. The elf insists they don't move a muscle, pushing for safety. Let's regroup right here and wait for the others to catch up. She leans in, heart pounding, and finally squeezes out the question to the group, one that's been eating at her soul for days. With her eyes squeezed shut in pure concentration, she demands confirmation. Right now, no waiting, no distractions, nothing getting in her way. She blurts out her gut feeling, Zess is Zess at all. He's Zeolith, and he's been masking his true identity with a fake name. The whole crew freezes in shock, reels with surprise, and starts eyeing it like a threat, because everyone handles the bombshell differently, and the tension spikes fast like it can't be contained. A brave girl straight up calls Zez a Zeolith, and the whole group freezes, shocked, confused, and staring like they just saw a ghost. Even with protests and denial flying around, doubt keeps creeping in, because Nasha, all jittery, finally admits that Zess might really be their master. Patty remembers Zez dropping her nickname, and somehow she sells the idea to everyone that only Zeolith could possibly know that kind of detail. Lady C lights up as she confirms the identity, tears of realization hitting her face, while everyone else freezes, too stunned to speak. The whole crew panics when Lady C blurts out way more than she should, and the room explodes into even more chaos and non-stop embarrassment. The girls can't hold it in anymore, so they spill the whole secret. Patty hears it, and her chest tightens with betrayal and heartbreak. Zez knows Zeolith slipped into the tournament in secret, ready to shield Patty without making her feel like she owed him anything. His whole plan exploded in his face the moment everyone found out, and Patty snapped that Rizé was just drowning in emotions and the brutal truth. Lady C says Patty didn't just notice Zeolith, love itself clicked into place when she realized who he was because her feelings for him were so real. Red-faced at the sudden reveal, Patty's cheeks explode in blushes, while the others burst into laughter as she frantically denies her real feelings. The girls start suspecting Zeolith outed himself on purpose, calling Patty by her nickname like it was a deliberate little wink. One more guy chimes in, saying the girls are being way too brutal, but Nasha just grins like she's loving every second. A new woman spots who Zeolith really is, strides right up with fearless confidence, and Zeolith can't help it, awkwardly sneezing the second she's in front of him. That sharp look plus the way you two stand there together makes them seem absolutely ferocious. The fight ends with a thunderous shout of victory, and the winner stands tall in the middle of shattered rubble. Bloodied and defiant, the demon scrambles to recover and snarls that he's not finished. He refuses to be beaten just yet. She moved in like lightning, slammed him down hard, and blasted his dishonor as she tore apart his pathetic lack of dignity. Ashamed and seething with rage, the demon tears free, and the watchers just stand there, silent, as he blasts off into the sky with wings stretched wide. Dark energy churns around the woman as she braces to rip the next devastating spell from her hands. She erupts into a blazing divine force, towering over the battlefield and freezing the retreating demon in pure intimidation. The demon starts crumbling right in midair, stunned as the brutal magical power hits him and rips him apart. Caught midair, he gets slammed by the woman's burning grip and he screams, terrified and totally lost. She unleashes a brutal beam attack, and the whole area sears as the crowd clutches their hope, bracing for the hit. A brand new guy shows up, utterly baffled by the wreckage, and stares in shock at everything he's seeing. Right as if the world can't catch a break, another demon bursts in, then the woman stays cool and drops the truth. Oman's already been wiped out for good. The demoness throws down a charge. Valeria violated the treaty, but Valeria fires back, swearing she had nothing to do with Oman's death. Valeria tries to dodge the blame by shouting that Zeolith killed Oman, then Rui and everyone else are left absolutely stunned by the accusation. Caught off guard, Ryui's eyes dart away in a panic. She plays innocent, while her dangerously revealing outfit screams for attention. The demoness is repulsed. Varia blazes through her choice and names Zeloth her consort, even though he's doing everything he can to avoid the deal. Velria's claim hits the demoness like a punchline, and she scoffs hard, calling the whole thing absurd, ridiculous, and impossible. Velria needles the demoness for being jealous, and instantly the demoness erupts, hurling furious accusations that her romantic preferences are nothing but childish crushes. The demoness snaps her attention to the next move. She reports Oman's death to Shamahari's officials, and suddenly the political fallout is ready to explode. She demands Velria come back to Galda and give answers, but Velria snaps it down and in a calm whisper calls for Mudu. Mudu nods and agrees to go back alone, fully expecting this mess, and then steps in to defuse it with straight-up diplomacy. He warns Zeloth that one wrong move could spark a full-blown disaster, throwing demons and humans into a catastrophic war. Mudu slams Zeolith with a hard warning, shouting that he'd better remember the fallout behind every choice he makes. The demoness vanishes in a puff of magic, swearing she'll report Oman's death, then Miru braces to leave right after. Velria gets a contact orb and snaps, "Don't you call me at night, got it?" Zeolith freezes up when they ask where they're headed, and Velria shoots back with zero doubt, like the answer is painfully obvious. She blurts that they're headed for their love nest, and Zeolith explodes in loud denial, face burning with embarrassment. Zeolith's instincts flare as soldiers surge in, and once the fight ends, a hulking armored unit stomps toward them. Paranoid they'll spot him, Zeloth snaps into a teleport and vanishes before those soldiers can even put a name to his face. Not knowing where to go, he blurts out a reckless incantation and slams a teleportation spell into motion. Darkness swallows them whole, then a mysterious voice snaps back, warning that they've landed somewhere they never should have, and danger might be waiting right around the corner. Velrius lounges atop Zeolith, smiling like he can't believe the awkward mess their surprise teleport just caused. They touch down in Zeolith's room, and Velria smirks at him, teasing that he must have brought her here on purpose. Zeolith panics and lashes out at her own guess, and Velrius just smirks, then boldly offers himself, trapping them both in the misunderstanding and leaving him mortified. Pressure crashes down on Zeolith. He crumples into a dramatic breakdown, blurting out incoherent shouts as Velria stares, totally baffled. Out of nowhere, Zeolith suddenly crumples, or straight up disappears, and Velria yells his name in terror twice. Zeloth catches a faraway voice rolling through the dark, and as he slowly comes to, confusion crashes over his senses. He wakes up trapped in a cold, unfamiliar void, and the worst part, he can't remember how he even got there. A bright, urgent glow cuts into his thoughts, screaming that time is almost up, and that his questions will have to wait. Zeolith's voice betrays the truth. His soul is crumbling from non-stop, dangerous magic, and it's starting to cost him his life. Before it vanishes, the voice blurts out a jaw-dropping secret. It's got the very same soul as Zeolith. As the threat fades, it drops Zeolith with one last mission: protect a kid named 7th Zeolith. Lith jolts awake in bed, and the familiar faces around him flood with relief, because he's finally conscious again. He digs into what the heck happened during his collapse, and realizes the others didn't ditch him. They stayed back to keep an eye on him. More girls burst in, grinning like crazy. They're excited. He's awake. They've been hanging nearby the whole time, with permission from the dorm. Zeolith's eyes widen in shock when he realizes he's been unconscious for 3 whole days. Now everyone's freaking out and completely worried sick. Zeolith gapes at the weird gathering. Then his friends confess that they hooked up with the Demon King while he was out cold. Velria plays it cool and secretly lies, claiming she saved Zeolith, so she wipes away suspicion and slides right back into everyone's trust. The girls drop another bombshell. Patty realizes Zeolith and Zez aren't 2 people at all, they're the same. Zeolith's plans to keep Zez's identity secret utterly crumble. Patty already knows everything. The girls snap their attention back on him and warned, straight up, that sleeping 3 days in a row isn't normal. It's a sign something dangerous is coming. Zealot swears he's fine, but then slips up. He's been haunted night after night by a strange voice calling his name. He leans in and lays out the dream with total seriousness, and the others fall silent, eyes fixed on his cryptic face as they scramble to decode what he means. He blurts out that they share a soul, and when he recalls those past visions, the girls freeze, because his words line up perfectly with what they've lived. The priestess snaps her sight into place. 4 souls are in view, and while 2 are still a mystery, they're already shaking, fading fast like they're about to vanish. Zeloth finally admits the souls vanished right after. Then he reveals their last demand was chillingly simple. He had to protect someone named 7th. Fulria jolts the moment she hears 7, demands they confirm it, and feels like the name is pointing straight back to her. She drops the bombshell. The seventh isn't just a title, it's the nickname her late brother, the Demon Emperor, gave her alone. The rest of them start clicking the pieces together. One soul in Zeolith has to be Velria's dead brother. The crew figures out Zeolith is holding 4 souls, including Velria's brother, and that bombshell puts his very spiritual core in serious danger. Zeolith clocks the danger and admits he's already got a gut feeling about who the other players really are. Zealot decides it's time to spill every secret, trusting his crew, and readies himself to expose the hidden titles he's been hiding. He confirms everyone's suspicions. He's not just a slave merchant at all, and even looks Velria straight in the eyes as he speaks like the boss he truly is. Zeloth finally confessed he'd been stacking legendary titles for years: Demon Emperor, Great Sage, and Hero, alongside the one that called him a slave merchant. The girls are stunned, then Zeloth casually flips out his official ID and offers to prove it. Velria boasts about his power, and the others sit there stunned, realizing he's even more exceptional than they ever dared to hope after all those doubts from before. The priestess freaks out trying to explain everything, and Velria fires back, asking which forbidden spells Eolith unleashed during the battle. Zeolith calmly calls it his soul-spirit dual transference, and everyone else remembers how he once collapsed after using it. Velria admits he's crumpled, but laughs like it's the funniest thing ever, and that reckless streak only makes his whole absurd mystique even more unbelievable. She breaks down the spell's true nature. Once it's activated, users usually drop dead instantly, so proving Zeolith survived feels nothing short of miraculous. A mysterious woman lanes in and warns him. Every time soul-spirit dual transference is done, it ends with the user dead. The moment they hear it, the whole group freezes, stunned into silence. You forces a shaky smile, and you can already feel it. Something is horribly wrong. The woman snaps that the spell is pure demon magic and tells them humans were never meant to touch it. You face the truth, and the demons spit the spell back, calling it flawed, deadly, and dangerous even if you don't know the whole story. Admitting he messed up, he can't believe he's still alive. She's sure his soul is twisted and wrong. 3 raging, powerful souls trapped inside Yu's body just might have slammed the door on his death and stopped the forbidden spell before it could finish him. Even though he lived, the scars still show. Then another ally steps in and asks for the go-ahead to try a possible fix. Elf girl Patty pitches a secret healing spell, even while she can't quite trust whether it'll actually work. She slams the brakes, warns that the method is forbidden and could get you killed, then quickly apologizes for bringing it up so fast. Feeling indebted to you for everything he's done before, Patty vows to have his back, especially if he's the one who carries her ancestor's soul. You suddenly realizes Patty is the direct descendant of the legendary elf sage, Elsed in the second Fredio. Patty snaps it into focus, correcting you. You totally misread her staff's origin, thinking it came from some other ancestor instead. They look around and realize this room is packed with descendants from both the Demon Emperor and the Great Sage at the exact same time. The others mock his hero lineage, but he fires back, insisting he's no such thing. His dad never once brought it up. To break the tension, tea comes out fast and everyone pauses, eyes wide, totally amazed by the shockingly good brewing skills. The girls huddle together, swapping tea talk and certificate bragging, teasing each other with soft smiles while stealing a rare, peaceful second. Yu throws up his hands, admits there's no other way, and straight up tells Patty, "Use your magic right now." Patty says yes without a second thought, and the other girl even adds that this rare talent could pull in national backing too. Yu finally gets it. They'll have to ditch Jill's, while Patty frets that his body might not last much longer. They decide to leave right now because the priestess snaps that time is running out and demands they prepare at once and bolt. You nod along and agree to talk to Professor Nils, but one teammate jumps in and says, "Wait, go to the guild office first." You're totally thrown off. Why in the world does the guildmaster want you? She's been banging nonstop, urgently calling for you over and over again. The guildmaster erupts in pure fury because Yu is late, and Yu scrambles to apologize, drowning in embarrassment and everything that's piling up. Elena slams the room shut with a lock as the guildmaster grumbles again about how he's swamped and stuck with too few people. He fesses up that they pushed for people to join, but now it's gone way past the line, and even the church is getting dragged into this mess. Yu realizes the situation is spiraling out of control, and then the guild gets official requests demanding to know who he really is. The guildmaster straight up tells everyone that a guy named Juventa made it way worse by spilling that Yu had been secretly involved. The church has been hunting the man title for years, and the second the Demon King falls, they spring into action. Even while he plays dumb, the guildmaster makes it crystal clear he's still got a debt to pay, and this situation is dead serious. That church won't back off for a second. Headquarters just sent word. An investigation is coming and trouble is right around the corner. The church knights are about to roll in, and you plus your allies snap into alarm the second you hear the news. The blazer snaps that once the official church agent seize control, they won't be able to protect anyone anymore. If the church digs through the records and snags Seha, the whole crew is one step away from getting exposed. Blazer tells them to step away from Jill's for now and makes it crystal clear. It's not a command, just a heavy-handed suggestion. You agreed because they were already set to leave. Then a cup shattered, screaming that time was running out. The whole group freezes when Yu drops that sudden decision, and his ally blurts out, "So, are you coming back?" Yu says he'll be gone in a few days, but for now, no one knows if he'll ever come back. Right as they're about to bolt, Alina cuts in and hands him something personal, an all-out safety gift just for him. It's a flower-shaped hair ornament once worn by her sisters, and she demands he grip it carefully like it matters with his life. Yu protests, saying it's way too precious to hand over. Then Alina cuts in, insisting she's only lending it out, not giving it away forever. Alina promises she'll give the ornament back, and her smile pushes him. Come back safe, okay? Alina whirls to Nasha and pours out heartfelt encouragement, urging her to keep pushing on this journey with you. Nasha digs in with pure determination, while Elena cheers them on like she's rooting for a real romance, calling out the growing connection between Nasha and Zeloth. They head out together, locking onto their next destination, Professor Nils's place, because they need his guidance. Right before meals, they run into familiar faces, and their old friends light up, firing warm questions about how they're doing, health and all. Yu hears the chief master is coming and immediately agrees to meet, because he needs crucial answers right now. Zeloth and Patty burst into the room, and the women already gathered their froze, because whatever they were discussing just got way more intense. The women dropped the truth. Zeolith was their target all along, and they thank him for showing up when it mattered most. Zeloth lays it out. He and the others were talking about the comrades they managed to rescue, while several men outside creep close and secretly listen in. He fires off the question, are the comrades finally headed back home? The elf woman hesitates, and you can see it plain as day. She says, during the trip we'll act like the comrades are slaves, so the real slavers won't see them and come for us. Zeloth gets it, chain their allies early, clear out any confusion, and shut down the risk of interference before danger even has a chance to strike. Patty rips into it. Those slave chains have to be broken, and then she sets off with the toothless Black Panthers by her side. Tina and the others huddled together to hash out what was happening, and now Zeolith finally understood Patty's earlier warning. Zeolith confirms it, someone's definitely coming for him, and Patty drops urgent news she just heard at the guild. The talk snaps to the tournament, and Zeolith bluntly confirms the guild info is tied straight to that event. They're terrified the church knights will move the moment Ladies' survival hits the open air, because once that truth leaks, trouble will come fast and won't let up. Ortina suggests Patty go along with Ladija, but Zeolith immediately snaps into action, grilling the leadership and timing before it spirals. Ortina tells them, when we're gone, hand the command to someone else, so the toothless Black Panthers keep their leadership going without missing a beat. Zeolith turns to Jo and asks what she thinks. Jo just smiles and calmly says yes, like she's been ready for this trip from the start. Z admits she's no fighter, but she refuses to sit on the sidelines. She'll still pitch in however she can. With the plan still cooking, Nils jumps in and asks to say one thing, pulling the whole conversation in a new direction. Nils confirms both students are about to leave, and Zeolith stammers out an awkward apology because he knows this goodbye hits them way too suddenly. Nils accepts their excuse, but it still stings. He can't shake the regret of not watching them graduate the right way, even with that insane talent of theirs. She suggests a final test, escort the rescued elves and make sure they get home safely. Zeolith gladly takes it, then Nils blurts out a sharp, teasing jab that totally derails him. He grabs the moment and shuts down her misunderstanding, swearing he'd never invite her to any kind of harem. Zeloth hisses at Nils to hit the auction, then snag a slave for him with his own money. He tells them that back in his hometown, Kadatsu village, he usually dispatches his best slaves to work there with freedom. Nils flat out refuses, saying the distance is brutal, the auction rules are strict, and without clear guidance he can't even pin down who the right candidates are. She adds that even swapping those documents would drag on forever, unless the Jills and Kadatsu could teleport between each other. Zeloth has a plan. Nasha will step up as the rock-solid messenger, slipping between Nils and the village to get everything moving. Nasha's jaw drops at the sudden announcement, and she erupts in a loud outcry, drowning in the shock of being handed responsibility out of nowhere. She argues back against Zeolith's call, demanding to go with him, and firing off the question of why he gets to make every decision. Zeloth snaps that this role is Nasha's alone, swearing her assignment is the kind of mission that can't be messed up. Nils straight up confirms that Nasha's been a lifelong slave, then leans in and calls out Zeolith's treatment of her face-to-face. Nasha steps in to protect Zeolith, insisting that no matter what everyone thought her status should mean, he's never mistreated her for a single second. Nils points out that Zeloth has to see Nasha as special, then he awkwardly blurts out, "Yeah, that's totally true." Nils cheers her on. If that special someone crushes the task, huge opportunities are bound to come knocking right after. Nasha's eyes light up. She practically rockets into action, screaming that she's in with everything she's got. Once everything calms down, Nils leans in and reminds them she wants full payment, plus a bonus, for getting Nasha to finally cooperate. Zeolith finally agrees to pay Nils, but she demands that Nasha proves she'll use it responsibly and get real results. The whole group locks it in. We're leaving in 4 days, and suddenly everyone scrambles to get ready. Patty slams down the rules and orders them to grab every last supply they'll need, then get fully ready to leave. Ortina slipped into the blacksmith's shop with a heavy weight in her arms, and Zalman greeted her like he'd been waiting. Zalman demanded to know how the young swordsman was holding up, while Tina fidgeted and answered, shaking with nerves, until she finally breathed out in relief that he was still alive. Tina hauled out battered armor and demanded repairs, and Zalman braced himself to examine it with careful precision. The armor crumbled the instant it got hit, shattering into nothing but ruin, and both of them froze, stunned by how brutal the damage was. Ortina swallowed her regret and apologized, her face heavy with sorrow, while Zalman stayed cool and urged them to forge a new plan, because even the best tools break in the heat of battle. Ortina told us the armor didn't come from some monster, it got wrecked during sparring with a sword saint. Zalman lit up, raving that this cut was the perfect reference for sword testing, and for forging armor too. Zalman chose to craft fresh armor for Ortina, free of charge, because the damage lit a fire in him. Elsewhere the group rolled back in safe and sound, and Lucas wasted no time. He planned to sit down with Reese and the rest and spill the strategy details. The cat girl bounced up and reminded Lucas that he better earn her promised reward, cheering like crazy, while Lucas just stared with a resigned sigh. Zeolith burst back in and the whole place lit up. Velria and the others were already inside, lounging on the bed, ready to welcome him with open arms. He told them he'd be back in a flash because everyone who mattered was right there, so they could swap updates fast and lock in the next plan. Velria got praised for her smarts and Tina couldn't miss it. She'd already slid right into the group's inner circle. Tina finally asked about school and Valeria, just as curious, lined in, watching Zeolith get ready to lay out the plans coming next. Zeloth finally cracked a promise he'd be able to graduate, but then everything shifted overnight. Now they're tearing off for Luciphilia in just 4 days. Patty signed up for the escort mission to Luciphilia, ready to reunite with the elves she once risked everything to save. Ortina and Ja signed up for Zeolith's mission, because keeping the elves safe was their graduation requirement. Zeolith finally declared they were heading out of the dorm, grudging as it was, and the group had to admit it, none of them were ever meant to stay forever. Ortina snapped that relocating the freed slaves was a risk, and Zeolith shot back that Professor Nils would handle it from here on out. They locked in that Nils, their old teacher, would step in and handle everything while Zeolith's group took off soon. Zalith demanded that they tell Professor Nils exactly what Kadatsu needed, since she didn't know the ropes in town. Tina fretted over how far apart the cities were, but Zeolith shut her fears down. This problem had already been handled. To everyone's shock, Zeloth announced that Nasha would stay put and become the link between everyone, our go-between for messages. People doubted Nasha's choice and status, but she shot back with confidence, unshaken by whatever her role demanded. Nasha boldly said she'd stay behind on her own, driven by the promise of a personal win, not by orders or anyone forcing her. Zeolith, your friend, tried to convince Nasha and totally threw her off, like she got flustered instantly. Then he snapped back that it had nothing to do with manipulation at all. Velria finally gave the green light, she'd leave too, and she lined up her schedule with the crew's 4-day departure deadline. Velria dug her heels in. She wasn't staying behind, because as Galda's queen, she'd ride in and help broker a deal with Luciphilia leadership. She boldly claimed she was Zeolith's wife and demanded he take her along. Then Zeolith's panic exploded when he realized she'd gone that far, that even her claimed that. They hashed out how to bankroll Velria, then admitted the prize money might not cover everything, especially if they had to buy slaves along the way. Velria shot forward with no second thoughts and offered to foot everyone's travel costs to Luciphilia, including Zeolith. Even as Zeolith protested, Vorya shot back with proud confidence. Like a queen, those costs were nothing but pocket change. She demanded luxury and non-stop entertainment for the journey, boldly saying it was her own selfish desire, no shame at all. While Zeolith fretted over the cost and extravagance, the others insisted that if he played it right, respectfully, with style, it would skyrocket his reputation. While the laughter rolled on, Nasha snapped at Zeolith to grab the magic communication item he was about to forget. Zeolith, a little nervous and on edge, marched up to Velria and begged her for a favor, one that could use magic to reach Nasha through communication. He asked for another Muto-style item, and Velria immediately tore through her belongings, hunting for spare. Even though she wasn't ready right away, Velria swore she'd set it up soon, and Zalith snapped at the chance, grateful for her help. Velraja flaunted the item's power to talk from anywhere, no matter how far the distance stretched, and everyone was blown away by just how rare it was. She lit up with pride and declared it was a Galda exclusive, an item so coveted that nations worldwide were hunting it. Velria laid out the kinds of treasures so valuable they could buy an entire small town all by themselves. Everyone gaped in disbelief, Nasha's whole body shook, and Zeloth couldn't believe royalty was just casually rolling with that kind of wealth. Elsewhere, an exhausted elf girl sprawled in silence, clueless about the conversations and frantic preparations unfolding around her. She floated through flashes of the past and strange new memories, totally thrown off by what was happening to her, like something inside her was changing in silence. Leaning toward the glass, she spotted movement outside, and her curiosity burst out as she called, "What's going on out there?" A priestess caught a flicker of magical trouble in the elf, and with a shy little breath, the elf asked her for a consultation. Tina and the priestess welcomed her in, poured tea, and gently asked her to spill her heart, right there, like an open confession. The elf fought to put it into words, but her heart went wild for no reason, leaving her rattled, lost, and uneasy. They pressed on with careful questions, and the elf stalled, then, bit by bit, finally let the real source of the tension slip out. Flushed to the core, she finally confessed it only came when she thought about Zeolith, leaving Ortina completely speechless. Tina finally learns from the priestess that her weird feelings for Zeolith aren't random at all, they're love. The priestess spoke softly, telling her she could finally accept what she felt, and she urged Ortina to look inward, no fear, just truth. Tina finally admits she hasn't accepted Zeloth's love, but she swears she hasn't pushed him away either. The priestess lines in and makes it clear. Ortina isn't confused at all, her hesitation is fear, plain and simple. Ortina finally snaps awake to the truth. She's terrified of how other elves will judge her when they find out she loves a human. Suddenly, a stuck-up noblewoman storms in, fires off accusations at Ortina's group, and dares them to face her head-on. The elf council drops to its knees and apologizes to the freed girl, then announces they're hauling her right back into slavery. An elder speaks to her in a calm voice, insisting that going back into slavery is the only way to keep everyone safe and bound together. He confirms humans will join in a heartbeat, praising the fact they freed the elves and even returned the vital spirit staff with real respect. The elder clocks their generosity as a trap, squinting at every move and hinting that kindness like this always hides something darker. The girl throws herself into the fight for the humans, swearing with burning conviction that their support is real and absolutely deserves respect. An elder leans in close and warns Patty, romancing a human could shove elf and human tensions even deeper apart. With her mind miles away, Patty gets yanked back when her companions call her out in the middle of a planning meeting for their journey. They need 28 carriages, but their pockets are empty, so they can't buy decent replacements for the journey. Even with those heavy money bags dumped on the table, the total still doesn't scrape together half the budget. Reeling from the shortage, she pauses and rethinks everything, and realizes the preparations are bleeding them dry. The whole group reels when they realize those coins aren't just money. They're rare, insanely valuable white platinum, and they're the kind people brag about like treasure. They make it crystal clear each coin is 100% pure gold, and that insane fortune leaves everyone in the room staring, shocked stiff. While everyone else scoops up the money, Patty snatches it back. She refuses to take it, swearing the journey's cost belongs to Luciphilia. She insists Valria shouldn't foot the bill, but Valria just smirks and pokes fun at her stubborn refusal to bend even a millimeter. Valria tells Patty to loosen up her locked-in mindset, because once Zeolith gets worn out with her, things won't go her way. Valria toys with Patty, clocking that her awkward denial about the Zeolith might be a smokescreen for real, hidden romantic feelings. Blushing, Patty clamps her mouth shut while Valria drops the bombshell. Loving a human isn't just risky, it can get you in serious trouble among elves. Patty finally admits the rumors are true, and the moment she says it, you can hear her panic. She's terrified of how her own people will judge her. Social pressure makes her choke on the truth, and Valeria sneers that her hesitation is nothing, just empty meaning. Valeria steals her heart and declares, loud and fearless, true love can't be buried, no matter what everyone else thinks. A companion presses Valeria hard, asking why she latched onto Zialith so fast, and demanding she prove her feelings are real, respectful, and true. Valeria answers with rock-solid confidence. She respects Zialith's strength, and just that single truth ignites instant admiration and attraction for him. Suspicious of Valeria's real motives, the knight presses her. Why would she help her romantic rival like that so selflessly, when it feels like she's hiding something? Valeria makes it crystal clear her feelings are real, but she still accepts the harsh truth. Zialith might love someone else or even take concubines. She keeps her voice steady and makes it clear. This isn't about grabbing all the love, it's about backing him with no strings and letting his feelings breathe. Velra finally bears her deepest wish, to have a child with the strong man she loves. Her bold confession explodes out of nowhere, and everyone goes completely silent, stunned and overwhelmed by what she just said. Another woman gushes over Valeria's love, calling it transcendent and pure, something people should absolutely admire and celebrate. Valeria snaps at them for how they react, but Patty and the knight fire back that she's just as unpredictable and twice as strange. A girl named Reese suddenly bursts into the room, panting and totally flustered. Boom, every eye snaps to her at once. Reese, gasping for air, finally admits Valeria blitzed past so fast she got left in the dust completely. Reese shuts the whole thing down by confirming their argument boils down to Valeria's money, the same bomb she already spilled back at the dorm. She spills the truth. Valeria acted alone, terrified the whole situation would explode, and she raced in the moment everyone else hesitated. Valeria poured her own money into the mission, winning Zialith a better name by treating the elves with real respect. Patty finally clocks it. Valeria's plan is genuine, not just bragging, aimed at boosting Zialith's name in front of those skeptical elves. Patty pauses, stunned by her own pride, because she realizes she totally misread Valeria's sincerity and how fiercely she truly loves Zialith. With love on the line, Patty takes the money, knowing it's her thank you for fighting for his heart. Reese is left reeling when he realizes Patty's crushing on Zialith, his face twisting with pure disbelief and sudden alarm. Still reeling, Reese demands proof, and Patty hits back with a dead serious promise. Her feelings are 100% real. Reese panics and blurts out that Zialith is a pervert, but Patty stays cool, shuts down the label, and fiercely defends him. They'll start asking questions as the chaos explodes, and meanwhile another girl shrugs and says Zialith is a little perverted anyway. Someone asks Reese if she likes Zialith too, and that hits her like a punch. She freezes up while the others tease her with sweet, teasing smiles. Elsewhere, a cat girl feels the romantic tension snap into place and swears a brand new rival has popped up right nearby. She sat alone on that bench, sword propped right beside her, eyes distant as regret and past choices tore through her thoughts in silence. The cheers from her friend came back like a thunderclap, shouting that real strength starts with a resolve you refuse to break. She stared at her hand and instantly flashed back to every choice she'd made before, built in those split-second moments when she refused to back down. She tore herself from her homeland, dove into brutal tournaments, and traded lives with every step, until she realized courage was something she'd always claimed, but had to prove. She clutched her chest, feeling that fear still lingered, then she squared up and decided to face it straight on. With her heart in her throat, she prayed the elves of her kin would finally accept her feelings for Zialith. With fresh resolve blazing in her chest, she stood tall in silence and chose to move. No more waiting, not from this moment on. She put duty on top and made sure her people were safely relocated to Lusisphilia before she even let herself think about anything else. Suddenly, that voice she knew better than her own called her name, and when she turned, she froze, stunned and totally confused at seeing it there. Zeloth burst into view, still breathless from sprinting, and faced him in silence, like she couldn't figure out why her heart was suddenly pounding. Zeloth shows up out of nowhere, and when Patty spots the strain in his shaky, hesitant face, she blurts, "Is something wrong?" Zialith finally spills the truth behind Reese's weird behavior, especially why she won't stop calling him a pervert over and over. Patty listens, cheeks burning, and admits Reese is way too hyped for comfort. Then her mind starts snapping together the clues about what's behind it. Zeloth's gut twists with suspicion. He corners Patty and presses her for answers, convinced she knows what sparked Reese's sudden change. Cornered and humiliated, Patty's heart races. She panics on the spot, blurts out denial, and frantically scrambles to hide everything she knows from Zialith. Just then another girl barges in, and you can see the panic hit Patty instantly. while Zeolith's suspicion spikes as her reactions don't add up. The cheerful girl hands Patty a message about moving the villagers, then dashes out of the conversation like her part is done. She strikes a teasing pose and walks off, while Zeloth and Patty lock eyes, caught between a smirk and pure exhaustion. They huddle over the painful temporary split, and yeah, it's necessary, but deep down, both swear they're going to miss Reese, Fam, and Nasha like crazy. The departure clock is ticking, so they crack jokes, teasing that their one super loud buddy is still lingering behind, adding a little chaos and laughter right before they finally take off. Zeloth stared at his life and realized he'd been dragged into the worst turn possible, slave merchant, while he'd only ever wanted a peaceful village life. He tells them he picked the role just to slip under the radar, unlike heroes or emperors who chase fame and light. Even with trouble hot on his heels, he keeps chasing meaning, pouring his heart into building Katatsu village through the job he chose. Patty can't help but admire his sincerity and kindness, and it hits him. His own true nature always pulls him toward helping. Zeloth flashes a farewell wave and tells her Reese is waiting, while Patty stands there in stunned silence, burying her feelings deep so they don't show. They split up to get ready and promised to meet later, and she gave him a soft smile as she waved him on. Right before he could slip out the door, she blurted out, half stuck in her nerves, half determined, trying to squeeze out something real and heartfelt. Blushing hard, she could only squeak out a gentle good night, and he beamed back warmly, totally clueless about the battle raging in her heart. Velria burst into view, needling Patty for hesitating, then cut straight to the truth. Why hadn't she confessed? Standing her ground, Valeria snapped at Patty to quit stalling and finally spill her real feelings to Zeolith. Patty swears they can wait. Zeloth still isn't claimed by anyone, yet her smile flickers with worry she can't quite hide. Valeria can't stop thinking about Zeolith's complete cluelessness, wondering when he'll finally see through Patty's feelings. Then she slams him with one hard warning. She steps up and declares she'll take first place in Zeolith's heart, daring Patty to stop stalling with sharp, confident challenges. Valeria strolls out without a care, and Patty just freezes in shock. Those last words snap urgency into her chest. Move now, or she'll be left in the dust. Alone again, Patty under her breath repeats the words. Second place grips her with the fear she'll fall behind for good. Patty slams her resolve into the air and declares it. She's going to be the #1 zealot, no matter what it costs. Meanwhile, the finishing touches lock in, the carriage rolls out, and this crew's name hangs by a thread. One job goes wrong and everything crashes. Patty tells Zeolith the crew's ready, and he nods back with a grin, like the weight in everyone's chest just vanished. Some stay back, hands shaking as they swear they'll protect the village, while the rest rush out to chase rewards. Zeolith rallies them with pure confidence and rock-solid unity, and with a single push, the whole group moves out, heading straight for their brand-new mission. Their destination finally flashes on the map, Lusisphilia, Patty's far-off elven homeland, and suddenly everything is about to get real. Cramped in a jam-packed carriage, Zez grumbles nonstop about being forced to ride for so long, especially with nothing but men around him. Their gripes get ignored as the guys cheer on their female allies and dive back into the duties right in front of them. Zez looks back on a brutal month-long trek where everyone stayed on edge because ELF clashes were brewing nearby. At a roadside rest stop, Zez gets pulled aside and grilled about a wild rumor racing through the travelers. A creepy impersonator keeps popping up, swearing they're Zez. Every single time, they're tied back to that deadly, infamous arena incident. Zez couldn't care less about the imposter. He'd rather fly under the radar, while everyone else keeps pushing him to square up and confront the fraud head-on. People start side-eyeing the imposter's shady links to the church, and Zez is desperate to keep the connection off his radar at all costs. Velria suddenly bursts into the carriage out of nowhere, and everyone freezes in shock at her totally unannounced presence during the stop. Velria challenges the church's reach, and suddenly you can feel how messy it really is, because everyone sees it in a totally different light. They reveal the church runs the adventure guilds worldwide, squeezing them into blind obedience to the Pope's orders, no exceptions ever. Once the guild-linked adventurers get summoned, the church snaps them into place and demands they serve as obedient military assets. The church's power is so massive that even royalty choke on the idea of defying its will. Even with fear clawing at them, some still questioned whether the church truly held power, sure its threats were pumped up to scare people. After that brutal trek from Baltio, the crew finally crashes into Sandal, desperate for some peace and rest. Towering stone buildings rise on both sides as narrow streets funnel them into Sandal, where the whole city buzzes with non-stop motion. Zez and the crew storm into Sandal, a massive city where slave trading runs rampant and the streets hum with profit. Slavery is right out in the open across the whole city, and the locals just shrug like it's the most normal thing in the world. Even though Zez runs a slave merchant business himself, he can't hide his disgust with the whole system. Yeah, he knows why it has to exist, but it still doesn't sit right with him. The crew debates a plan to split up. Some will scout for an entrance, while the rest fan out to grab city intel on their own. To dodge the spotlight, Zess nods and decides the wagons, the elves, and everyone else will stay tucked out of sight for now. Velria practically bursts into Aleth's group, begging to tag along like it's his honor, and swears he's got the privilege of a lifetime. The team split up and they made it crystal clear, don't let Velraja stir up trouble during this outing. Zialith and Velrian were mid-stride when a loud commotion ahead yanked their attention, so they pushed forward and closed in on the crowd. A booming promoter blares through the crowd and hypes a masked man as Zez, shamelessly calling him Baltio's arena champion, even though it's a lie. The imposter puts on a dramatic act, claiming he's a world-saving hero, while Zialith and Velria stare him down, clearly unimpressed, and side-eye him like they don't trust a word. Zeloth shuts down the impersonator on the spot, because he knows the crowd would never clock Zess's real face. Velria slams the imposter's lies right out loud, not even a little impressed by his scrawny physique or those overhyped hero stories. She smirks and calls out every crack in his disguise, fully sure he's not the real Ziz. Velria steps in and admits she went toe-to-toe with Zez herself. She knows exactly what he looks like. Cornered, the imposter snaps that he'll take on Velria right there, so everyone sees he's the real Z. Zialith slides in like lightning, intercepting the imposter's punch and stunning Velria, and the entire crowd watching in shock. Velria smirks like she owns the moment. She baited Zialith on purpose, fully betting he'd eventually snap into action. The imposter laughs at Zialith's interference, not realizing that calm grip is packed with power that crushes him. Zialith sneers at the imposter's showy facade, then crushes his hand with effortless precision, ice cold, terrifying, and utterly unstoppable. Zialith doesn't even flinch. He snaps one pinpoint kick into the fake Z and drops him cold with zero hesitation. Everyone reacts in their own way. Vel is grinning, the announcer's panicking, and the imposter is shaking, terrified of Zialith's crushing strength. The crowd's murmurs flare into realization when Zialith drops the truth. This imposter was clearly too weak to be Zez. A wealthy onlooker strides up, lavishing Zialith with praise for his combat skills, and then shocks everyone by recognizing his real potential on the spot. After sizing up his dire situation, the nobleman steps in and offers him a job, Zialith employment as a fellow slave merchant. He even throws open his massive mansion as a place to stay, yet Zeloth can't shake the feeling that this stranger's sudden kindness is too wild to trust. A nobleman lauds Zeloth's power, swears slaves must be treated with care, and yet his smile lingers, way too sinister for comfort. Velraja snaps up the offer right away, while Zialith grabs the pause button and begs for a moment to huddle with his crew. The nobleman strides off with his maids, leaving them behind with one promise: he'll wait for their reply at his mansion. Zeloth's gut tightens. He clocks the maid's face, instantly sure he's seen her somewhere, but he can't place where. The group rolls up to Andre's grand estate, and the moment they're greeted with warm smiles, they're hit with the sheer size of it, pure wow. Patty keeps glaring, even with the host rolling out the red carpet, so everyone in the group starts wondering, is she still furious? They remember how Patty fought tooth and nail against it, but the crowd still voted majority, leaving Andre's plan to win. Even though Patty's irritated, praise makes her crack a little, and she awkwardly waves off the whole heartfelt moment. As they kept walking, they couldn't shake how wild Zialith's trust felt, so they started wondering what suddenly flipped his switch and got him to agree that fast. One maid draws suspicion, then Andre splits the slaves from the guests and heads off toward dinner. Patty rejects nobility's perks, skips the fine table, and chooses to eat with the slaves, proving to everyone that she's one of her people. Even with the tension crackling in the air, the group trails Andre and settles into a perfectly planned, formal dinner. During dinner, Marie tells Zialith that the communication device made it to Nasha safe and sound, and it finally melts the worry he'd been carrying around. Zialith shot her a confident smile, assuring him he'd kept the device locked up safe, so Mudo wouldn't come knocking like she warned. Zialith digs through his bag and yanks out lace accessories, and bam, a past face crashes back into his memory like it never left. He goes rigid when he spots the maid. Her face is almost a twin to his long-lost sister, Elena. He can't shake the feeling that the maid is Elena's younger sister, the one who got torn away from her during that heartbreaking childhood tragedy. Andre catches Zialith's teasing stare and immediately realizes she's clocked him checking out the maid, like it's just plain, no-strings slave lust. Andre tries to sell the maid like she's nothing. and he has no clue Zeolith feels a much deeper, personal link to her. Andre swings in with a jaw-dropping $2 million offer for the maid, then slashes the price down to a one-night rental. Xylith panics because his companions totally misread his intentions, then Marie shocks him by offering to pay herself. Andre demands the maid, right now, and Zeloth bucks and squirms, mortified, while everyone else scrambles to talk their way out of his reaction. Zeloth slips away to meet the maid in secret. She introduces herself as Myri, and he answers back with cautious words. Right when they finally get a breath of peace, Velria barges in uninvited, acting like she owns the moment, swearing she's just here to take her turn. Zeolith panics when the others totally misread the situation, and Myri starts spiraling, insisting nothing improper is going on at all. Zeolith drops the truth behind his plan. He's convinced Meyer has an older sister named Alina. Myril blurts out an apology, admitting her childhood memories are wiped clean. Zeloth drops into quiet disappointment, but he understands. Velria pitches magic as the way to bring back those stolen memories, and it shocks both Zeolith and Myri to their cores. Even while Zeolith doubts elf magic, he hangs on every word as Velria drops the info about a rare spirit memory spell. Velria lays it out. The light element spell doesn't just shine, it rebuilds lost memories using spirit power, but once it hits, you've got to stay in control. Zeloth stared into the void, stunned that spirit magic was so rare, and even more shocked that Velria somehow knew it inside and out, far beyond what she should. Velria shoots back to the teasing about her magic obsession, and Zeolith scrambles to smooth out the awkward mess before it gets any worse. Barely having it sink in, Zeolith still charges forward to try the memory spell, and shocks everyone with pure, fearless confidence. He raises his hands to cast the spell, desperate to pry open Myril's sealed, forgotten past and get her memories back. Zeolith whips out the memory spell, and the moment it ignites, magical energy spirals around Myra's mind, making her jerk with shock. The spell hits and it works instantly. Velria and the rest freeze in shock, stunned by Zeolith's effortless control and the terrifying power it hints at. Zeolith tells them his power was always there, and Myri nods, ready to answer anything about her past. She remembers the day they snatched her from her village, shipped her to Andre, and raised her like nothing but his property. Zeolith leans in and softly asks the one question that matters most: does she remember an older sister? Mori swears she's got a sister, Alina, and Zeolith realizes the missing link is finally in his hands. Zeolith reveals her prized hair ornament, and Mare gasp suddenly locks in. Every feeling hits like a flash of clarity. With tears spilling over, Myril clutches the ornament she once treasured as a kid, and suddenly, those long-buried memories start crashing back into place. Zeolith drops the bomb. Alina is still out there, hunting. Myri clutches the ornament close, whispering one etchin as tears of pure joy spill down her face. Myril's identity is finally confirmed, then it hits her like a punch. She'd forgotten someone who mattered more than anything: her sister, her whole family. Myril blurts out that she wants to reunite, but her slave status locks her in no escape. Marie starts to suspect Andre's price was a total scam, and that freeing Myril is something he's making sure will stay impossible. With sheer determination, Zeolith tells them he's cooking up a plan, one that will help Myri break free from Andre's control. Yudo dug into Andre's past, and all he found were ugly rumors, and that's when he hatched a plan to hunt for weaknesses he could exploit. Velria shut down Yudo's plan on the spot, calling it indirect and pointless, then demanded he go all in with something way more aggressive, right now. Velria pushed the idea of unleashing a beast to wreck everything, and that's when Andre had no choice but to plead for rescue. Yudo's jaw dropped at how brutal her plan was, and he couldn't shake the fear that Velria was secretly a demon lord. Velria confessed she couldn't tap into the magic herself, but she swore Yudo's freakish, one-of-a-kind body might be able to handle it. Yudo finally admitted he had limits with spells, and Velria pressed him hard, asking what exact spells he couldn't copy without failing. Velria pointed to a ruthless tournament spell, one Yudo had witnessed firsthand, but when he tried to recreate it, it slipped right through his fingers. She figured Yudo's powers were powered by the souls inside him, maybe even the demon emperors. Velria told Yudo that the spell he couldn't replicate was forged only after her brother died, so copying it was basically impossible. Yudo finally snapped to the truth. He and Velria couldn't use summoning magic at all, and that crushed their whole plan. They herded everyone together and laid out their plan, praying the spellbooks would finally point them to a lead. Myril looked completely lost and overwhelmed, admitting she never really got the strategy they'd been talking about around her. Yudo shoved his pride aside, apologized for leaving her out, and swore he'd finally lay out their rescue plan the right way. Mary finally calmed down when they promised they'd reunite her with her older sister, Elena. Everyone instantly agreed to back the rescue, and they couldn't believe it when they realized Mary was Elena's little sister. The group dug into Elena's past, and once Marais heard what they'd been through together, a warm smile lit up his face. Yudo swallowed his pride and apologized for the mess, and once everyone finally understood Marais' situation and why he did it, they all accepted it without a second thought. They hauled out a spirit magic grimoire, praying it had real summoning spells Yudo could actually use. Yudo proposed using mid-level spells so nobody burned themselves out, and everyone stared in disbelief at how he could replicate magic in such a wild, one-of-a-kind way. He figured out that if he found the perfect trigger, he could unlock the legendary figure's insane magical power. The crew argued over whether to kick off the mission, but Yudo cut in and pushed for one last shot, negotiating with Andre. Yudo nodded if the talks crashed, they'd go straight to the summoning, while everyone else scrambled to brief the team. Andre smirked and demanded a jaw-dropping 5 million gold for Marais, more than double the price they'd already been talking about. Yudo snapped back at the ridiculous price hike, while Andre pointed the finger at them for the damage, so he tried to sell the sudden surge as their fault. When they refused, Andre tried a wild swap, offering Velria instead, and his outrageous trade proposal left everyone stunned. Patty slammed her fist on the table in pure fury after Andre insulted her, and the whole room went tense like a live wire. Yudo begged for calm, but Patty, red-hot with rage at the offer, snapped that they had to use summoning magic right now. When Yudo finally got it that the whole point was to cause the destruction, he nodded and decided, "Perfect, we cast the spell the moment we see them." Meanwhile, Andre laughed like he owned the place, sure Yudo couldn't touch him, and then got utterly outplayed. Andre bared his greed in one cold confession, then hatched a scheme to squeeze out 10 million gold by weaponizing fear and lies. Andre cackled with arrogant confidence, until he realized the summoning had already started. The building shook as destruction barreled in at breakneck speed. A colossal skeletal beast slammed through the wall, and the whole structure instantly crumpled under its terrifying weight and presence. Panicking, Andre screamed at the top of his lungs. He had no clue where that monster came from or how it had gotten there. Zeloth swept in with calm confidence, but Andre panicked on the spot, shouting that he had nothing to do with it. Then the monster's sudden arrival detonated chaos everywhere inside. Begging for help, Andre threw out 2 million gold, and Zeloth feigned hesitation, then pretended to back away, acting like he was scared. Zeloth shut down Andre's begging on the spot, demanding Marais and 5 million gold, leaving the greedy merchant stunned. As the monster's roars thundered louder and louder, fear swallowed Andre whole. He threw up his hands, begging for mercy, and offered up the gold and Myril to save his life. Cornered like a trapped animal, Andre shook with terror as he begged for mercy, pleading again and again for them to call off the summoned creature. Right before anyone could even answer, a brand new beast erupted onto the scene, and the entire crowd flipped into panic. No one had the slightest clue where it came from. A masked figure stepped forward and called themselves Shigir, declaring they were the liberator meant to free every slave. Shigir lifted their blade at Andre and roared out their judgment on the slavers, burning with righteous fury and ironclad justice. Shigero's eyes narrowed with deadly focus as he swore he'd wipe out every evil slave merchant. After they smash the monster, the squad huddles up inside, while the nobleman cheers loud and proud, still clueless about what just happened. A masked warrior bursts onto the scene, fuming at how that nobleman's dirty schemes are trying to trap the girl for his money. The masked figure steps in and hammers him with a direct threat. Then the nobleman panics as a lethal strike surges straight at him. The nobleman's hands shake as the warrior snatches his ornate headgear on the spot, like it's meant as proof or a brutal punishment. The protagonist drove his fist into the nobleman and knocked him out cold, while the masked warrior just stood there in stunned silence, baffled by the sudden disruption. The boy lays it out he's negotiating with the slaver, and he straight up admits it, unshaken by all the judgment. Enraged, the masked warrior lunges ahead, screaming that slavers and collaborators both deserve the exact same punishment. Stunned but locked in, the boy yanks his sword up and digs in, ready to blast back at the ambush. He spots the warrior's sly move. Those kunai aren't meant to hit him, they're bait to make him drop his guard. Both of them smash forward head-on, and the boy lunges straight into the hit, no fear, all in for the sudden clash. The masked warrior flips backward to wipe the slate clean, while the boy stays on edge, readying himself for the next hit. The boy realizes his opponent is deadly strong and razor-precise, and every time he tries to swing, protecting the slaver throws the whole fight into chaos. He commands Velria to protect the noble, and she salutes with a grin, then she levels Andre with one clean knockdown. The masked warrior lunges in a brutal counterattack, and the boy just barely slips out of the way, shocked by how fast the momentum flips. Realization smashes in. This warrior isn't winning with brute strength, but with slick deception and lightning movement, and the whole fight becomes pure chaos and unpredictability. The boy snaps at the masked warrior, then realizes, shock hits hard, that he's been getting protected the whole time, right through the entire fight. Virya breaks down Zeolith's mercy. He refuses to kill, even if it risks bringing that danger back later. With a smug grin, Valria lays claim to the noble's assets as payment, and the demand hits him so hard he's left totally stunned. She demands every one of his slaves offers up protection, and the moment he hears it, panic detonates. He's terrified his finances will shatter and everything will collapse. She snaps that she'll shut down the negotiations, then the noble freezes, trapped between death and poverty. Crushed by the pressure, the noble finally breaks, throwing over his money, his slaves, and his pride without a second thought. Valeria barks for a fast contract and Patty bolts to write it, making sure nobody can object later. Zeolith leans in and tells the masked warrior, back off, and the slaves walk free. The masked warrior snaps in pure rage, furious that they're compromising. He's dead set on one thing: slavers don't get negotiations, they get punished. Realizing logic won't save him, Zeloth decides the only play left is to knock him out, just long enough to get time. Zeolith spots the enemy's distraction right away, then stays ice calm while gearing up to slam them with the next thrown weapon trick. A brutal explosion tears through the place, and Patty freezes in panic, staring at the building like, what just happened in there? In the smoke and dead silence, Patty screams for Zeloth, terrified the blast already got him. The masked warrior stalks up to Endre, then snarls a warning to everyone else, step aside or face lethal consequences. Zelith slips in behind the masked warrior, untouched, and calmly calls out the one fatal moment they missed. Zeolith hurled the masked warrior to the ground and wiped them out on the spot, no weapon out, no unnecessary damage. He tears into them for their reckless tactics, then reluctantly admits he had to use magic just to survive that earlier explosion. While the warrior lectures, he quietly demands his release. Others stare on, realizing they're about to witness how this fight finally ends. Zeloth accidentally hooks the wrong spot, and boom, an unmasked female warrior erupts in an embarrassed, furious outburst. The whole team goes quiet and every reaction hits at once. Some chuckle, some feel bad, some get annoyed, as Zeolith panics and blurts out frantic apologies for that brutally awkward accident. Zeloth pushes her to back away peacefully, promising the slaves their freedom, no more fights. She trembles with shame, reliving her crushing defeat, the humiliating exposure, and the mercy that wrecked the very reason she stepped forward. Saying she can't take it anymore, she raises her hand to end her own life, then Zeolith freaks out and rockets in to stop her. As she begs for honor and death, everyone else keeps scribbling on papers, totally ignoring the chaos she's spilling. Zeolith calls out her extremist tactics, and when the dust settles, she finally admits she blew it, clumsy, sure, but still locked in on justice. Zeolith admits some slavers are pure evil, but he refuses to say every single one deserves to die. He insists he's buying people to give them a way out, not chaining them like real slaves. He lays it all out. This journey is about freeing those captives and getting them back, while even Patty, quietly and secretly, helps pull it off. The masked warrior's face flushes as the truth clicks. She finally realizes their mission is noble, even if they're pulling it off in the most unconventional way possible. She swears she'll stop slaughtering slavers, and Zeolith nods along. Peace is real now, sealing their deal with mutual respect. With raw sincerity and unshakable resolve, the masked warrior drops to one knee and begs to join their ever-growing journey. Everyone freezes in shock. Zeloth looks utterly baffled, while the others gawk at her wild request like they can't believe their own eyes. A lone Kunoichi Nils steps up begging to join, then the group's leader shuts her down on the spot. The crew tells everyone their party's already packed, and suddenly the others start panicking about rival squads more than any real seating problem. Even after everything, she refuses to back down and pushes forward by herself, while the group hesitates, still burned by what happened before. She pushes for freedom, but he shoots it down without mercy, so she crumples inside and disappears with a soft, final goodbye. As the tension hangs in the air, the noblewoman snaps everyone's attention back. This time, a powerful voice makes it crystal clear: their real mission is right ahead. The noblewoman demands the slave contracts get ripped up on the spot, so the owner panics and scrambles to save himself by offering a partial surrender. Zeal barks orders to haul the slaves together, and the group just assumes a massive number is coming, because that estate is huge. The slave owner erupts in furious protests, screaming that he owns them like their property, but the more he yells, the louder the argument gets, and still, nobody listens. She cuts him off cold, shouts for the slaves to be freed, and Zio clocks the grim reality. No food, no shelter, nothing to protect them. Zio suggests they head to Kadatsu village, and the women immediately challenge his resolve, demanding to know if he's really willing to help everyone. They end up staring straight at human vulnerability, because out here, surviving isn't about pure muscle, it's about compassion. Zio plots how to spend the money on transportation, and the others reluctantly nod along, even though doubt hangs in the air. Valraja steps up and pays the carriage herself, insisting it's only what Zio's traveling partner is supposed to do. Zio gives Velra a heartfelt thank you, and even though she's blushing, she's so pleased that she pushes him to praise her, again and even harder. When they press Zio about the logistics, he smirks and admits he's already called in allies to handle the transportation. Cork gets grilled about safety, and the crew launches into a wild debate over magical communication, right as the S-rank monster looms. They're weighing Nash's zealot lifestyle against their tight schedule, and with that kind of distance, waiting for her feels straight up unrealistic. Zio says reinforcements are right around the corner with total confidence, but the whole group jumps when a familiar presence barrels toward them in a panic. Nasha streaks down from the sky on a dragon, grinning as she shouts to the shocked group below. Everyone stares in total shock as the dragon touches down with effortless grace, and the whole group's faces instantly flip into pure amazement. Nasha leaps off her dragon and greets everyone, and Zio quickly steps in, calming them down and making it crystal clear she's on their side. Everyone throws warm welcomes at Nasha as she beams back, while the maid just stands there, stunned and silent. Nasha leans in and sniffs the maid up close, her beastkin instincts firing as she tracks her scent and clocks who she really is. Nasha nods and declares the maid reeks exactly like Lady Alina, and the other one can't believe it. Her beast senses are that terrifyingly accurate. Spooked by the dragon, the maid freaks out. Nasha soothes her with a gentle, teasing calm, then checks on her Zio as the moment cuts off at. It sets Nasha up as their rock-solid ally under contract, then promises she'll escort them all the way there by dragon. The maid trembles as she accepts Nasha's care, and Nasha lights up cheering her on, promising a safe ride all the way. Zio hands over a hair ornament meant to return the favor, and the maid accepts it softly. Still, you can tell she's hesitating. She pleads with Zio to keep it going, and the way she says it screams that there's something deeper in her heart behind that gesture. Zio nods and agrees to wait, and as they get ready to leave, everyone quietly fires off their emotional goodbye. Zio slams out farewell instructions, then makes them promise. If anything goes sideways, they contact him, no excuses. The maid spills out heartfelt gratitude, and Zio makes sure she knows he's wishing her nothing but joy as she's back living with her sister. As the departure kicks off, Nasha double-checks everything, while the maid fusses with nerves, getting ready for her very first dragon ride. With a thunderous roar, the dragon launches into the sky, and Zio's crew can only stare up as it vanishes above them, still waving from the ground. Nasha grips the controls with total confidence, while the maid hangs on in terrified panic, stunned as the ship rockets into the air at breakneck speed. As the dragon rockets up into the sky, the crew holds their breath and stares in silence, watching it vanish and knowing they're truly gone. Even with all that chaos in the air, they still bet on Nasha to land safely and hand her over to Jules. Zialith hurls a vial like a bomb. Acid splashes across the ground, melting the hostile slimes that were crawling in to wreck the team's travel caravan. The melted gear flashes slime's damage, and the whole crew scrambles back together, stunned, because that corrosive encounter with slime just wrecked them. 4 days after Sandal, Zialith can't stop replaying Andre's rage and the gut-wrenching uncertainty of their road to Eusophilia. Je creeps up to Zialith, clocking every ounce of his exhaustion, and tries to flash a smile, only to have tiredness leak through it. They huddle together by the caravan, and while Zialith tosses out a casual question, Je answers softly, steady, gentle, and right there with the emotional support she knows he needs. Je hears about the monster attack and instantly scrambles to see who needs urgent magical healing help. Even though nobody got seriously hurt, C's gut drops when he realizes the zealots' mana is starting to spiral out of control. Zialith lets C hear, then C finally snaps, opens up, and shares his burdens for the very first time. He admits it, fear crawls in his chest, because his powers don't feel earned, his spells keep slipping and weakening, and he worries everyone around him only values raw strength. He panics at the thought of being left behind, helpless, watching everyone walk off while he's powerless to protect a single soul. The calmly reassures the Zealoth, promising him that abandonment will never happen and crushing his fears with pure confidence. She lays it out plain, divine power hunts for purpose, and Zialith's soul must have carried the kind of intentions that actually deserved it. With a soft, knowing smile, she confirms that everyone was pulled in by his kindness and his truly noble character. Just snaps that mistrust would cut her deep, and Zialith quietly, yet rock solid, accepts every word she says. With a grateful smile, Zialith throws out an apology and promises he'll lean on his friends from now on. Then Ja lights up with pure joy. Zeloth steps up and asks Ja for a favor with a respectful bow. Then she says yes instantly, all fired up to help however she can. Ja scrutinizes his magic, and the moment he does, a spirit flickers into view, confirming that Zeloth's advanced spells have stirred up real disturbances. Even with that flaw hanging over him, Zeloth can't stop himself from feeling grateful, because advanced magic is finally within his reach, at least a little. Ja issues a sharp warning about the dangers ahead, then begs for permission to keep a close watch on his mana so he stays safe. He nods, admitting the collapse would mess everyone up, and then he accepts C's help, quietly, firmly, and with total trust. Zialith and Ja spot the crowned slime again, still lurking right at the forest's edge, waiting like it never left. Just as Zialith is about to strike, the slime snaps into action and bolts into the woods before anyone can stop it. Zialith barrels in hot, but the slime darts away with insane speed and wild, unpredictable jukes, leaving him stunned. He keeps following without thinking until it hits him. The road he's on looks exactly like the way back to the group's bathing area. Rushed into the river clearing and oops, tumbled right into the girl's bath, somehow catching her mid-bath out. Zialith panics, whips around as the girls scream, and one of them snaps angrily, calling him out. Some people scold him, others grin and tease him to the point where the whole room turns awkward, and the confusion, tension, and embarrassment all pile up at once. Zeloth shouts a warning about the slime closing in, but the girls don't even notice, still clueless, still totally unbothered. Just like that, the slime erupts back into the scene, and panic explodes as it zeroes in on the group and strikes without even a second thought. The elf girl doesn't see it coming, then the slime lunges straight at her, and chaos erupts in an instant. A girl raises her magic, stunned the slime is actually real, and it's charging straight at them. Zeloth panics the second the girl yells at him, fighting to help while he can't even see what's going on. Another girl shoots back for her weapon, staying ice calm even while the whole place screams around her. She snaps forward with razor-sharp timing, punches the slime bare-handed, and smashes it before it can even cause more trouble. Valeria takes the thanks in stride, then calmly assures everyone she's okay, because she handled the threat without blinking. The girls shout that Valeria succeeded. Zeloth exhales in relief, then out of nowhere someone screams his name. With judgment bearing down on him, Zeloth is told they'll talk later, so he just swallows the fear, goes quiet, and accepts what's coming. The crew corners Zialith and demands to know what he saw, but the second someone pushes back, chaos explodes, everyone shouting over who witnessed what. With tension spiking, Seiya snaps his focus forward, like their bond is slipping away, even as everyone's mood stays weirdly unstable. Their journey is almost at Lus Epsilia, right halfway to the destination, as they gear up to deliver the captured elves. The cockroaches screech to an abrupt stop at a heavily guarded gate, and the whole traveling crew can't decide if they're about to discover something or get in serious trouble. An elven woman spots the real culprit, and right up ahead a checkpoint grinds to a halt, delaying their crossing through the secured border. She spots a crest stamped on the checkpoint guards' uniforms, and right then it screams that their travel plans are about to get wrecked. Church knights suddenly show up, hunting for the hero, and the whole group goes into panic because they're one step away from getting discovered. With church knights closing in, the crew huddles up and slips Ja into the other elven captives, vanishing her before anyone can spot her. To dodge suspicion, the protagonist spins a lie about hauling slaves, shrugs off the tiny wagons, and downplays the small crew. The knight squints at the story, suspicious, because the slave transport carriages are way too well made to ignore. Caught off guard, the protagonist freezes for a beat, while the knight won't take no for an answer, pushing ahead to inspect the carriages even after every excuse. A hooded stranger feels strange mana flare in the air and yells for the knights to tear into the wagons right now. The knight team realizes they're hauling nothing but elves, and they snap into a warning, screaming about the dangers lurking near Luzapchilia's heavily guarded borders. A subordinate rushes to the captain and spills the shocking news. Strange mana is pouring out from someone lurking in the rear carriage. Rage sparks in the captain's eyes. He points at them and demands to know what they're hiding, especially since his mate just sensed something strange in the area. Even with everyone shouting no, the knight commander pushes to search the carriage, and the whole thing erupts fast, right toward a full-blown confrontation. Inside, Lady C drops the act of a carefree slave girl, catching the inspecting knight completely off guard and leaving him utterly baffled. That night the commotion turns, she steps into the dark and the accuser snaps, claiming the group kidnapped her from bandits earlier. A shaky companion shoots it down fast, insisting the girl only looks like C, and that's all there is. A bystander blurts out, "Why not ask C herself?" But everyone else just shrugs because they're sure she'd fold and lie the second pressure hits. The insult lights a fuse in the young girl. She snaps back and throws herself into defense as the standoff between both groups turns razor sharp. The protagonist scans the chaos, realizes violence would only make it all worse, and flips straight into planning a clean, controlled way out. That confident woman snaps back that the girl isn't Lady C, and right then, the knight captain's doubts flip on a dime. Out of nowhere, their ninja-like ally, Shigear, drops in, and the protagonist whips around, shocked she's actually been tailing them. That knight spotted her, bowed, and pressed her about her sudden disappearance, totally clueless that she was working undercover. Shigear swears she dug into the whole group, wipes them clean, and then calls the resemblance just a coincidence. The party backs Shigear up, saying they hired her as a mage all the way from distant Jills. The elf unfurls a royal decree and warns that any more delays will insult Luzupshilia. Then the knight immediately backs down. Sugar swears she'll tag along with them, ready to dig deeper and finally flush Shilia out, and the knight nods along without a single complaint. Sugar finally cracks and admits she only tagged along with that church for convenience, but now she's done with it and chooses to walk away for real. Others start digging into Shigear's motives, but she just shrugs off the church, showing pure disbelief, and leaves everyone guessing what she's really after. Grateful for her help, the crew thanks Shigear for shielding C, keeping her hidden from discovery through the night. Sugar brushes off praise with pure humility, and then the protagonist steps in, shocking everyone by admitting they've got their own reasons for staying away from the church. He offers her a spot with them, but Sugar shakes her head, choosing freedom to chase her own goal. Right before they split up, Shigear promises she won't report a thing, and the whole crew quietly sinks into gratitude, grateful they're safe. With the tension finally melting away, the travelers slump into the carriage and let out long-awaited breaths as they push closer and closer to the borders of Luzupshilia. Towering trees loom as they pass the threshold, and the elf flashes a peaceful smile, like her homeland is finally coming back into reach. Right at Luzupshilia's gates, the guards slam the carriages to a stop and demand an inspection before they'll let anyone pass. The elf leader swings the worry off their shoulders, insisting the inspection can't hurt them, because the church has zero power here. Even with her confidence blazing, the protagonist still hesitates, because something about that checkpoint feels too smooth, and that makes her question whether the whole procedure is really for real. He shrugs off the doubt like it's nothing, and his companion can't stop worrying. Does trusting elves really mean you'll sail through the borders safely? The gatekeepers throw up a big warning, demanding they search their carriage before anyone even gets permission to enter Luzupshilia's territory. Panic ripped through the guards the moment the returning elf stepped back into view, until they recognized her and dropped to one knee at once. With royal authority and a calm smile, the elven woman ushers them in, then the truth hits, she's the princess. Zeloth and his crew finally roll up to the elven village, only to freeze when they realize Patty isn't just someone special, she's royalty. Patty steps up to defend Zeolith like he's her equal, shrugs off all formalities, and demands the guild clear them to stay. Word hits the streets fast, Lady Pallas is back and she storms in to free enslaved kin, then ushers them safely all the way home. A subordinate rushes to the elder and blurts that Palastes is closing in with allies, ready to lock everything down with official paperwork. The moment the mysterious figure hears Zeolith, their curiosity spikes, and they demand to meet him face to face. Zeolith gets formally summoned, and the elf official nods at him, trusting him fully and daring him to cooperate. He strolls up calm as can be with Patty by his side, and the elf official studies them hard, clocking just how strange it is that they're so composed. Patty's nerves are on fire under everyone's watch, and a subordinate steps in politely, asking why she looks so shaken about Zeolith's involvement. Zeolith steps in with calm confidence to shield Patty, warning that her tone could fuel elven prejudice. Then the elf instantly bows and apologizes right away. Even with that smile, Zeolith doesn't buy it. He feels the deception hiding in the air, and he realizes Patty's open-minded attitude is almost unheard of among traditional elves. Zeolith hands over the report, but with Patty's status still a total mystery, he decides he'll corner her later and get answers. The mission wraps up, then Zeolith gets stopped face to face and ordered to stay for a private meeting. He blinks in shock when the guildmaster says he wants to meet him, alone, in a private room. Patty nods and confirms the request, not really knowing why, and Zeolith quickly agrees, yet you can see the worry and confusion written all over their face. As Patty heads back to work, Zeloth shadows the attendant, bracing for the guildmaster's sudden summons. Zeloth strides into a private room, and the official steps forward to introduce him, then vanishes to the side without a single word. Inside, a confident elven woman lounges with calm certainty, eyes locked on Zealoth as she strides in across the desk, saying nothing. She spots him instantly, then calmly commands him to sit right now for a direct talk. She's been hearing Zealot's name and that terrifying reputation from Braza, yet when she finally sees him, his humble look and calm demeanor blow her away. Zeloth smirks and cracks jokes about his looks, and she fires back that his odd reputation has somehow landed him in the Meade daughter's good graces. Zealoth is completely stunned when he discovers Patty isn't just anyone. She belongs to the elite Meade family, the tribe leaders of Luciphilia. Still stunned, he remembers the guards shouting princess for her, and now the guildmaster steps in, ready to spill her real backstory. The Murdy family runs one of the 6 biggest tribes, and their political power dominates the whole nation. Palestas isn't just nobility, she's their daughter, and people bow to her like a true princess, because her rank makes her untouchable, not because she was simply born into it. Zealoth couldn't stop replaying every interaction, while the guildmaster snapped that humans must never act buddy-buddy with someone that important. The guildmaster gives Eolith his thanks for guarding the elves, then instantly turns cold and presses into a serious question. She corners him about the spirit staff, and Zeloth's panic spikes. He blusters that he has nothing to do with its recovery. Even though Zealoth got trained by Zez, it's like he learned almost nothing, so the guild is convinced Zez is secretly tied to people all around him. Zealoth deflects in, demanding to know whether the guildmaster was playing into the Crest Church's power politics. She lays it out. The guild's elven control comes straight from Luciphilia's stubborn refusal to let any non-elven power steer her or call the shots. The guild master throws it all on the table. His god isn't tied to the Crest Churches, and the guild runs on its own, no strings attached. Zealoth finally exhales. His worries make it crystal clear there's a secret link to those ongoing religious dealings, and she keeps that conclusion locked away in silence. She sizes him up in her head, sharp, cautious, and way too perceptive to miss a thing, and once she clocks it, she's fully sure. She breaks into sudden praise for Zealoth's raw potential, calling him exceptional. Then she pivots fast and asks for something straight from him. Her cheeks flush as she jolts him. She bluntly asks for his seed, and the moment screams one fearless, personal intention. Zealoth's heart slams as the guildmaster lays out elven fertility problems and admits she wants nothing less than strong genes. Even though he's still reeling, she squares her shoulders, fires off her demand again, and strides right into his space. No hesitation, no shame. Patty storms into the room, seething at the lewd scene, and barks the guildmaster's name like a challenge. The guildmaster just shrugs off the interruption like it's nothing, then tells them the conversation was finally getting good. Patty fires back at the guildmaster, and he snarls that her choices are nothing new. She's just clinging to the old elven rules meant to keep their people alive. Patty snatches Zeola's hand and screams that she'll never give him up to that troublemaking guildmaster. As Patty slips away with Zealoth, the guildmaster leans back and grimly admits he misread the moment. Patty's instincts were right on the money. The guildmaster's smile widens as he's totally hooked by Patty's emotions, because the moment he realizes it, he knows she's fallen for a human, and that breaks tradition. After a nasty misunderstanding, the elf girl blurted out an apology, her cheeks hot, and the boy, surprised too, quickly reassured her, wiping away her worries. She snapped out of the embarrassment and shot down any hint of wrongdoing, and even with her outburst, he stayed ice calm, quietly recognizing why she was worried. As they strolled under the trees, he finally told her he'd heard about her noble roots, and when she heard it, she admitted it sucked being treated like a princess. She thought about how her status made people tiptoe around her like she was fragile, even though she hadn't earned a single bit of that delicate treatment. Chasing independence, she fled her country even though it tore her up inside, because deep down she knew living life on her own terms was the only way forward. Back in the village, Patty replayed every step and realized she'd carved out friendships that mattered most, especially the meeting with her most cherished Zealoth. When they finally arrived, everyone greeted them with open arms, because the freed elves were safely back home, and Patty earned real thanks for everything she did. Then the news hit fast. Something was coming, and a visitor arrived with a message that left the whole group on edge. A messenger from the tribal chiefs of Luciphilia rolled in and declared a meeting was coming, and with their arrival, you could feel the start of something huge. Zealoth realized the chiefs weren't just calling for a discussion, they wanted to thank everyone for the rescue effort too. Patty told me her dad, Sahar, was going to the chiefs' meeting, and she was determined to introduce him to everyone. The meetup spot was locked in, only 2 hours away, and one of the guests stepped up, promising to lead them straight there. When Zeloth hesitated, the girl snapped, reminding him the invitation wasn't just an invite, it was their reward for everything they'd done. Her reason was way simpler. She practically buzzed with excitement, talking up the fancy tea and all those sweet treats they'd probably serve. Meanwhile, the meeting hall just sat there, tense and silent, while a stern-looking man, Sahar, no doubt waited alone at the head of the table, already locked in and ready to unleash the discussion. The group finally burst into the meeting chamber, all of them standing there calm and locked in, lining up like soldiers, ready to face the long-awaited audience with the tribal chiefs. Patty's father, Sahar, clocked her the moment she stepped in, burst with relief she was safe, showered her with proud praise, and welcomed her like a hero the whole way. When they finally reunited, Patty couldn't wait. She insisted on introducing her crew, and Zeloth studied the man like a hawk, immediately realizing he really was the father she'd been talking about. Patty dropped Zeolith into the picture, her own classmate and fellow slave merchant, someone out here fighting for the liberation of captives. While the others talked like they owned the room, one girl froze. When she tried to speak up, her words tangled in her throat. Velria strode forward with zero fear and flat out said, "I'll speak for myself," and the moment her words hit the air, every eye snapped to her. With a wicked smirk, she announced, "I'm the Demon King of Galda," and the moment the words hit the air, one of the chiefs erupted in laughter, tearing into her looks and mocking her title. Velria didn't flinch. She shot back a deadly glare and spoke words dripping with threat. The tension finally cracked open as another chief stepped aside. Dayton seized the moment, welcomed everyone with open arms, and thanked them for showing up even after that brutal, long journey. With the rescue finally done, Didon personally stepped up and showered Zealith with praise, especially for snatching back the spirit staff. Xylith casually needled Patty, hinting her report might be way overhyped, and the second embarrassment hit, she snapped back hard, denying it. Sahar's face hardened with fury, and he snapped that only he, her father, had the right to call her Patty. Tension shot through the air as he grilled Zealith about how he really felt about his daughter, making him stammer. Zealith scrambled for answers, but Patty cut in fast, declaring that every one of her companions called her that same way. Even while her dad protested, Patty stood her ground and said she'd ask Zeolith to use that nickname. Dayton snapped the conversation back to why they were meeting, then told everyone he'd just gotten word from Patty, so he asked if they could finally hear her request officially. With a deep bow, Patty launched into a jaw-dropping demand. She insisted on performing the rite of celestial soul on Zeloth, and the whole room went silent from shock. Her father snapped with shock, clearly rattled by her proposal, because the ritual she mentioned wasn't just some casual idea, it carried real weight. Sahar leaned in and told me the celestial soul rite was a forbidden move, one reserved for people whose souls had been shattered beyond repair. She confessed her report might have painted his side just to justify this plea, and when Zeolith overheard it, he realized every move she made came from pure worry. Den gave Zeolith his full respect, no pushback at all, but the forbidden ritual won't fly unless at least 4 of the 6 tribal chieftains agree. One of the tribal leaders shot her hand up in approval, backing the ritual without hesitation. Then she grinned and admitted she loved a strong man, while making it crystal clear she had zero problem with Zeloth getting the right to a celestial soul. Without a second thought, she shot a daring idea to Zeloth, begging him to offer up his seed right after the ritual. When the argument hit boiling point, the other tribal chiefs cut in one by one, then one flat-out refused, refusing to back a single human. To settle it for good, they challenged Zeloth to prove his worth in a fight. Even with all that hype, Sahar's brow tightened, because brute force settling serious decisions felt wrong to him, and he couldn't shake the question, was this really the right way? The chieftains huddled and argued over their next move. One of them demanded a trial to test Zeloth's strength and who he really is, and without proof, they flat-out refused to back the ritual. Savit, one of the 6 chieftains, got the job of judging Zeloth, and he took it with a smirk, fully aware that deciding whether the ritual would. Patty whipped around to Zeolith, hungry for his nod, and with quiet fire in his heart he agreed to the challenge, because he knew exactly what was on the line. Sahar declared the trial would kick off the very next day at the mansion, then told Zeolith and his crew they could stay there for the night and rest up before everything went down. Right before they headed out, Sahar looked Zeloth in the eye and credited him for the move that saved their whole kin. One of the female chieftains taunted Sahar and hissed that Zeolith might be playing him just to worm her way close to her daughter, and that nasty little jab planted doubts in his mind. Sahar, rattled by what she'd seen, decided to study that boy even closer. Her face tightened with seriousness as she watched Zeolith from afar. Seeing Zeloth surrounded by those gorgeous elves only cranked Sahar's suspicions to max, and he decided to size up the kid's real nature himself. Later, Zeloth trekked through the forest with Patty, and that earlier tension still crackled between them like electricity. Trapped in a suffocating silence, Zeloth stared at the awkward mess he'd landed in, completely unsure how to get out. Zeloth stumbled into an elf woman so bold it stunned him, and her straight-up demand totally shattered everything he thought he knew about how elves act. Even after Patty shut him down earlier, her past actions still haunted his thoughts, and Zeloth couldn't stop himself from comparing the two moments side by side. Thoughts of Patty in a revealing shot, staring from inside a tire, crashed into his head, and suddenly he couldn't stop wondering if her calm, composed act was just hiding something way bolder. That sudden thought totally threw him off. Maybe, just maybe, Patty had more depth than he'd ever guessed. Velraya seethed while the others tossed around rooms like it was no big deal, and Zelith just stayed by herself, watching in quiet curiosity, until her irritation kept climbing with every single second. Locked inside their quarters, the group listened as eerie sounds bounced through the walls, convinced the trial had already begun, until boredom crashed in and swallowed the room. Fed up with waiting, Valria boldly shouted she was breaking free. Sure as anything, nobody could stop her, and the others froze at her defiance. They all looked worried because one person reminded her what could happen next, stir up trouble, and Zeolith might snap with full-blown fury, and nobody wanted to be the ones to deal with that. Accusations hit like arrows, so was rebellion the plan all along? Valria snapped back, flustered but refusing to fold, even as pride and raw frustration still muddled her true motives. Dread hung over the room as the girls talked about Zeloth's sudden absence, and Valria snapped that they couldn't leave him alone, because he'd turned to dangerous, reckless moves the moment they did. Caught in her own panic, Valria snapped back with denial, and the heat in her cheeks gave away every nervous breath. CA softly told Valria that worrying is really just love in disguise, and even with her cheeks burning, Valria couldn't argue back, because her pride slammed straight into the sincerity of CA's words. Admiration for CA just kept exploding. Her kindness never wavered, even when she had to stare down the demon lord, and the way she stayed calm made her impossible to ignore. A strange, quiet envy crept in as one girl stared at the sea's warmth, and suddenly she started doubting where she truly fit. Zeloth sprawled on his bed, eyes locked on the ceiling, and sat in suffocating silence as minutes crawled by, boredom creeping in like a bad spell, and he straightened up and stretched, clinging to the idea that this was peace, even though it felt less like rest and more like being trapped. His mind drifted to his crew. He couldn't stop wondering how Nasha was holding up and whether Alina and Murrell were actually getting along. A sudden knock shattered the silence, and the Zeloth jolted back, caught off guard, trying to figure out who dared to break the peace. To his utter shock, two elf women stood right at the door, breathtaking to look at, and they smiled warmly, asking if he was the one who'd recovered the spirit staff. Two elf women stood tall before Zeolith, smiling like they owned the place, and demanded entrance, playing it so cool that it totally threw him off. Zeloth shot upright in shock, demanding to know who they were before his brain could even catch up. Then they brushed off introductions and blurted a reckless request, asking for his seed.